nigga, so I face the world like a turn on the doorpost. You against me against you. Whatever, whenever, nigga, fuck you gon' do.
Get out the way, get out the way, bitch, get out the way. Oh, shit, get out the way, get out the way, bitch, get out the way. Oh, shit, get out the way, get out the way, bitch, get out the way. Oh, bitch, get out the way, get out the way, bitch, get out the way.
Alright, stop. Pajama time. Come here, little kitties, on my lap. Guess who's back with a brand new rap? And I don't mean rap as in a new case of child molestation accusation. No worries, what else could I possibly do to make noise? I done touched on everything but little boys.
낮에는 따사로운 인간적인 여자 커피 한 잔에 여유를 아는 품격 있는 여자 밤이 오면 심장이 뜨거워지는 여자 그런 반전 있는 여자 Gangnam Style
Go show, it's your birthday. We gon' party like it's your birthday. We gon' sip Bacardi like it's your birthday. And you know we don't give up, it's not your birthday. Go party in the club, bottle full of booze. My mind got what you need if you need to feel the buzz. I'm in the having sex, I ain't in to make it love. So come give me a hug, you be in there getting love.
Give a little poke, it's okay.
G-A-D-E-N-A-N.
Get out the way. Go show, it's your birthday.
오빤 Gangnam Style
Old Spice, order blocker, blocker, body rock.
English is my Lieblingsfach, Lieblingsfach, Lieblingsfach. Was ist dein Lieblingsfach? Englisch oder was?
Turnen ist mein Lieblingsfach, Lieblingsfach, Lieblingsfach. Was ist dein Lieblingsfach? Turnen oder was? Einmal in der Woche Kunst und Musik, zweimal in der Woche Geschichte und Deutsch, dreimal in der Woche Mathe, Englisch, aber einmal, zweimal, dreimal, viermal, fünfmal, sechsmal und zehnmal in der Woche zu viele Hausaufgaben. Viele in der Woche zu viele Hausaufgaben.
Mathe ist ihr Lieblingsfach, Lieblingsfach, Lieblingsfach. Was ist dein Lieblingsfach? Mathe oder was?
Was ist dein Lieblingsfach? Lieblingsfach, Lieblingsfach. Was ist dein Lieblingsfach? Sag mir was! Einmal in der Woche Kunst und Musik, zweimal in der Woche Geschichte und Deutsch, dreimal in der Woche Mathe, Englisch, aber einmal, zweimal, dreimal, viermal, fünfmal, sechsmal und siebenmal in der Woche zu viele
It's dinner time on Friday night and I've been good all week. My body's ready, I'm getting it something good to eat. Don't want Italian, Indian, Portuguese or Greek. I have something tastier in mind. crashing down to Chinatown. I tell the driver, put the pedal to the metal now. T-minus 11 minutes until we're touching down. Fantasizing about my first bite. Oh, and my tummy's rumbling, there's nothing in there. But tell me if you want some, they make it to share. And you could live a long life, baby, but you ever lived until you go. I know that it might sound crazy, but my favorite place on earth is dim sum paradise. And you can live a long life, baby, but you haven't lived until the dim sum paradise. My favorite part, when they bring the food out and they kill little cars. And everybody knows that you can live a long life, baby, but you haven't lived until the dim sum paradise. I know that it might sound crazy, but my favorite place on earth is dim sum paradise. And you can live a long life, baby, but you haven't lived until the dim sum paradise.
It's a lonely night in my cold coffin, oh so tight. Anime pillows decorate these inner walls as I'm rattling around in these dark halls. I search the internet for some clues. I throw up when I see naked women, I'm so confused. This isn't what sex could be. Vaginas and butts are for Papa and baby. Ooh, baby, it's a lonely night here in my coffin, oh so tight. I've got no dick, but I love to bone. Home this night, I'm all alone. Ooh, baby, it's a lonely night. A cheap pillow waifu feels so right. I've got no dick, but I love to bone. Home this night, I'm all alone. A dark night of melancholia. I open up a book filled with genitalia. Oh my God, page after page of naked dudes. Why is the hair on his penis confused? I call a doctor to ask if this is true. He answers with anger, who the hell are you? I slammed on the telephone and then I scream. Why would the penis cough up nasty white cream? Baby, it's a lonely night here in my coffin, oh so tight. I've got no dick, but I love to bone. Home this night, I'm all alone. Baby, it's a lonely night. A cheap pillow waifu feels so right. Some glasses at night with my saxophone. I'm telling you, baby, I just love you both. Yeah! Makes me sick to the point that I wish I could smash my own dick. I say no thanks, I'd rather dislocate my head and shove it all the way in my ass when I spread. Baby, it's a lonely night here in my coffin, oh so tight. I've got no dick, but I love to bone. Home this night, I'm all alone. Baby, it's a lonely night. A cheap pillow waifu feels so right. I've got no dick, but I love to bone. Home this night, I'm all alone.
Oh, shit. I didn't realize we were gonna get goated stuff again. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, dude. You know what? I'm gonna let this play for a sec. That's crazy shit, bro. I love this song so much. Which is why I'm gonna end it right now. But yeah, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to another end of the month, another viewing stream. We're whittling down on the playlist here, so soon I'm going to have to maybe add some new videos, but it'll be fine. It will be all right. I'm sure we'll get some more stuff. But yeah, you know, like viewing stream as usual. This week it kind of got away from me. I was so fucking tired all week. It was I mean, I guess it wasn't all week, really. It was mostly like yesterday and Thursday. And then like yesterday I laid down to have like a nap or something. And then I just straight up like slept all the way until like I think 8 p.m. And then after that I was like, well, you know, I'm just gonna go back to sleep again. It was very funny. It was very, very funny. But yeah, you know, I didn't really have like a whole lot planned for yesterday anyway. Mainly because I don't think that I want to play, because I know that the Tomodachi Life demo released. But I'm just like, I don't want to play that. I want to play the full game, because I know that if I start playing the Tomodachi Life demo, I'm gonna want to play the whole game, and that pisses me off, because that doesn't release for like another 2 weeks. God, why is the carbon? I got a gift from my parents. There's a bottle of Mountain Dew, and I like Mountain Dew, but I hate carbonized Mountain. I hate like any carbonized drink at this point. I used to be like, bro, carbonized, fuck yeah. But it is at a point. It's come to a point where like I can't drink that shit anymore. It bothers me a lot. I get like bloated like crazy. It doesn't help with my thirst whatsoever, which granted might be the copious amounts of sugar. But what are you gonna do, right? But anyway. So yeah, we're gonna continue with my little playlist for the viewing stream here, and of course anything that gets posted. We also might check out some, you know, the usuals, Meat Canyon, Chamomile, whatever. Or some other videos. Like we can also go through like YouTube Shorts again for a little bit. My assumption is that we're gonna find a lot of rage bait shit again, because that kind of always happens when you go down these like shorts and stuff. It's really, really ridiculous, honestly, if I'm being real with you. But hey, what can you do? It'll be fine. Let's start. I don't know what we're getting.
In the following video,
Hell yeah.
a young boy.
I don't know how, I think it's a little bit too quiet, so I'm gonna, maybe that's not correct. That was the wrong button. I think if we do like 10%, that should be loud enough.
In the following video, a young boy falls asleep on the couch after
Oh, no.
watching TV by himself. The boy's father, known as Oscar Nunes, had no idea that his son was out in the living room during this time. But Oscar isn't surprised by this,
Dude,
given
not
that his son
Oscar.
occasionally sneaks out of his room to
Oh, yeah,
watch
right.
TV
Wait, hold
while
on.
everyone else is asleep. But
Starting off strong with just literally, is that the, it's not the first video. Okay. Fair enough. I'm sorry, I'm still shaking this shit up. But it is stopping to have like, and you know, carbon is it, what, that was really fucking, how was that so fast?
tonight, on December 1st of 2019, his son quickly realizes that maybe it's best if he didn't stay up past his bedtime.
Oh no.
Now, before showing this clip, it's worth mentioning that recently, strange things have been happening to this family. On one occasion,
Of course.
the family had come home late at night and saw this, an infestation of flies, most of which were surrounding the house. But the strangest part about this is that not a single fly was inside the trash bin that was right next to their home. Understandably, Oscar's family was thoroughly unsettled.
Well, maybe they got like a dead body in there, you know?
Going back to this video, the family believes that it may have some connection to the fly incident. The son is dead
The
asleep
fly
when
incident.
this is captured.
Oh no, the demon. A few years back, my son woke up scared, crying and scared. Okay. A few years ago? You're a little late to the party, bro. Saw someone in the hallway. Yeah, you know, one of my biggest issues with this is if it's kids, you know, like, kids make up a lot of shit because their brains aren't developed and they can't really tell the difference between, like, real and a dream. You know, it's like when you ask a kid how long did something take and they tell you, like, oh, it was forever, and then you realize it was like 10 minutes. You know, like, they don't have the capacity to understand what things mean, right? They're fucking stupid. So I don't know if I can, like, a kid telling me, oh, there's a man in the hallway. It's like, yeah, bro, you fucking probably. Honestly, when I was like 4 years old, I probably also saw men in the hallway. It would have been weird, but I don't know. I don't think that's necessarily enough to go like, oh, spooky. And I know why they do this. They do this because, like, oh, the kids getting scared in the horror movies always makes people believe this shit. But no, it makes me believe it less, actually. Because I know that that's a child, and they don't fucking know what they're talking about. Oh, whoops. So just left. Yeah, I mean, that's good. There actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, there is actually somebody in the hallway. So I take that back. That kid is actually a fucking genius. Did you spot it?
Upon checking the cameras, Oscar saw this, a figure standing in the hallway, but no one else was awake during this time.
What if that's
It's
just
3 in the
Oscar?
morning, and
What if
something
that's
appears
just
in the
Oscar?
dark. They, or it, just stands there without moving an inch.
They or it.
But it
That's
doesn't go
nice.
unnoticed
Don't
by Oscar's son,
misgender
who before
the
this
demon.
was moving erratically on the couch. But creepiest of all is that the figure somehow vanishes into nothingness. The hallway is now empty compared to before. Oscar was surely creeped out by this footage, and like his family, he believes that this incident had something to do with the fly incident that occurred recently.
How?
Paranormal or not, these occurrences are pretty creepy. But until further updates are given, we'll have to speculate for now as to what exactly
I'm sure
is going on with
Oscar's gonna
Oscar's
update
home.
you, bub. I'm sure you're gonna get an email soon from Oscar. I believe that. Dude, that's a spooky looking 8.
On February 7th of 2023, footage from a security camera was shared by Nicole White, who to this day has no idea what was captured.
Oh, nice.
Nicole explains that the video was recorded when her brother and sister were setting up a surveillance camera inside her house. It was a gift for Nicole and her family, including her own brother, who was living with her at this time. But this may be the reason why the following happened. Nicole believes that her brother's collection of archaeological artifacts, like fossils and arrowheads, were all either cursed or haunted.
All of them, like across the board, just all of them are cursed. What are the chances, though? Like, actually, what are the chances that because, like, he's got a lot of them, right? What are the chances that really all of them are cursed, right? Like, I don't believe that. I could see like 1 or 2 being cursed. I don't think everybody was fucking enchanting their arrows back in those days, right? Like, because I feel those would have been really expensive, unless you're some sort of witch or wizard, in which case you're probably not using arrows anyway. But like, maybe you can just enchant them yourself. All I'm saying is, I think it's highly unlikely that all of these are cursed.
Because she lived under the same roof as him, she no doubt believes that what was captured had some connection to those artifacts. Now in the video,
Yeah,
Nicole's sister
I'm
is using
sure.
her brother as a point of reference for the camera when this is captured.
Mm-hmm. What the fuck?
It's no wonder why Nicole was terrified upon seeing this.
I mean, what is that though? I can't even tell what the fuck. What type of demon is that?
Looking closely, a creepy goat-like apparition appears over her
A
brother's
creepy
shoulder.
goat-like
It's there
apparition.
momentarily before vanishing out of sight.
It was looking at his phone like. I was like, damn. What kind of TikToks you watching, huh? Oh shit. I hate that. I hate those. And then he just leaves. It was like one of those like the relationship like rage bait ones where like the people will pretend like they're being abusive in a relationship. And it's like, yes, this is normal. And then people will comment a lot and like, oh, dump him, dump her immediately. And then they'll fight in the comments and it'll generate more interaction in the comments, and then the post will be promoted more. It's one of those. That ghost has taste. Didn't like it, so he left. I get it.
Now, whether sharing the resemblance of a goat or not, there's no denying that a distinct outline of some figure is seen. But according to
Not
Nicole,
that
if you
distinct,
look
buddy.
closely,
I'm not
you
gonna
can
lie,
make out
bub.
a pair of
It's not that
horns and
distinct.
nails. This might be the reason why she compares it to the Goat Man, an urban legend about a creature
That's
who's
just a
both
goat.
human and
That's
goat.
not. That's
While
not a
she
goat
isn't saying
man.
that
That
it's
was
the goat
just
man
straight up a
itself,
goat.
She is claiming that it's supernatural and believes that her brother's collection of artifacts is the reason for
Also,
its
is
presence.
the goat man like
But of
not
course,
more of
I'll let-
a corporeal being? Like, you know, like you've got things that are like ghosts, right? Like I don't know, like the fucking ring girl or whatever, right? Like that's more of a ghost, although also not really. That's kind of different, but it like there's ghosts and then there's like cryptid, like the goat man or whatever. I think the goat man just like invisibly moves around, right? I don't think that's what that like. I mean, I'm trying to find the logic in fucking fake ass spooky videos on the internet, but you know, like the goat man, I feel isn't like really an apparition, right? That's more like a cryptid, like an actual creature.
Let you come up with your own conclusions. Was a
Well, I
ghost
sure
caught
will.
on camera or not?
I also like that he didn't notice. Like, it's like, all right, fair.
It's late at night when a single mother known
Sure
as Brandy
is.
Nettleton records her son's bedroom.
Is it
She was
important that she's single? Is it important that she's a single mom, bub?
hearing noises coming from inside. However, her son wasn't home at the time of this recording.
Okay, my son is gone. He's not home. He's at a party. Yeah, I know. I don't care. I just got woken up. My daughter's home, but my son's not home. My son is the only one that lives upstairs. The only one upstairs.
Why?
All night since he's been gone, I keep hearing like the door close. Like it'll just shut. But
Audio cuts out.
Now,
Yeah, I
the
couldn't
audio
tell.
cuts off during this time. This is something that often happens throughout the video, which, although strange, does add to the creepiness of the footage. But things would
should get a
only get
better
creepier from here on
phone.
out. Brandy's already freaked out by the noises she apparently heard, but little does she know that she would end up capturing the following on video. Moments after the audio cuts, this happens.
Well, I would assume
so
she
anyway, so
knows little,
my
like.
son's not home, but I keep hearing the door shut. But there's nobody up there. There's nobody up there. I'm gonna see if I could try to.
Bro, I'm gonna be real. Like, if you actually are haunted, just attack the ghost with those goddamn nails. Like, Jesus Christ, come on. That ghost is fucking. Anybody wants some sliced ghost? Hell yeah, dude. I fucking. By the way, I will say this with the most prejudice that I have in my heart. I fucking hate those nails. I think they're garbage. And if you're a dude who like is into women having these type of nails, you need to die. Honestly, you need to get the fuck out. If you're a lady who does this to her nails, it's your body, right? But it's my opinion, and my opinion is you're fucking stupid. Because that is the least fucking useful style of nail to have ever. I think I've told this story before, possibly because it's happened multiple times, but like I've been asked to like help ladies who like they asked me to help them who had like dropped their like bank cards or dropped their credit cards or put them in like an ATM and couldn't pull them out again. It's happened to me several times that I've been asked to help them because they couldn't fucking get them out anymore because of their nails, because of these specific nails. And it's like, I don't know. Why would you want to like deliberately cripple yourself in this way? I don't understand it. I don't get it. You're weird and I'll like you. But if you ask me to help you to pick up your like card or whatever, I'll do it because I'm not an asshole. I just think you probably shouldn't have nails like that.
And let me take you guys. I'll take you guys up there and show you there's nobody up there.
Well, you're up there, so that's already a fucking lie. Okay. Show me the ghost. Show me the ghost. 2 minutes later.
Bro, my eyes are watering. This is scaring me.
You been cutting onions?
Oh my god, as soon as I stopped it, I heard it.
I see.
I know you guys heard that. I hope I caught that.
No. Actually. Oh, the clicking. Okay, fair.
Did
Bye.
you hear it? Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm scared. Okay, I'm gonna turn. Look, nobody's up
By the way, like, one of the things that happens when you like film this is rule number 1 of filming haunted shit with your phone. Make sure I'm fucking pissed already. This is where we're like 20 minutes into the stream. When you record like a haunted happening going on right the fuck now, what's really important is that you point your fucking camera, you point your phone either at you or at anything else in the house. What's really, really important is that under no goddamn circumstances ever should you ever point that fucking thing at the thing that's happening, right? Because then people are gonna know you're haunted, and you wouldn't want to know. You got to point the camera at yourself and show like, oh, I'm so scared, I'm so spooked, I'm bewildered, I'm frightened. But I'm not gonna show you what's frightening me, because that would... The fuck would I do that for? What do I look like? Some kind of moron? Why would I show you what I'm scared of? Do you think I'm crazy? Get the fuck out. Get out of here. I'm not... I'm tilted.
Oh my god. Look at... His door is closed.
And?
Oh my god.
Oh no, yeah, no way you could have opened that.
Nope. Nope. I gotta tell my daughter, boo-boo.
Oh shit, I went...
Oh my god.
A boo-boo.
There's water in my eyes. Oh my god. Why does it sound like... And I recorded it. It sounds like somebody's in your brother's room. And...
Why is your daughter named...
The door was closed. Tell me why his door opened when I went up there. I swear. His door was closed. Tell me why his door opened when I went up there.
Tell me why his... What do you mean, tell me why his door opened? She wasn't there. She's in the fucking blue room. Dabu-dee-dabu-die.
I swear. I ran down here by myself. I'm recording it.
No, well, not really. You're recording, like, the
show them
top
nobody's
half
here.
of your head. But thanks.
Oh my god. That made my eyes water, you guys. I showed it on camera. My son is not home. I'm not going to stop the recording just so I can show you guys.
Okay, can you actually show it this time?
I ran down here.
Okay,
so
we're back into
fast.
the blue zone.
Okay. Oh my god, that scared me. And it sounds like somebody's walking around up there, and I got it on recording. Yes.
I mean,
Look at his door's moving.
is it though?
Okay, we're gonna go up there, and I'm gonna show you guys. Nobody is in his room. He is not here. Turn your flashlight on.
Turn your.
Oh my god.
You got a phone.
Come up here so you can point it to show nobody's in
Yeah,
the room.
yeah. Come on, other child. Get in front of me and point the flashlight at the demon. Point the bright light directly into whatever. Realistically, right? Even if it was like an animal or a coon or something, would you want to set like? Would you really want to send your child in first? Would you want to go like, yeah, you know, Debbie, turn on your bright light and flash it directly into the room with the thing that's inside. That's probably already in a stress situation because it wants to get out and there's a huge commotion and it's way more stressed. Flash it directly into its eyes. I'm sure that'll help. And you go ahead so that like when it attacks you. I'm very much projecting into this a lot, but it's fine.
Look.
To be fair, the scariest fucking thing about this room is the state it's in.
Nobody's in here.
Yeah, how about you turn on the light in the room? Also, what the fuck is this room?
You guys literally in here.
This dude lives in like, this is like the shittiest fucking room you could have. Well, it's not the shittiest room you could have, but it's like, this is like, I don't know, like 80% of the room is unusable because it's angled. Because of the roof.
Nobody. Look, you guys literally, you seen that in real time with me. Oh my god.
Yeah, by the way, we don't turn on lights. Famously, the thing that is known to like destroy ghosts and demons, we're not turning that on in the room. Cause it could, you know, it could bother the ghost. Fucking alright.
Oh my god, I'm freaking out. Oh no. I told you guys. And there's been that mimic, and my daughter has heard it when I'm not here. It says my name.
Sorry.
It says her name in
What?
my voice when I'm not here. And it says.
Sorry, we. What are we talking about? This. I feel like we missed some lore here.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm freaking out. Oh no. I told you guys. And there's been that mimic, and my.
Just offhand, you know, just on the side, like, not only am I being fucking haunted by a demon from hell, also, there's that mimic. This is like, dude, this is like a fucking, this is a crazy ass house. They got mimics. I'm assuming most likely like the analog horror type, you know? The thing that every single fucking person does where it's like, oh, they can copy how your mom sounds like and also looks, but weird and fucked up. You know, that alternate type shit because everybody's a fucking hack and has no creativity.
Daughter has heard it when I'm not here. It says my name, or it says her name in my voice when I'm not here. And it says my name in her voice when I'm not here. And, or when she's not here. And now that's happening. Look at my daughter.
That's well, what the fuck you mean that's happening?
No, I'm done. I'm done.
Oh, she said I'm done. I thought she said I'm dead.
In a panic frenzy, Brandy and her daughter run down the stairs to get away from what just
She
happened.
like did the thing that I do in horror games when I fuck up and I go like, oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm fucked. I'm dead. But she did that in real life.
Now, there are two things worth pointing out about this clip. The first being that Brandy shuts the door after checking inside. We can hear the door clicking and latching into place after she closes it, but somehow
we can't
it
really.
opens up as
We
just
can't
saw,
really. If you,
latching
Bob,
into place.
I'm not trying to like diminish your detective skills here, Bob.
Brandy shuts the door after checking.
But that is looks to me to at least be the tiniest bit open still. It might be closed. I don't think it clicked in.
Inside. We can hear the door clicking and latching into place after she closes it.
Also,
but
we
somehow,
can't.
It opens up as we just saw. To Brandy, this was a key indication that it wasn't a draft or an uneven door frame that was causing its movement. However, it's the second detail that makes this whole encounter even more creepy. Only a day or two after this incident, Brandy's dog was acting strange.
That's a fat
Pixie,
fuck of a
the
dog.
dog's name, would stare at the ceiling and start acting up out of nowhere. Keep in mind though, that the room you're seeing is below the floor on which the son's bedroom is at.
Fan is off, and he's hearing something. And now he's going crazy.
You think he might be going after the fan that's still spinning a little bit?
See, strange behavior is nothing new. It's been happening ever since Brandy's sister moved out of the house. Her sister, according to Brandy, is the reason for these unusual happenings. She believes that her sister had brought something into the house after using a Ouija board before she left. But
and
of course,
the thing didn't follow her? That's a fucking... That's a bitch-ass ghost. Like, yeah, I know you're not the one who summoned me, but... my face when the ghost invokes squatters' rights.
I'll let you be the judge on that. There's been a few updates on Brandy's page since making this video, which you can check out in case you're interested. But for now, as it seems, this video remains a mystery. It's nighttime somewhere in Argentina when a family gets together for dinner. As all members finish up their meal, one relative begins to record, but as he pans the camera around the room, he captures this.
Yeah, that dude nearly spilling his drink. Is somebody shitting in the backyard?
There appears to be someone by the poolside, just watching the family from a distance. However, they don't appear to be moving. While it might be that a guest was enjoying
That's the
their
one
evening by
white
the
boy in
pool,
every
given that
Latino
this dinner was taking
family.
place at a hotel, something about them seems strange. Zooming in, it looks like they're completely still and seems like their mouth is the only part that's moving. The person recording this immediately stopped filming upon noticing this unusual behavior. Its pale complexion was already enough to spook them.
That's rude.
To this day, the relative who took this
That's a
has
little
no
bit
idea
racist to
who
say,
or
but
what was outside the hotel room that they were eating at.
Okay. Bye, I guess.
Now this next video comes from a mother known as Stephanie Johnson, who was doing a live stream with one of her kids.
Why'd she dress her kid up like Freddy
end the live
Krueger?
feed at once. The incident had completely taken Stephanie by surprise, but not as much as her daughter, who was terribly shaken up by what happened. The two had been doing a live stream inside their house when no one else was home. It was just Stephanie and her child alone at home, letting viewers know that they'll be taking a 5-minute break from the live stream when this is captured.
5 minutes. 5 minutes. We're gonna be back in 5 minutes. What are you scared of? All right, before you go, say Happy New Year. What are you scared of? I'm scared. Of what? I'm scared.
Why, I reckon of fucking anything, because it's a baby.
There's not a ghost, you psycho. Did you hear that? She said
Don't-
she's
what?
afraid of the ghost. Where's the ghost? Where is it?
It's inside, mother.
Where's the ghost? Show mommy. Point to it. You're fine.
Points at the camera.
Where is
That's
it?
the
Point.
ghost.
Is it over there? Is it over there? Is it over there? Where is it? Where's the ghost?
Who's got the
Where?
ghost, the ghost, the ghost, ghost zone?
Is it Grandpa? It's not?
Who the fuck is it then?
Okay, come here. Do you see what I deal with?
You don't comfort your child in any way, by the way. What's way more important is to turn to the camera and go like, yeah, look at this motherfucker. Look at this stupid bitch. This is the shit I gotta handle every day. This is the shit I gotta deal with every single day. This stupid little bitch cries about ghosts. That's very chill. I like it a lot. Very cool.
Stephanie immediately ends the live stream to console her daughter, making sure she's okay.
Immediately,
because,
yeah,
as it
immediately.
seems, something had terribly spooked her. As soon as Charlie, her daughter, said that a ghost was there,
A
Stephanie
ghost.
assumed it was her grandfather's spirit. Perhaps she said this to lighten up the situation. But strangely, Charlie...
Of course, lighten up the situation with the actual fucking toddler who doesn't understand what anything is. I naturally, of course.
quickly said no and proceeded to have an outburst. If it wasn't her supposed grandpa's ghost, then what was it? While some believe that something was present, others write that the video had simply spooked them.
Oh, this was on
It's all in Charlie's
TikTok. What a
reaction.
surprise.
There had to be something quite upsetting to elicit such a sudden response.
Is it like, maybe I'm insane, maybe I'm old-fashioned. What if we don't turn our children into content, right? Like, what's the benefit of sitting on a live stream on TikTok with your baby, with your small infant, with your toddler, and then, like, I don't know, laughing at it when it fucking goes like, oh, there's a ghost, mommy. Mother, there is a specter in this house. We are haunted by the souls of the damned, mother. I don't, like, I'm just saying, you know, maybe you should stop being fucking stupid.
But it's never made certain. Neither Stephanie nor others in her family who've seen this clip could figure out what it was.
Maybe Stephanie
that
should
made
lay off
Charlie
the
so
Botox.
frightened. But let me know your thoughts on this one. Just what had spooked Charlie? At around 11 p.m., two friends inside a pickup truck began to happily sing after waiting in traffic for hours on end. According to Ezzy, the person who sent me this, they were stuck in traffic due to an accident that occurred earlier. On the same highway that the men are on, a motorcyclist crashed into a truck, resulting in a traffic jam. Unfortunately, the motorcyclist lost his life upon impact. But fast forward to only a few hours later, and this is captured.
They're having a great time, dude. Thank God that motherfucker died. And they just so happened to be recording this. Thanks. Which one of these motherfuckers is driving? I don't feel safe.
As both men sing along, something appears behind them.
What?
It appears outside the truck, floating in midair while following the vehicle. As Ezzy writes, a pale face with no body is observed, and strangely, neither men notice it. Well, that is, until much later when they saw this video. Ezzy writes that the men believe this face was the spirit of the motorcyclist who passed away on the same road. And if it wasn't the motorcyclist, then it had to be one of the many victims who lost their lives on this highway. Many accidents have happened
Don't
here,
ghosts usually have, like,
but what do you think?
fester a little bit? I don't know. Do you just, if you die, you just immediately become a ghost on the highway?
Supernatural was caught on camera.
Is that how that works? I don't think so, frankly.
At a local bakery, a couple of kids are waiting patiently to get some candy.
I see the demon.
At a local bakery.
I see the demon right here. It's obvious. I see him right there. There he is. That's him. That's the demon. Found him. Hiding in plain sight.
A couple of kids are waiting patiently to get some candy from the shop's baker.
Oh,
It's Halloween, and the bakery is giving out treats to those who stop by. Although everyone in this video is getting some candy, one kid in particular isn't. He stands a few feet away from the group while seemingly observing them.
I would assume that's probably why he's not getting any candy.
Could be that he's shy and therefore hesitant to step forward. Or, as many comments have noted, it may be that he's seeing something. Now you might miss it, but at the start of the video, the small boy says something out loud, like, look it, as if noticing something in front of him. He even points at whatever it is that he's seeing.
There's a fat-ass baby finger.
This happens. Watch closely.
Okay. What a fucking dumbass.
For some reason, the boy suddenly stops in his tracks as if something was blocking his path. He stands in place while staring at something unseen, but then his head quickly tilts up in the same way that someone would after being hit or pushed to the ground. In
Who's
comment
socket-
after
what-
comment, the same thing is being said. Something had pushed the boy. From the sudden pause
What
in
kind
his
of
walk
fucked up
to
ghost
earlier when he said
socks
look
a
it while
kid
pointing
in
at
the jaw?
something,
Like,
it's
seriously.
understandable as to why many think this.
The child showed
So,
the entity.
did something actually push the boy? Or was something else
Why
at
do we
play
always?
here that
Why is it always like? I know this is kind of like a trope with ghosts, right? Is that kids can see them, but adults can't. How does that work exactly? Because like in every ghost movie, it's I don't or most ghost movies, it's not ever really explained. But you often have like, oh, mommy, the shadow man is here. He's right there. Can't you see him, mommy? And it's like, well, why can't the child see it, but the parent can't? There's never really any like explanation. We're just kind of like supposed to accept this because it's happened so often in movies. Like, we're kind of just supposed to accept, okay, kids can see ghosts, but like we can't. But that doesn't make any sense because like their eyes are worse than an adult's, right? I would assume. Like, you know, if you take something like, okay, like a dog can see a ghost, or animals can see ghosts, it's because they have a much, like, different visual spectrum than humans do, right? But, like, that's just a small human. That doesn't, like, oh, it's because they have more what does it, you mean that because they have more imagination? That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't, like, how does that impact the ghost zone? How does that impact the ghost world? Because that implies that, like, you know, oh, because they have a more vivid imagination. But doesn't that just mean that the ghost is like fake then and just in their imagination or some shit like that? What's the reasoning here? Why can babies see ghosts but we can't? Is it maybe because it's all fucking bullshit? Could that be it? Who knows? Next time on X Factor.
Caused him to fall? It's hard to say, but the more you watch this clip, the harder it gets to answer this question.
Not really. He's probably just a stupid fucking baby.
Now this next video was submitted to me by a viewer who saw a video that left them extremely unsettled. They had seen the clip on Instagram and write that the footage originates from a city in Yemen where a store owner caught something creepy on camera.
Okay.
He was working late at night when a woman walked in.
Okay.
However,
That is
something was
creepy.
very off about this woman.
Oh, ew, she's white.
The person who sent me this writes that her hand
Oh,
doesn't
Gmail.
look right. Her
Her
voice changes at one point, which is what spooked the guy, and her face doesn't look right either. Now, with the
That's-
description
you guys
like
are
this,
just-
I had to watch the clip in
that's
full screen to see if they
So
appear as
fucking mean.
Needless to say, something about them
What the fuck
definitely
is happening
seems
right
odd.
now?
Take a look.
Just accidentally. Okay. Did she just fucking like Heil Hitler? Okay, sorry. So she walks in. She fucking throws up gang signs in the air. What? What's okay? So what's so fucked up about her hand? Yeah, there's no way that's not just a fucking like crack. You know they have them there too, right? In the Middle East and shit. They have crackheads there too. Like that's, you know, what, like, here's the thing, right? If somebody approaches me at night and goes like, yeah, dude, I'm a fucking angel. No, don't be scared. I'm a fucking angel. You need anything? I'm not gonna go, oh yeah, that's an angel and I'm scared. I'm gonna go, that's a fucking crackhead. Now I'm about to sock his fucking jaw in. Cause I ain't playing about fucking crackheads talking to me. Okay? Don't punch crackheads. They're probably not doing all that well in general, but like, you get the idea, right? It's like my assumption, and maybe this is because I'm a very logical science person, obviously. I think it's probably just drugs. If I'm being for real with you. It's most likely just drugs, but hey. You believe in what you want to believe in. Who passed away? Also, like, some people just want to fuck with other people, right? Like, some people just really enjoy the idea of, like, freaking people the fuck out. They just think it's funny. But hey. Goodbye. I need money. What? You're a fucking angel. What do you need money for? Why are you flat, too?
The first thing that stands out about this woman is her complexion. Her pale skin is similar to that of someone who is sick or passed away.
That's, once again, bub, incredibly fucking racist, but just straight up fucking rude in this case as well.
The submitter of this footage couldn't agree more that her appearance is uncanny. Now, the comments on the original video believe that this was a clear case of an evil entity pretending to be a person. Even the caption on this video claims that they're non-human, given that a pair of hooves can be seen where their feet should be.
What?
Personally, it's hard to tell if that's so, as the video's quality isn't that good.
Have like Instagram and TikTok commenters, have they just never seen another person before? The fuck you mean it looks like hooves? Fuck you mean it looks like hooves? What are you, insane?
But the sudden voice change and the weird questions, like repeatedly asking who passed away, further makes the so-called person creepy. But like with all videos, you be the judge. Just who or what had come to visit the store owner during the late hours of the night?
Also, I love that, like, this supposed angel or demon or whatever the fuck, they don't just, like, appear, right? They don't appear in, like, a glorious light. They just walk into the store and go like, hey, sup, you got some cash? Why the fuck would a demon or an angel need cash? What, to get to fucking ride for the bus fare back to heaven? Or hell? First of all, frankly, I don't even think they would want to go back to hell. Because hell fucking sucks. But just fly, dumbass. Just fucking fly. It's probably faster than taking the bus.
If you caught something creepy on camera, or if there's any ghost videos
I love this so much. Got ghosts. It's so good.
Check out and include in the next compilation, you can send them over to scaryvideos444 at gmail.com.
I love that email address so much.
Let's get back to the video.
Oh, I love that email address so much.
On May 20th of 2024, a woman named Shireen Ann notices something in her apartment that leaves her extremely unsettled. After this incident, she made a video detailing the events that led up to that night. It all started a few days back when Shireen was home alone with her children. Looking back at this moment, she regrets.
That's not really, sorry. If you're home alone with somebody, you're not really home alone. That doesn't work.
Didn't take it seriously.
What? Low battery? What? Low power mode turned off. Battery sufficiently charged. That's good. That'll help you quite against the demons. I don't know what the fuck she just said there.
To Shireen, this occurrence wasn't something to be concerned about, as she thought it was her upstairs neighbor doing some interior renovations. But the following night...
Sorry, renovations at fucking 20 to midnight? What kind of godless fucking asshole do you have as an upstairs neighbor?
Upstairs neighbor doing some interior renovations. But the following night, it happens again.
A full moon.
It was at
I'm
this
sorry.
moment that Shireen began to think that it wasn't her upstairs neighbor, but instead someone or something else. She would continue to be on edge until the next night when it didn't happen. No noises were heard whatsoever on that night, but as she takes a random photo for her Snapchat to let her followers know that she was going to bed, she captures this.
No, not her actual photo. Okay. Holy shit! Is that an
Shireen
alien?
had no idea that in the photo she took, something appears. It was only after someone on Snapchat saw the photo that she was told. Looking closely,
Bogo's
it
being
looks as
dead.
if someone or something is staring at
Photos
her.
printed.
She believes that they, or it, had been the one responsible for the noises she heard before. Now the figure isn't clear at all, but you can make out an outline of a body, which is pretty creepy in itself. Not much else has been said
Not
about
a
this
fucking
occurrence,
soup zorp
but
again.
one can assume that
I
Shireen
hate
was
those
terrified upon
motherfuckers.
seeing it. It's photos like this of eerie figures that are pretty creepy. A similar photo was recently posted on Facebook. However, the figure in this one is a bit more clear.
I mean, I feel
The
like that's
context
just a
for this
person
is
in
that a
makeup.
theater student had taken a photo of the audience in the upper balcony and captured
With
this.
that camera, with that
However, a
particular
morbid-looking
camera.
person is caught in it. Like this image, Shireen's pic remains a total mystery. She doesn't know who or what was inside her apartment,
Sure.
and she doesn't know if it's still there. With no new updates since then, it seems that what was captured will continue to remain unknown.
Horrid. Truly.
Thanks for watching, and I hope you enjoyed.
Hey, subscribe.
Also, if you haven't already done so,
Subsidy
please
bell.
subscribe and make sure to hit the bell icon so you don't miss any
Thank you,
uploads in
Bizarre
the
Bub.
future.
Maybe we'll watch
Also, be
another
sure to
video
check
of
out the
yours in a
official
little bit.
TikTok account for this channel.
Thank you,
That
Bub.
being said, until
Bizarre
next time.
Bub real. That's a real motherfucker.
If I were to ask you who the most
Oh,
iconic horror character ever is,
Slending Man.
what would you say? Michael Myers, Jason Voorhees, Freddy Krueger, or maybe even Pennywise the Clown? You got quite a few options.
Pennywise
there, right?
the gay.
But what if I were to ask you the same question again,
Oh, shit.
only to now name the most
Herobrine.
iconic internet horror character instead?
My name is Jeff.
Well, the majority of you would most
Oh,
likely
shit.
instantly think
Sonic.
of only one of two characters, those being Freddy Fazbear or the main man of this video, the Slender Man.
It's probably Freddy Fazbear though at this point. I don't think people give a fuck. Oh, Jesus
I don't
Christ.
think there's a single character who's had as much of an impact on internet horror as Slender Man had. And even after
that's
15
Castlevania
years
music
as
in
of
the
this
background.
video's release, he remains one of, if not the most recognizable horror characters the internet has ever created. Over the years, there has been no shortage of internet horror characters who managed to make a name for themselves. But in terms of mainstream relevancy, Slender Man easily stomps them all. If you
Damn.
use the internet at
Aw.
any point
Oh,
during the
no.
early to mid 2010s, it is almost impossible for you not to have come across him at one point. This guy was everywhere. Games, videos, memes, artwork, you name it. There was no getting
Porn.
around it.
Oh, hell yeah!
However, nowadays, apart from very few exceptions here and there, he's practically
Look at
nowhere
this
to be found.
motherfucking moving so
Aside from a
maliciously.
remake of Slender the Arrival in 2023, the last relevant thing that was released for the franchise was the 2018 movie, and that was painful, to say the least. So how did this happen? How did a character that was once so popular end up fading
I
into
would go
irrelevancy
back
like
to
this?
playing these
Well,
games
today,
on like
to celebrate Slendy's 15th birthday,
and like a
I'd like to
Halloween,
take you on a little journey through
like
the
the
history
spooky
of the
streams,
Slender
but
Man,
honestly,
from
they're
his
so
creation
fucking
all
boring.
the way to his downfall, to find out exactly why
They're so
Slender Man
boring.
faded
They're
into
such bad.
irrelevancy.
It's like I realized that like Slenderman was such a huge impact on and you know I'm not disparaging that at all, but like while it had a huge impact on the like gaming scene in general, because honestly like you can trace back a lot of like modern horror indie games definitely to Slending Man. However, it's the same thing as with everything, where the thing that did it first also ends up like often being like the worst or the most boring of all of its examples, because like yeah, obviously things weren't as refined back then, right? Like the idea wasn't as refined back then, but you still have to say that like Slending Man was a pretty big aspect of indie horror in general. And it's kind of crazy how there really isn't like nobody gives a fuck about Slender Man anymore, right? Even though I feel like, funnily enough, I do feel he would kind of like fit in with the analog horror stuff at this point, right? But I suppose not. I don't think it was also like just in general a different time for horror, right? Like nowadays we've got like mascot horror and more like involved. Maybe not like involved, but like more. We're definitely more on like the psychological horror or like I said, like analog horror type of train right now. Back then, fucking creepypastas were the thing, right? And that's also why you have like a billion creepypasta games and a billion of these dudes who were like really not that scary when you think about it, but it was just a thing of like, yeah, we just made a creepy thing kinda and we ran with it. It's kind of the same thing you have. It's rather similar to what you have today, right? It's like you've got this like you've got, like I said, like analog horror, you've got fucking like mascot horror, and then you've got still, which is funny, but still the what do you call it? I don't know. What do you call like the SCP like horror stuff, right? Because that also exists still. I know there's like somewhat of a like an overlap with some of the other stuff that I just mentioned. Like, I don't know, is it lab horror? I don't know, what would you call it? Experiment horror? I have no idea. But those are like pretty much the three biggest ones right now. But back then, it was definitely like creepypasta horror. That was huge. I remember, I was a huge fan of it too. Honestly, I enjoyed it so much, and then everything started to become the exact same copy of each other, just like today, because people are insane and stupid and hacks and can't come up with anything new.
The year is 2009,
Ah.
the first year of Obama's presidency, the year Justin Bieber...
That was... It's so relevant. I hope we draw a connection between Obama and Slenderman. That would be so fucking funny. By the way, I'm gonna
released his first single, and the year Modern Warfare 2 was released, and most online gaming lobbies sounded something like this.
Idiot, you're looking like a loser right now. You keep using your right foot.
Slenderman's story begins on a website called Something Awful, a comedy website and forum based around internet culture, more specifically parodying and making fun of internet culture.
What is this? So you're working out and getting buff so you're strong to do what? Getting women as if they are objects to do what? Fuck them and forget about it? Some life. Getting women improves your social status amongst those who high-five people for being players. Who gives a damn about being more social amongst those vapid wastes of food and employment? This reads like a fucking 4chan post. This is insanity. This actual this just reads like every fucking post on Twitter these days.
Every week, Something Awful would host
Time really is a fucking circle.
Photoshop Friday, in which members were tasked with photoshopping images based around a specific theme or prompt that would be different every week.
Oh shit.
On June 8th, 2009, one of these Photoshop threads was created, in which the goal was
that Michael
to create
Jackson?
the best paranormal-looking image. Going through some of the images posted on this thread, we can find quite a few submissions that are very well made, but also an equal amount that are, well, not so well made.
That is one.
Not so well made.
Holy shit! Is that Bigfoot?
That is one big pile of shit.
Only 2 days after the threat was created, on June 10th, 2009, a user named Victor Surge posted 2 images, both of which came with a short story attached.
I remember these.
This was the first.
How are these not in the shit pile, though?
We didn't want to kill them, but his persistent silence and outstretched arms horrified and comforted us at the same time. 1983, photographer unknown, presumed dead. And this was the second image, which was
because this one is like so obviously dog shit too.
2 recovered photographs from the Sterling City Library blaze, notable for being taken the day which 14 children vanished, and for what is referred to as the Slender Man. Deformity cited as film defects by officials. Fire at library occurred 1 week later. Actual photograph confiscated as evidence. 1986. Photographer Marie Thomas. Missing since June 13th, 1986.
Damn.
These 2 images mark the official birth of the Slender Man. And unbeknownst to Victor Surge at the time, he just changed the history of internet horror forever. Something Awful users absolutely loved the idea of the Slender Man, and for the next few days, Victor would continue posting new images of his creation, each of which added a bit of lore to the character. Many of Slender Man's main traits were already established in these first couple of images, like him mainly preying on children, his ability to sprout a bunch of tentacles from his
Diddy
back,
man.
him mainly roaming around dark forest areas, and his ability to mess with electrical equipment.
Why is he like...
Him mainly roaming around dark forest areas, and his
He's doing like the, whoa, rats be upon ye.
ability to mess with electrical equipment. With each new image that Victor posted, more and more users
That one on the
would start
top looks
talking
like a
about the
fucking
Slender Man,
yaoi
until
drawing.
eventually, the original
I'm not
topic of
gonna
the Photoshop contest was pretty much
explain.
completely abandoned, and the whole thing turned into a Slender Man thread instead.
Look at me, sure. Look at me, sure.
I'm the
And look at
captain
me.
now.
On June 18th, 2009, a mere 8 days after Victor Surge posted his first 2 Slenderman images, a user named Cigars posted a short story in which he talked about his friend Alex. Alex had been working on his very first short film for the past 2 months, before abruptly abandoning the project for seemingly no reason,
Marble
becoming
Hornets.
incredibly distant and private, actively avoiding contact with other people. After a few weeks, Cigars, also known as Jay, managed to convince Alex to let him come over, and when he did, Alex looked sick, and Jay noticed that he had lost a significant amount of weight. After hanging out for a bit, Jay eventually asked Alex about the short film he was working on, and why he suddenly decided to abandon the project. Alex didn't really give a reason, but said that he never wanted to see any of the footage he had filmed ever again, and that he planned on burning all the tapes that he had. After a bit of convincing, Jay eventually managed to get Alex to give him the tapes instead, under the condition that Jay never brought them up to him ever again, to which Jay agreed, and brought the tapes home. Shortly after that, Alex moved to a different state, and Jay never heard from him ever again. He then posted a second message that included a link to a YouTube video.
I love
which
how
is a video that-
involved, like, you have to realize this was before it was a trend to make, like, these very involved horror videos, right? Like, I don't know, I just always enjoyed how involved a lot of these, or not a lot of these, but specifically the Marble Hornets videos. I love how much effort was put into them. It is kind of like the, what was it? What was the alternate thing called? There was a name for it. I don't remember. Whatever. But like the original thing, right? Where there did seem to be like a lot of effort put into like the entire series, you know, editing and like actual acting. And the Marble Hornets videos were bad, right? Like, especially by today's comparison. But I don't know. It's nice to see that people were actually putting in the effort. And I know that a lot of it was like, oftentimes, you know, like college projects or whatever. Specifically, like, you know, obviously film projects and whatever. But I don't know. It was nice to have something like this. And I think for that, if you're looking at it in that context, personally, I think that it's a very, very impressive series of videos. Because again, this is before, I mean, maybe not before necessarily, right? Like 2009, 2008, like the early 2010s. If you knew about computers, maybe even had like an Apple computer, you probably had stuff like Final Cut or whatever, especially if you were like a film student or whatever. But you know, it wasn't as widespread as it is today. Still, like nowadays, every dumbass on the internet can just make these shitty ass horror videos with their phone, and then honestly, at this point, even edit them on their phone and upload them or some shit. Like it's kind of crazy to think that this was involved. This was like effort, right? And again, that still exists today. There's still like plenty of like content creators who actually put effort into their horror stuff. But if we're being real, the vast majority of it is dog shit. Sorry to say that. But it's like, what's impressive to me is that I think if this came out today, it could still be on the same level as like the original like alternate bullshit or like the Vita Carnis stuff that was kind of interesting. Like I think it would work. Or the what is the other thing, like the Angel Engine stuff? Maybe we should watch that too, the Angel Engine stuff. I haven't like really gotten into that at all. Have you seen like some clips? I feel like maybe we could look at like Angel Engine stuff as well, because that is like also very interesting. I know that there's like some AI and stuff involved, but I don't care. If it's cool, it's cool.
It's playing on screen right now. In this video, he basically explains the whole situation again, ending it off by saying that all of this happened 3 years ago, and that Jay had been reluctant to look at the tapes ever since Alex gave them to him. However, now, 3 years later, he has finally gathered up enough courage to look at the tapes and decides he will start uploading them to YouTube in parts. This was the start of one of the most popular YouTube series ever created.
Like that it said he
Marble
lost a lot of
Hornets.
weight.
The series was written and directed by Troy Wagner and
looks
Joseph
the same.
LaRoche, and both would also star as the main characters, with Troy playing the role of Jay and Joseph playing the role of Alex. It is absolutely insane to me how only 8 days after Slenderman's creation, there were already people dedicated enough to create a fully acted out video
insane.
series
But
for the
I think
character.
what I think is that they probably had this planned in like from the start. Maybe for some other sorry, what I meant to say is I'm assuming they probably like planned out some sort of like horror series and then just like saw the thread and maybe went like, oh yeah, we should change it to Slenderman because that's popular right now. And it worked. A lot of people watched. Like you can ask like anybody who remembers that time of the internet. If you ask anybody, I think most people would be able to like go like, yeah, oh yeah, Marble Hornets, I remember.
What's even more insane to me is how big the series became. The series ran for exactly 5 years, from June 20th, 2009 to June 20th, 2014, and would get a total of 3 seasons with a combined runtime of 9 hours and 22 minutes.
It's kind of
As
crazy.
you can imagine, with a runtime that long, I'd be here all day if I wanted to discuss everything that
But like
happened in the series.
the Marble Hornets videos are not good. I gotta be like, again, I said this a couple of minutes ago, but they're not good. They're not great. They're interesting though, especially as a time capsule.
But to give you a brief summary, the series went on by continuing the story of Jay as he watches each of the tapes to try and find out what happened to Alex during the filming of his project. We quickly find out that during filming, Alex would start to frequently get stalked by the Slenderman, who in the Marble Hornets universe is called the Operator. This continuous stalking slowly causes Alex to become extremely paranoid, completely obsessed with the Operator, until practically his entire life revolved around proving the existence of and trying to capture footage of the Operator. After 2 months of doing this, in a final moment of clarity, Alex decides that he's had enough and abandons the entire project in an effort to save his sanity. This is when Alex turns the tapes over to Jay and moves to a different state. Jay then reveals that over the course of him uploading these tapes to YouTube, he's been doing his own research on the Operator for a while now, and has decided that he's going to continue the project where Alex left off. The series then goes on to follow Jay as he too slowly starts to become obsessed with the Operator, who now begins to haunt Jay as well. Again, I could fill the entire video by just talking about this series, but I'm not gonna do that. I highly recommend checking out the series for yourself if you're interested, as it's one of the most influential pieces of media ever created for the Slenderman character, and established a big part of the overall lore. Things like Static appearing when trying to film him, and his ability to drive people insane and turn them into his own little minions called proxies, were all tropes that were first introduced.
That was like a thing where heavily impacted a lot of or not a lot of the games, but especially that one big game. What was it called? Like, I actually forget what it was called. That like one really famous Slenderman game, not the first one that a lot of people played where you're just collecting the 8 pages. Was it called Slender the 8 Pages? I don't remember.
The YouTube channel that hosted the series has close to 120 million views as of me writing this, and the series would even go on to get an official DVD release and a tie-in movie.
For real?
Though I use the term tie-in very loosely here, as the movie barely has anything to do with the original series it was based on. It kind of feels like the name Marble Hornets was just slapped onto it to get fans of the original series to watch it. But even when looking at it as its own standalone thing, it's just not very good. To be completely honest with you,
it's the biggest piece of dog shit.
But despite that, I cannot give the original series enough credit for being one of the biggest contributors to Slender Man's success. It laid the groundwork for nearly every other adaptation of the character that followed. And I don't think Slender Man would have ever achieved the mainstream success that he did if it wasn't for this series. However, the found footage style that the series was filmed in, and all of the ARG elements that were implemented into the storytelling, made it way too convoluted and difficult to follow for the average viewer. Of course, internet horror fans were all over this, but the average Joe wasn't gonna watch a video on YouTube and then go over to Twitter to read some cryptic clue, and then go back to YouTube again to a completely different channel that contained even more clues that were
Also,
necessary.
by the way, very, very fucking impressive. That I'm pretty sure this was one of the first like ARG type things.
If you wanted to understand the full story. Now, in order for Slender Man to reach a wider audience, it needed to be adapted into a different medium, something that would be a little
Video
easier
game.
to understand. Something like, oh, I don't know, a video game maybe?
Oh, it was called Slender. The 8 Pages was the first one. I think this was actually terrifying to people back in the day. Well, or they were just playing it up like always, but
I'm stuck! I'm stuck! No!
Dude, you suck. You suck. You suck.
Slender the 8 Pages. Originally just named Slender without the 8 Pages subtitle, this game was revolutionary for not just indie horror games, but for the internet as a whole, which is very impressive considering how incredibly simple the game actually is. The game was released on
especially
June
by
26,
today's standards.
2012 by a studio
Although,
called Parse.
to be fair, most horror games, especially in the indie scene, are still run around and collect things. Just maybe not like this.
Tech Productions. It only had one very simple goal, which would be made known to the player immediately upon starting the game. Collect all 8 pages. When you load into the map, you find yourself in the middle of a dark forest with nothing but a flashlight in hand and your objective to find 8 pages. There's not even any music. All you can hear are crickets, the occasional owl, and the sound of your footsteps as you start looking for these pages, which you can find at various landmarks that are scattered across the map. If you follow the main path through the forest, it probably won't take you long to find your first page. These pages are made to look like the drawings Alex can be seen making of the operator in the Marble Hornets tape.
Hell yeah.
Upon collecting your first page, a low drum sound will start playing that sounds eerily similar to the Vine Boom sound effect. This is also when the Slender Man will start chasing you around the map.
Oh shit, next bot.
Slender Man will try to prevent you from collecting all the pages. You have to try and avoid him as much as possible. If you stare at him for too long, or if he gets too close to you, it's game over, as static covers your screen, and one of the most recognizable sounds in indie horror history starts to play.
Oh, and you get
After
a fucking
collecting the
seizure.
first page, Slender Man starts out a bit shy, doesn't really let his presence be known to the player. He only spawns behind you at first, just out of your line of sight, and hides behind trees and bushes. Chances are you won't even spot him until you're 2 to 3 pages into the game. However, with each page you collect, the music starts to get more and more tense, and Slender Man becomes more active and aggressive. No longer just stalking you from behind trees and bushes, but actively trying to catch you as he starts appearing right in front of you in an attempt to cut you off and block your path.
Why you bullying me?
I never noticed that he genuinely. I never noticed that he does like. I don't know if he did the tentacle thing in the original version though. I think that wasn't a thing in the original version, and then they added that later
to
on.
cut you off and block your path.
Why you bullying me?
He also becomes more aggressive the longer you go on without collecting another page. So the faster you are at collecting the pages, the easier
Oh look,
the
it's
game
this
gets.
guy.
And on top of that, your flashlight only has limited battery life and gradually gets more dim the longer you use it. You do have the option to turn the flashlight off to extend the battery life, but after exactly 15 minutes and 45 seconds of use, the flashlight dies, leaving you in complete darkness for the remainder of the game. So if that happens, you're pretty much dead already, because you can barely see 5 feet in front of you without a flashlight, making it almost impossible to find any of the remaining pages without getting lost. But with enough trial and error and a little bit of persistence, it's definitely possible to beat the game. And what if you do? What if you manage to collect all 8 pages?
You die anyway.
You get to escape the forest, or maybe an explanation as to why you were here in the first place? Does Slender Man give you free Robux?
Oh,
Nope,
I hope.
you still die. But you get to see the credits this time.
Nice.
And you unlock a daytime mode, where you can now play, well, during the day.
No shit.
But no matter what you do, the ending to the game will always remain the same. Slender Man will get you, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. And that covers pretty much everything the original Slender game has to offer. It's extremely
Slender the
simple
Arrival, I
gameplay-wise,
think
and
that's what it was
in terms
called.
of graphics, it's
Sorry, I
nothing
was
special
thinking
either.
like
To be completely honest with you,
while
it
watching
actually
this.
looks kind of bad, even for
No
2012
way.
standards. Just look at the actual Slenderman model, for example. I mean, what the hell am I even looking at? The guy looks like a Q-tip dressed for a funeral. And what are those? He's wearing flippers.
What are those?
They are my
Flippers.
Those are some pingu looking ass feet, man. Also, some of the
That's
landmarks
rude.
you can find the pages at are random as hell and don't really make any sense. Like this bathhouse, for example, that has absolutely
No, I love the
nothing in it
bathhouse. It's
except
the
for
best.
a chair.
Wow.
Or these random
Wow.
walls that are just there in the middle of a forest for seemingly no reason whatsoever. And the most random of them all, like honestly, what is the point of this tunnel? It leads absolutely nowhere. It's just on the middle of this path for no reason. Why would someone ever build this here? And why
It was
do I even
Slenderman.
care?
He built
wow.
it.
That's a great question.
Look, I just want to say that this is all in good fun. I really don't want to bash the game or anything
I
because
do.
this is all in retrospect. At the time, this game
But
was
no, like yeah,
genuinely scary.
it is like it's most fucking horror games when you look back. Like there's very very few horror games from back then where you look at them now and you go like, yeah, that was pretty decent. Like most of them just suck balls. But you know, at the time they were the best thing you would get, other than like, I don't know, playing fucking Silent Hill again for the 30th time.
And also many people, myself included, first time ever playing a horror game.
Oh, hi, Mark.
And despite its simple gameplay and presentation, this game, which was originally just made for people who were already familiar with the Slenderman lore, became a giant hit, even with people who had never even heard of Slenderman before.
What
And
is
actually, I think
Slendingman?
hit is an understatement. This game became a phenomenon in every sense of the word, especially on YouTube. I cannot overstate the impact this game had on the Let's Play genre of YouTube. I mean, Let's Plays and indie horror games were already a thing on YouTube way before Slender came out. Amnesia and Aoni, for example, were very popular indie horror games. Many
I guess
YouTubers
that's true,
started before
yeah.
that. But the release of Slender really was a turning point for the Let's Play genre.
Schlendy.
Things like the face cam, for example, really only started to become popular after the release of this game, because people wanted to see the person playing's reaction to the spooky Slender jump scare. Now, I'm not saying
Jesus,
Slender
old
invented
Markiplier
that style of
footage.
videos, but it most definitely popularized it. I mean, after Slender, pretty much every gaming YouTuber started using face cams.
Oh,
for
shit,
pretty
oh my
much
God, look
everything.
at chat.
For the most part, that's still the standard today. But the main reason I say Slender was a turning point for the Let's Play genre is because
Jack,
I feel
I
like
mean,
before
Sean,
Slender,
Jesus.
it was still kind of seen as weird to watch other people play games. At least by most people. But to me,
Well, I
the
guess
time
Jack's
around
that
Slender's
guy.
popularity kind of marks an overall social transition in a sense, at least when it comes to YouTube. YouTube was getting more and more popular each year and was slowly starting to become more mainstream. And watching and making gaming videos, and I guess YouTube videos in general, was starting to no longer be seen as a waste of time, but it was instead starting to get seen as a normal hobby, and in some cases even an actual viable career choice. The Let's Play genre was already slowly on the rise because of this, and the massive success of Slanted the 8 Pages gave the genre a massive popularity
Slanted the
boost
8
that
Pages.
introduced it to a more mainstream audience. And I genuinely don't think a game like Five Nights at Freddy's would have ever seen the success
No,
that
no
it
way,
did
no
if it
way.
wasn't for the
Like
success of
it
Slanted the 8
genuinely,
Pages.
Slender existing is the catalyst for, I think, really like 99% of horror games that we have today. No joke. There's no way that game wasn't like sort of a starting point. Like again, yes, things like Aoni existed, and whatever, but like Slender was the first one that really got people into like the horror stuff and the Let's Play stuff as well. And again, you know, without a lot of like YouTube Let's Play shit, we wouldn't have a lot of the content that we have today, which might be a good thing, but who knows?
And the way it helped shape and popularize the Let's Play genre on YouTube. Now again, I'm not claiming that Slender is solely responsible for creating the Let's Play genre or
No,
the current
but,
Let's
like,
Play format, but it probably wouldn't be the way it is today
heavily,
if it wasn't for this
still
game.
heavily
the game also
influenced
gave
it.
a huge boost to many YouTubers' careers, who would later go on to become household names, like PewDiePie for example, who got his first viral video from playing this game. And just as much of an impact as Slender had on the overall YouTube landscape, it had on the indie horror game landscape as well. I don't think there's a single game in history before the release of Slender that managed to spawn as many fan games and clones as this game did. I mean, I know the amount of fan games Five Nights at Freddy's got makes the amount that Slender did seem like child's play in comparison, but that was a few years after. This was really the first time in internet history where a game became so popular that so many fan games and parodies were created for it. Some of these fan games kind of served as updates or expansions to the base game, by keeping the gameplay and mechanics the exact same as the 8 pages, but creating new maps for it. Sanatorium, Hospice, and Elementary, for example, were some of the most popular maps. But most of these games were just shitty, low-effort parody games that were borderline shitposts. Or in some cases, just literally shitposts.
Wait. Oh, I remember this one.
There were some genuinely good ones that had some actual thought and effort put into them. Like Slendercraft, for example, which takes place in a recreation of the original 8 pages map, but in a Minecraft style. And instead of a flashlight, you now start the game off with a torch and must collect crafting materials on top of the 8 pages, which you can use to craft a flashlight and get rid of your torch. I think that's a very creative way to implement actual Minecraft mechanics into the game, and helps it stand out from other fan games that are usually really nothing more than glorified reskins. Another fan game that really stands out is, of course, Slendy
Hell yeah.
a series to which I personally owe a lot, as the video of me playing through the series pretty much kickstarted my channel. What makes Slendytubbies so unique is that it isn't just a single game, but an entire series with its own lore and everything. While the first game in the series probably falls under the shitpost banner...
No, come on.
Huh? The second game is actually really enjoyable.
So good.
It has multiple maps to choose from, most of which have custom enemies of mutated Teletubbies. And the third game has an hour-long story mode campaign with boss fights, dialogue options, and it even has an online multiplayer mode. It's actually insane for a parody game. Slendytubbies is probably the most popular Slendy
I didn't even know that. What the hell?
I recommend checking it out for yourself.
You think a Slendytubbies 3 community is still around?
Already. Anyway, a big
He was
reason
still playing
as to why
that.
so many fan games were being made in such a short amount of time is,
Yo,
of
he's
course, because
spinning.
of how popular Slender
What the
Pages
fuck?
was on YouTube. Every gaming YouTuber at the time just kept cranking
And everyone
out
gotta use the
video
bathroom in
after
a
video
second.
of just them playing these parody games, and everyone just kept watching them. It was easy money for them. And Slendy didn't limit himself to just gaming videos.
It was such a different time.
He was literally everywhere. He started making
Alright, I will
appearances
actually go to the bathroom right now because I really need to, so I'll be right back. Alright, let's keep rolling. That was a good piss, man. That was a great piss, actually. Alright.
Comic-Cons, and everyone just kept watching them. It was easy money for them. And Slendy didn't limit himself to just gaming videos. Oh no, he was literally everywhere. He started making appearances at Comic-Cons and on your mom's Facebook wall, in a bunch of clothing stores.
Hell
there was
yeah.
no getting around this guy. People started dressing up as Slender Man, and all kinds of parody videos featuring the character were being made on the daily. Like seriously, anyone who sold white morph suits during that time could wipe their ass with $100 bills, because they were making big bucks. This really was the peak of Slender Man's popularity.
Oh, God.
Almost every day, new Slender Man related content was being released. Games, skits, song parodies, you name it. And it all happened because of one simple game. The developers of Slender the 8 Pages, Parsec Productions, were very quick to notice their game's rising popularity and began working on a sequel pretty much immediately after. The game was going to be a direct sequel to the 8 Pages and was going to have an actual story.
I never
this time
got
around.
this
It
one.
was
I
being
never
developed in
understood the story of
collaboration
this
with
one.
Blue Isle Studios and the original creator of Slender Man himself, Victor Surge. This was going to be the first, and unbeknownst to anyone at the time also the last, big budget, full studio video game adaptation of Slender Man. And with the insane popularity of Slender the 8 Pages, and now even the original creator of Slender Man involved in the writing and production of the game,
He looks like the guy
automatically
who would
making
create
it an
Slender,
actual
honestly.
canon part of the Slender lore, this game just
Whatever
had the
that
most
means.
perfect setup to become a massive, surefire hit. Only it wasn't. But before I actually start talking about this game, I feel like this is a perfect moment for me to clear something up first. At the beginning of my Slendytubbies video, one of the first things I said was this. There was this game that everyone played, then there was this game that no one played, and a lot of people took that as me saying that the game was bad, or that it was a giant flop or something, which it definitely wasn't, financially speaking. And I obviously didn't mean it literally when I said that no one played it. That was just me trying to be funny. But let's be honest here.
Trying
Slender the
to
Arrival didn't
use
even come
hyperbole on
close
the
to
internet in
popularity
2026.
and the lasting impact that Slender the 8 Pages had, even though it had the most perfect setup to do just that, which is why I made that joke. Now, to be fair, while the game certainly has its flaws, which I'm definitely going to discuss in a minute here, this really isn't fully the developer's fault, as a lot of factors for why that happened were completely out of their control. But before I go into all that,
I think
let's
this
take a
game
look
just
at the
kind of
actual
came out,
game
if I
first.
remember correctly, this game just kind of came out too late for the Slender hype. I think by the time this came out, it was already over.
March 26, 2013, exactly 9 months after the release of Slender the 8
Oh, never mind,
Pages.
okay.
Let's start by briefly going over the new story that was written especially for this game. Now, same as I did with Marble Hornets, I'm not going to go into too much detail as that would simply take too long. But if you want a more in-depth explanation of the story after this, I highly recommend this video by Super Horror Bro, which I'll link in the description.
Maybe we should watch
I also quickly want
that.
to mention that I'll only be discussing
'Cause I
the
literally
original
never got
version
the
of
story of that
from when it was
game.
first released, and not any of the later updates or content that was
very,
added post-launch.
very,
Mostly
like,
because I'm also going to be discussing the
confusing.
overall reception of the game upon its release, and the impact it had on Slenderman's legacy. And I don't feel like any updates added after all of that are relevant to that discussion. So yeah, I felt like that was important to mention before going into this. I do actually plan on making a video after this about the Arrival as a whole, including all of its updates and post-launch content, because I do have a lot to say about that, but for this video, I'll be discussing the original release version of the game only. Alright, with that said, here we go.
Yeah, I
In the
didn't even
game,
know
we
they
play
added
as a
new
woman
stuff.
called Lauren, who's about to go visit her best friend Kate. Kate unfortunately lost her mother recently.
Oh, I
Because of
was
that,
gonna
has
say
now
Kate
inherited
unfortunately
their childhood
died.
home. She has decided that she wants to sell it, and has asked Lauren for help with selling the house and packing things up. When Lauren arrives at the house, however, she finds the place completely trashed, and Kate nowhere to be
Pretty
found.
good.
Upon investigating further, she discovers that Kate's entire bedroom is covered with pages full of insane ramblings and multiple drawings of a strange and mysterious tall figure who appears to have been stalking Kate. Spoiler alert! It was the Slender Man.
Holy
yeah, I bet you didn't see
seating.
that one coming, did ya? Lauren then hears a scream coming from the woods, and thinking it might be Kate's, she decides to head into the woods to try and find her friend.
No, she'll be fine. It's okay.
Throughout the course of the game, she eventually starts to get hunted by
Hello
Slender Man
there.
herself, along with some other strange creature wearing a hoodie and a mask, who appears to be aiding him. Eventually, Lauren gets led into a trap and gets knocked unconscious. When she wakes up,
Who the fuck
she
was
finds
that?
herself in the basement of an old burned-down house. After making her way upstairs, she finally finds her friend Kate, who's quietly sobbing in a dark corner of the house. When Lauren approaches her, she suddenly transforms into the masked creature that was trying to hunt her down earlier and attacks Lauren, revealing that this creature was Kate all along, and that she has been turned into one of Slenderman's proxies. The game then ends with a cutscene of Lauren being dragged away, presumably either having been killed or also about to be turned into another proxy for the Slenderman.
Okay. I guess.
And that's a
story
very
wasn't
summed
that-
up version of Slender the Arrival's story. Personally, I think the story is fine for what the game is, and I especially like how it doesn't go into Slenderman's backstory at all, or try to explain his motives or anything like
Yeah.
that. That way, Slenderman remains this mysterious and unpredictable entity.
That's like
whose
one of the
motives are-
things that today in today's horror stuff is so annoying because they try to explain every single thing, and the more you explain a horror thing, the less scary it becomes automatically, because when you start to understand the thing, the story can be cool, even though usually it isn't, because it just boils down to we kidnapped orphans and turned them into demon spawn, but it can be interesting when you give like some pointers but don't explain everything. The problem is when you over explain something, which happens a lot, it just stops being scary. And sure, you know, like I said, it can be interesting. But the issue is that like you focus less on the horror and more of the story behind it, and that sort of like ruins it for me particularly too.
completely unknown to anyone but himself, and I believe Slenderman works best that way.
I think
There
so,
have
too.
been a few
I agree
attempts
with that
over
for
the
sure.
years to give Slenderman a backstory, and
But
it just
they
never
all
really
suck.
seems to work for one reason or another. The most notorious attempt is probably the one from a fan game called Haunted Memories, in which Slenderman was once a man named Mark Slender, which is already a little on the nose if you ask me, who was burned alive inside of a bunker by German soldiers
Yo,
during
holy,
World War II.
why did
which
they
then
should have just called him John Slender, honestly.
somehow caused him to become the Slenderman.
Sorry,
which
what was
is
that?
by German soldiers during World War II, which then somehow caused him to become the Slenderman.
Okay.
Which is of course just dumb and no one liked that. So I appreciate the fact that they didn't try to do anything similar in Slender the Arrival. Another thing about the game I really liked was the atmosphere. It's easily the game's strongest point in my opinion. One of my favorite things about the game is that while playing, you'll often hear stuff like footsteps or things rustling in bushes behind or next to you, even though there's absolutely nothing there when you look.
I mean, that's not true though, because sometimes there actually is something there, and it kills you.
It does a really good job at keeping you tense and never making you feel safe, which I absolutely love. But that also brings me right into what is probably my biggest personal grievance with this game. And that's that to me, it often feels like the game actively tries to take you out of its immersion as much as it possibly can. And one of the biggest ways it unfortunately manages to do that for me is through the game's use of collectibles.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
See, Slender the Arrival doesn't actually
For real,
tell you
though.
its story straight up, but instead does so through a bunch of collectibles that are scattered throughout the game. These
Have you seen
collectibles are
this
things
child?
like letters and
No, you have.
emails and newspaper clippings and stuff like that, and most of them make little to no sense whatsoever just by themselves. But if you take all of them and put them into context of one another, you'll be able to piece together the backstory of what happened prior to Lauren arriving at Kate's house, which is where the game starts. And with that added context, you're then able to understand what's going on throughout the events of the actual game itself. Now, what's the problem with this? Well, the problem is that most people don't give a shit about collectibles. And because collecting them all is pretty much a requirement if you want to understand literally anything that happens in the game, most people, including myself when I first played it back in the day, will have absolutely zero clue what is even happening throughout the entirety of the game. It just puts you in a bunch of random scenarios, refuses to elaborate on any of them, and before you know it, the game's
Very
over.
chat-esque.
It doesn't even tell you something as basic as who it is that you're playing as, or whose house it is that you're visiting at the beginning
Yeah,
of the game.
that
You
was
can
one of those things that like when I played this a couple times with friends and whatever, we literally never understood like who we are, why things are happening. We just assumed that it was like there's some game or I don't know if it was a game actually, if it was like some series where the main character kept changing depending on who was recording something. And for the longest time I thought that like it was something like that. Even though in reality it's literally just you the entire way through. Genuinely. And it's so weird. I don't know. And it didn't explain anything. Which at least the baseline of what the plot is would be cool, or would have been cool, but yeah. I think that's why a lot of people either didn't like this game or didn't understand it. Because it was basically just Slender again, but you're collecting other things that aren't just pages, except when you're collecting pages again.
only learn that through these collectibles. Now, to go back to my original point, why does this ruin the immersion of the game? Well, because you're practically forced to stop playing it every time you enter a new area, and either start roaming around aimlessly looking for these things, or exit the game and pull up a guide on like YouTube or something. And while that mysterious way of storytelling may work for a game like Five Nights at Freddy's, for example, where the story is more of a secondary bonus thing and not really the main focus of the game, for a game that has an actual dedicated story...
Like, on the other hand, though, with FNAF, the difference is that you're not bumbling around a map trying to randomly find stuff. You have like a set amount of things in your room and a set amount of things you can do, and if you just like play around a little bit, you figure that stuff out. Whereas with something like this, where you have to go out of your way to collect these things, which for example is also like a huge issue I have with like Poppy Playtime, for example, or to a lesser extent, Ban Ban. Because, like, the issue that I have is that to understand the entirety of the story, you have to take detours that, you know, you could argue, like, you might not have to get on your first time playing. However, I don't know how many people there are who are really going back to replay the same chapter of Poppy Playtime over and over again, right? Like, I don't doubt there are. I'm sure there are people who are such fans that they want to go and find everything in the games, but the average person isn't going to do that. And the average fan of the game also doesn't do that. They just watch Markiplier play it and then, like, look at a compilation of all the secret info or whatever on YouTube. But like I said, like with FNAF, or at least in the early games, you weren't like walking around a gigantic map or even just a medium-sized map where you could randomly find whatever the hell you were trying to look for. And I think that's a huge issue in general, because it's just it just takes you out of the immersion, right? Like, a story should be told as you're playing the game, and everything that is extra, everything that is like extra lore bits shouldn't be required to understand the basic gist of the story. I can take it if it's something like, okay, to understand the entire concept of the entire story, you have to find all of the research notes or whatever. I get that part, right? Or like if you want to have all the backstory on all of the characters and whatnot, I think that's fine. But personally, if your game or if your story requires the player to find literally everything at all points, like everywhere, I don't think it works. And that's like it's a big issue with like modern indie horror, is that they want to again rely on information written into random pages that you can find in a level, when in reality the writing should be strong enough to where if somebody is like attentive enough, they can understand the story and can understand the general plot line of everything without having to find all the extra stuff. I don't know. Maybe that's just my opinion. Some people like, and I also enjoy the aspect of like finding, you know, like log files that tell you specific things about the story or whatever. I think that's fine. But like, I don't know. Like I said, like specifically Poppy Playtime comes to mind because they rely so heavily on storytelling through documents, and I think that's bullshit, especially in today. Like, I get it for games that are like very low budget and where you might not be able to like get a voice actor or might not be able to fit everything of the story in. I get that there, but for like games with a bigger budget, I don't think that's okay to like try and tell the story through written documents in the game. I think that's lazy in that regard. But hey, it is what it is. And I know that, like, Poppy Playtime, for example, does it also through, like, the colored tapes. But those are also, like, insane to find. On the other hand, for example, like, where I think it's done pretty well is, like, Amanda the Adventurer, right? Where there's a story unfolding, and you already understand, like, a little bit of how things came to be, but then the tapes just kind of serve as a confirmation of what's happening, right? It's more so like, okay, you were on the right track, and then here, like, is an in-depth explanation of what, why, where, when happened. And I know that to a degree, Poppy Playtime does that too. But especially the latest 2 chapters, like 4 and 5, seemed like they were kind of heavily relying on like finding the bonus stuff to understand the full story, and I don't like that. I don't enjoy that. I think the story should be told throughout playing it, and then all the extra stuff should just be like extra information that can maybe sometimes recontextualize stuff within the story, or at least like serve to add a little bit more context. I don't think it should be the entire story and these like secret files and whatever. And this is, I'm just saying this because this game, funnily enough, also has that kind of stuff. But I think to some extent, it's okay-ish, because while the game did have like a pretty big budget, obviously, I don't think it had enough of a budget to like really fit everything in. On the other hand, though, it was a pretty big budget game, and so it could have easily done that by just, I don't know, removing the section where you have to turn on 70 generators.
Mode like Slender the Arrival has, that just doesn't work. Because what's the point of playing through a game's story mode if it's not even going to tell you the actual story?
Exactly.
What I think it should have done instead was the same thing that Slendytubbies 3 did for its story mode. And before anyone asks, yes, I am about to unironically use a Slendytubby game as an example to criticize a game made by an actual professional game studio. Deal with it. Slendytubbies 3 opens up with a small bit of text that in only a few sentences sets up the game's world and gives you just enough lore information for you to understand the scenario you're about to be put in and play through. And then it keeps doing that at the beginning of every chapter. If The Arrival did something similar to that and only included extra details about the story and its collectibles for those who wanted to find out more about the game's lore, like most games do, I wouldn't have a problem with any of it. But unfortunately, it didn't do that, and that makes me sad. Some other big points of criticism the game received were that it was too short, which I'd say is fair. On average, it only takes about 90 minutes to play through the story mode, and there's even an achievement you can unlock if you manage to beat the game in only 45 minutes, which I don't know if that's an achievement, man. That's just kinda sad. Another big one was that the game was very repetitive, which, yeah, I'd say is also fair. It didn't really do much to expand on the gameplay ideas of the original Slender the 8 pages, and a lot of its sections boiled down to really nothing more than some kind of variation of find all the pages. Turn on all generators, close all the windows, or just literally find 8 pages. Twice. And when your game is only about 90 minutes long, having like 5 sections of what are basically just variations of the exact same gameplay idea can definitely make it feel repetitive. Now, to be fair to the game, it was sold for only $10 and was made in only 9 months' time. So I'd say it was very fairly priced for what you ended up getting. But that doesn't change the fact that a lot of people, myself included, were just expecting a little more. This was, after all, a game made by an actual game studio and had some pretty high expectations to meet after the phenomenon that was Slender the 8 pages. And whether it was fair or not in retrospect, a lot of people were just left a little disappointed after playing it.
He's just standing there, menacingly.
So yeah, like I said at the beginning of this segment, Slender the Arrival definitely has its fair share of flaws. But I also said that there were some other factors as to why this game didn't reach the same amount of popularity as Slender the 8 pages did. Factors that were completely out of the developer's control. And the biggest one of these is simply the fact that by the time The Arrival released, most people were just tired of seeing Slenderman everywhere.
Okay, so I was right. Well, it's you know, it's kind of the same, or not maybe the same thing as today, but a similar thing as today, right? It's like you had something and it went on for too long and there was too much of it at the same time for too long of a time, And then, you know, it came out and people were like, yeah, okay, we can move on from Slender now, especially because The Arrival was just sort of not the same thing as 8 Pages, but it was very, very similar, right? There wasn't that much like new stuff in there.
I'm absolutely certain that the game's developers worked their asses off to get the game out in only 9 months' time.
Yeah,
but
for
as
sure.
has always been the case with most things, when something becomes popular as quickly as Slender did, it usually loses that popularity again just as fast as it was gained.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for the developers, a lot of people had already moved on to the next big thing by the time the game dropped. And while there were more than enough people who were still interested in the Slender Man, and the game wasn't a financial failure by any means, I'm sure it wasn't as successful as the developers had hoped coming off the success of the 8 Pages. I also feel that the insane growth of the entire Let's Play genre on YouTube during this time created a new type of audience that just wanted to watch their favorite YouTuber play scary games that they otherwise never would have played, let alone bought themselves. They were never going to actually buy a game like The Arrival. They just wanted to see a PewDiePie or a Markiplier get scared while playing it. They were interested in the YouTuber they watched, but that didn't always mean that they were also interested in the games they played,
Yeah, it's
which
true.
often resulted in
And
interesting games and-
especially with something like a story focused horror game where if you watch the entire series, you will literally get the same experience as if you just played it yourself without the frustration of having to play it yourself. You're probably not going to buy the game.
much larger than it actually was. And on top of that, Slender the 8 Pages was completely free, whereas Slender the Arrival cost $10, which automatically meant that the player base was going to be much smaller because of that. I genuinely believe that if Slender the 8 Pages had cost $5, it never would have reached the hype that it did now that it was free.
Yes, 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 yes. No, 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 fuck.
But whatever the reasons may be, the game received very mixed reviews from both fans and critics alike, with some absolutely loving it and others absolutely hating it. I personally fall somewhere in the middle. I definitely don't hate the game. I think there are a lot of things it does really well, and it's easily the best Slender game out there. And since it was sold for only $10, I feel like I can't really complain too much. But to be completely honest, I'm not exactly a fan either. I had hoped that replaying the game for this video all these years later would change my opinion on it, but even after doing so, I just can't help but feel a little disappointed. I think that the game just could have been so much more than what it eventually ended up being. Also, in case any of you watching weren't aware yet, last year the game received a free update for its 10th anniversary. They pretty much remade the entire game and gave it a complete visual overhaul. And I believe they're even planning to add a multiplayer mode and mod tools to the game that allow you to create your own custom levels. So if you feel the urge to go back and replay The Arrival after this, then I'd say now is a better time than ever. Unfortunately though, as genuinely awesome as these updates are, it's not going to change how the game was received back when it first came out. As for most people, when they think of Slender Man, they think of the 8 Pages, and not The Arrival. And that really should have been the other way around. Ultimately, people are quickly starting to lose interest in Slender
usually
Man.
you will
And while
always
the game
think about the
definitely was
first
a
one.
financial success, it failed to revive overall public interest in the Slender Man character, who continued to lose popularity by the day. While he definitely still had his fair share of fans, his decreasing popularity over the years that followed really meant the beginning of the end for the character.
Oh no, the guy.
Then, on May 31st, 2014, something happened that, to this very day, I still can't believe actually happened in real life. Honestly, when I first read about this, I thought it was a joke or meant to be satire or something, but unfortunately, it was very real. On May 31st, 2014, in Waukesha, Wisconsin, two 12-year-old girls, Morgan and Anissa, lured their friend Peyton into the woods after a sleepover, stabbed her 19 times, and left her there. Peyton, who was also only 12 at the time, managed to crawl to a nearby road, where she was found by a passing cyclist, who immediately contacted emergency services. Luckily, both attackers were quickly arrested, and Peyton managed to make a full recovery.
Hell yeah.
Now, those of you who have never heard this story before might be thinking, what does this have to do with Slender Man? Well, during police questioning, the two girls said that they didn't actually want to kill Peyton, but believed they had to in order to save them and their families from getting killed by the Slender Man.
Oh,
yes, I'm not kidding.
There's this website called the Creepypasta Wiki. Okay. It's full of like horror stories that are meant to purposely scare you.
Right.
And there's one of them called Slender Man.
Because they believed that they and their families were being targeted by the Slender Man, their plan was to offer themselves up to him to become his proxies, which they hoped in turn would cause Slender Man to leave their families alone. But before they could do that, they had to prove themselves worthy first, which is why they tried to
Nice
kill
anime
Peyton,
drawing.
or Bella as they nicknamed her.
He has these proxies or servants, as people call them. Morgan said, "Hey, Anissa, we should be proxies." And I was like, "Okay, how would we do that?" She said, "We have to."
How do you, like, if you're the interrogator, how do you not just, like, go immediately, like, okay, yeah, you're insane upon hearing this? Like, this just literally, like, you just immediately go, like, yeah, you're fucking off your goddamn rocker. You're going to jail. Or, like, a mental institution, maybe. More helpful.
Kill Bella because we had to supposedly prove ourselves worthy to Slender.
Like
The
I said, when I
Schlending
first heard about
to
this,
Mark
I thought it was supposed to be something
Drawn
satirical, just
Slender.
because of the sheer ridiculousness of it all. But unfortunately, it was very real and incredibly tragic.
I mean, at least
Understandably
fucking
this
the
story
girl
made
survived,
international
right?
news. But what a lot of media really wanted to focus on wasn't necessarily the case itself, but more so this mysterious Slender Man and how dangerous he supposedly was.
Right.
Motive, say police, to win the
Blame the internet. Blame the video games made her kill. Even though it's funny because, like, they literally said that it was the blog post and not the video game.
favor of a fictional internet horror character called Slenderman, who the girls found on the horror fantasy website creepypasta.wikia.com.
And due to many people now learning about Slender Man, and by extension,
Whack how this makes the news in the US, huh? Crazy shit. What we got here? We got Suicide Squidward. We got Satan, I think. We have Dead Mickey. We have I'm Scared. I think the Rake is somewhere in here. I think there's a Mothman, there's a clown, there's a Scarecrow. I'm sure there's a Jeff the Bing Bong in here somewhere. There's a red guy. There's another red guy. There's a Peanut Man. Yeah, there's a pig boy. There's a skeleton. I don't know who the fuck the skeleton is, but okay. There's Ben. There's Smile Dog. Is that Angelica from Rugrat? Who's that guy? Who's the red dude like above I'm Scared? Who's that guy? That's just a regular man. That's just Jimmy. Yo, holy shit. Jimmy. Vai hier. What the fuck? Vai Jimmy. What? There's like an apple. There's a weird apple. I don't really understand that one. There's Blue Guy. Never seen Blue Guy in my entire life. There's the Tails doll, which I never really understood that one. Although I think that one was just like was that a like some Sonic EXE shit, I think. Yeah, the gang's all here. The gang's all here.
creepypastas in general, for the first time through the horrible and frankly dishonest way they were being portrayed on the news, public perception of Slender Man quickly turned from him being a silly internet meme to him now being the symbol of some strange online cult with the ability to turn your kids into murderers, which caused many concerned parents to start mass monitoring their kids' online activity to make sure that they stayed away from these oh so dangerous creepypastas.
Oh no.
The creepypasta wiki in particular, which was mentioned multiple times during the girls' police questionings, started receiving heavy criticism from people who claimed that the site was responsible for publishing and spreading the information that caused these girls to become obsessed with the Slender Man.
Yeah, or alternatively, you could also just say that like maybe 12-year-old girls shouldn't just be on the internet unsupervised, but hey, let's blame the site.
And that it was therefore at least partially responsible for what happened to Peyton. and many people even blamed the site directly for the incident and wanted the entire website banned altogether. This got so out of hand that the Creepypasta Wiki eventually had to issue a public statement in which they said, all of the works presented on this wiki and other sites, including works like Slenderman, Jeff the Killer, Ben Drowned, Sonic.exe, etc., are fictional stories and characters.
Well, duh.
Now, I'm not going to read the full statement, but I will put it on screen, so if you want to, you can pause the video here and read the full thing yourself. But they ended off by saying, there is a line between fiction and reality, and it is up to you to realize where that line is. We are a literature site, not a crazy satanic cult. Honestly, the fact that this even needed to be said, and that all of this actually happened in real life over a creepypasta character of all things, is still to this day just absolutely insane.
I don't know. I feel like they might have just, honestly, I feel like they might have just been bullshitting. I feel like they were just insane, and they decided like, hey, if we get caught, then the Slender Man is our story. I don't know. I mean, you never know, but I don't know. I feel like they were just bullshitting.
However, due to all of this, creepypastas in general were now kind of seen as something evil by the general public. And if you brought up the topic of creepypastas around other people, they'd often directly associate it with this incident and get uncomfortable. Creepypastas kind of became a taboo topic, especially Slenderman. I mean, people started treating him like freaking Voldemort. We do not speak his name. Like, if people heard you talking about Slenderman, they'd look at you as if they just overheard you saying that you invited Bill Cosby to your kid's birthday party. It was absolutely ridiculous. But as with any nationwide moral panic and controversy like this, most people eventually forgot about creepypastas again and moved
nationwide,
on to the next
it's true,
one.
I guess.
But unfortunately for Slenderman, the damage was already done, and his name would forever be associated with this tragic incident. Many projects involving the Slenderman character were cancelled after this in fear of receiving backlash, and it kind of meant the end for the character. However, many fans still remained a little sliver of hope that one day people would just forget about this whole thing, and new Slenderman-related media would start to come out again.
Didn't they want to like literally make a movie about that whole thing?
We're right. Unfortunately. On August 10th, 2018, Sony released a movie about Slenderman, simply titled Slender Man. And it was a complete disaster. So sorry in advance to all the 3 people watching who actually like this movie, but I'm just letting you know, I'm not one of you. Everything about this movie just sucks. The writing and dialogue.
It's top secret.
Oh, I see. A circle jerk?
Oh, it's her. It's her. She's from the fucking Wishbox movie that I forget the name of right now. You know, the Chinese Wishbox. Why is she always in like dog water horror movies? What's her name anyway? I forget. I don't care.
Oh, I see. A circle jerk?
She calls someone Smegma at some point though.
Yikes.
The editing, it's just no bueno. Well, let's start by briefly going over the plot first. There's this group of 4 teenage girls who are best friends. One night, they're hanging out together, watching porn, as teenagers obviously do whenever they hang out.
Based.
She likes that. Oh my god!
Until one of them brings up the Slender Man, a mysterious mythical
Have you heard of
creature
this
that makes people
Slending Man?
disappear.
And then they
try to
watch
find some
Slender Man
info about
porn.
him online, and eventually stumble upon a forum website that contains a link to a video that supposedly summons the Slender Man.
him.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't remember being able to summon him was ever established to be a thing anywhere prior to this movie. I mean, who does he think he is anyway? A Bloody Mary or something? Get out of here, man. The video instructs them to close their eyes once they hear a bell ring, and only to reopen them once they hear a third bell ring. The video starts off with a couple of random shots of a dark forest. Then a bell rings, they close their eyes. Then there are some more shots of a forest, which are actually kind of pointless when you think about it, because you're supposed to have your eyes closed anyway at that moment, before eventually a third bell rings. And when the girls open their eyes again, Slenderman himself makes a brief second cameo in the video before it cuts to a seizure-inducing edit of flashing images that would feel right at home in an EXE game. And most of these images don't really seem to have anything to do with Slenderman whatsoever. But like the Illuminati logo, for example.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Why is that even in here? It feels like they were trying way too hard to be edgy in this movie. I mean, you might as well have just put the Jeff the Killer image or like Smile Dog or something in there for good measure. Anyway, then the video ends and they're all just sitting there, speechless and confused about what they just watched.
Also, it's
but
just
the girls weren't the only ones who were
getting
confused at that point, because so was I. This Slenderman summoning video is brought up a couple more times after this, and throughout the entire movie, I just couldn't help but think, who filmed this? Who? I mean, Slenderman himself makes an actual physical appearance in the video, right?
Hello
So,
there.
did he film this himself?
Yes.
Like, did he have a tripod or a selfie stick or something to film this with? Or did he hire someone to make him a promo video? I'm genuinely confused here. It makes no sense. Anyway, the rest of the film then follows these 4 girls as they slowly start to go insane and become obsessed with the Slenderman, until he eventually starts picking them off one by one and takes them. Or at least he takes 3 of them, and the other one he turns into zombie Michael Jackson from the Thriller music video.
That's
Also,
rude.
like I said, this movie has some of the worst CGI I've ever seen in a horror movie. There's this one scene where one of the girls is making out with her crush on the couch, and then she starts hallucinating, and the guy's face becomes all distorted and twisted.
Stop yelling!
I genuinely can't believe that this scene made it into the final cut of the movie. It's actually that bad. There are also a whole bunch of scenes that are just edited in a weird way and don't really seem to make any sense. The Slenderman summoning video again is a perfect example of that, where a scene is just filled with random and completely unrelated imagery that seems to just be there to try and make it edgy. There's another scene where one of the girls is having some kind of vision in her head, and it shows this.
Chaos reigns.
I mean, what even is this? This scene looks like one of those edgy video art projects people claim to have found on the deep web. But my absolute favorite scene in the entire movie has to be the one where Slenderman turns into a giant-ass spider and starts chasing one of the girls. I don't know where that was ever stated to be one of his abilities, but that's pretty fucking cool, man. He should really do that more
he does
often.
a Pennywise.
Something I did like about the movie was how it showed the original Slenderman image from Victor Surge when the girls were looking for evidence of the Slenderman. That was a cool Easter egg I spotted. Also, throughout the entire movie, you can hear a bell whenever Slenderman shows up.
Slenderman.
And while I really don't think it was intentional, it kind of reminded me of the ambience music from Slenderman's Shadow after you've collected a couple of pages.
Oh.
Again, I highly doubt that was intentional, but I'll give it a free point just for that reason. Overall, the movie was a giant flop and really killed any possible hope that still remained of the Slenderman character ever making a comeback. It
Nobody
was met
liked
with
him.
Terrible reviews from both fans.
It
and
was
critics
dog.
alike,
I've seen it.
with a
It was
reviewer
dog
by
shit.
the name of Carly Velacci beautifully describing the film as
a nail in the coffin of a dying fandom.
And my personal favorite one being from David Ehrlich, who in his review said, Slenderman aspires to be for the YouTube generation what The Ring was for the VHS generation. But there's one fundamental difference that sets these two movies apart, and that's that The Ring was good, and Slenderman is terrible.
I mean, that
Now,
depends
honestly, I
on
have
which
nothing
one
to
we're
add to
talking
that.
about, because there's
Slenderman
multiple of those
completely
too.
faded from the public conscience after this movie was released, and unfortunately still, to this very day, has never been able to recover. Slenderman, without a doubt, has one of the most interesting backstories of any internet horror character ever. While characters like Freddy Fazbear, or pretty much any creepypasta character in history, were always designed and written with the intent and hope that they would one day become popular online, Slenderman was created for a simple Photoshop competition for a fairly niche group of people. He was never created with the intent to become the viral sensation that he did. It just kind of happened by accident.
I mean, things
which makes his
seldom
story
do, I
extra
think.
special.
It was,
but that
I
only
think,
makes
because of Schlending, I think that's like the reason why a lot of these creepypastas were created in the first place, right? And I can definitely say, like, yeah, you know, when those came out, I think most people wanted to write something to, because they saw that, like, oh, you know, oh, this guy is getting a lot of moolah, a lot of good clickies on the interweb. And then they wanted to, you know, like, create something similar so that it would happen for them too. But realistically, obviously that wasn't, I mean, it happened for a while for some of them. Like, I know Jeff Zesmeller for a long time was very popular. Sonic EXE, I don't know if you could say was ever really popular. I know that, like, there's a billion EXE games, but I think most people agree that the general the majority of EXE games is just shit. I don't think you can really say that there's a lot of good ones. And yeah, I mean, everything else is just kind of stinky, I guess. But let's see.
It's even more unfortunate that his story has such an incredibly sad ending. The impact that Slenderman had on internet culture and indie horror gaming cannot be overstated. But despite his viral success, people never really seemed to be able to figure out what to do with the character and where to take him next. He never really evolved much as a character.
The thing is, like, where do you take him? Welcome, Pain. Where do you take Schlending? Because there's like, I think, which is kind of like the issue where you've really neglected to write yourself into a corner, is that we don't know anything about Schlendingman other than the fact that he drives people crazy and that he kills you. That's kind of it, right? So you couldn't really expand on him a lot besides what already happened, which is like the whole proxy stuff. But in and of himself, like, there wasn't really a lot you could do without completely fundamentally changing what the character was, because really what do you do with him? And I think that's fine because, you know, back then he was a big deal, but then other things came and replaced him, and I think that's fine. I think for the most part there isn't really like it's one of those things where you look back at Schlending and you say, like, okay, that was encapsulating it in its own, like, time of popularity. It was cool for the time. And then now we just look at it as, like, the birthplace of you know, I guess modern horror. I have a weird question. I'm not gonna show my balls on stream, sorry.
After he initially became popular, and his games especially always seem to boil down to the same few gameplay ideas. There have been some genuine attempts over the years, but not a single project involving the Slenderman character has ever been able to reach the same viral success as Slender the 8 Pages did all the way back in 2012. People seem to just kind of be tired of the character after they were done turning him into a giant meme. And that, followed up by
it
a
was like,
crime committee
it was
announcement
overdone
that
at some
turned him
point,
into a
right?
taboo topic
Oh,
amongst
Jesus.
the general public, and then a terrible movie release a few years after that, which killed any possible interest anyone still might have had.
It was
left in
just
the
done
character,
with.
are the exact reasons for why Slenderman.
And I think if there's anything, that it just goes to show that sometimes it's good when things die off, because I don't think you could bring this back in the same way as it was back then. Like, if you think we could watch the last episode of Digital Circus on the 19th of June live? I don't know if I'll be here, to be honest with you. What is that day anyway? The 19th of June. That's a Friday. I don't know, maybe we can. If I'm actually here. I don't know if we have a vacation plan on that day.
Into irrelevancy.
That was cool.
Hey, if you made it all the way to the end of this
That
video,
was a cool
thank you
little-
so much for watching.
I like that video.
If you enjoyed this video, then you might enjoy some of
The
my other videos as well,
Remster.
so be sure to check them out here. Don't forget to
That
like.
was a nice little video. I enjoyed that a lot. Okay, let's see. Mother judges your woods. This better not be one of those gay videos where people just go like, "Oh, I would," and then it's just a regular fucking lady. But yeah, we can watch this. Hold on.
All right, things. Church is back in session.
Is this a
Tonight,
Minecraft
we're having
church?
A different type of confessional. One where I will directly judge you for your sins. Yesterday we were talking stories, things we've done in the past, confessions, no biggie. But I also asked the things to submit their woods of 2025. And for
Of
these,
2025.
I will be judging. And what I judge will determine if you see the pearly gates, if you go right to hell to get snoo-snoot for eternity, or if you go straight to the ninth circle for lying. Now, as with the confessional, I'm pretty sure not everything is going to make it to stream tonight. And some of y'all had the goonacity to send me fucking not safe for work images, which we obviously cannot show
Based.
because I am not looking to get banned.
Based.
And with that brief introduction to this segment, we can begin the judging of your sins.
But why? Why would you do that? Why would you do any
All right,
of that?
show me the money.
I'm also asking chat to like chime in if you guys want to. The first one is from Maybe Spino. Let's see, child, what you have sent me. And we're starting off strong. How on
Is that just
God's green
Godzilla?
earth do you think you're going to be able to fuck Godzilla? Where are you sticking your dick? Explain your logic
I
before
mean,
I cast you to heaven or hell.
If I've
With a big space cock. What if you don't have a big space? Okay, we're doing this under the assumption that no one has a big space cock. If a dunk,
well, I'm out then.
he can fuck the dragon from Shrek. He can then Speed can too. Yeah, but like he went in that. He did not fuck that. He went in. If he does a little bit of atomic breath, you grow one. Why are we writing the scenario? You are going to hell where you are going to be snoo-snood forever because this is absolute insanity. No, you cannot fuck Space Godzilla. You should not even try to fuck Space Godzilla.
Well,
Okay,
that's
if you're
rude.
going to hell, I'm a gavel. I have the gavel. If I send you to hell, gavel. If you go to heaven, you get the triangle. All right? I'm judging your asses today. Okay, this next one is anonymous, but they said the chat would kill them if they knew. So now I'm curious. Holy shit, that's cute. Is she official?
Well, that's just again, like this is this isn't weird. This just makes you a furry. Which, like, if you posted this 10 years ago, okay, it would be weird maybe. Maybe 20 years ago, people would call you weird. It's 2026. This is the standard at this point. We know people want to fuck Sonic characters. This isn't new. Sorry to say this. This isn't a Wood.
Chat, is she official? Comics.
Or I guess, like, I don't know. Is a Wood and a Hear Me Out the same thing? I kind of think it is, right? Like, the premise is that it's a weird thing that you want to get swifty with. Like, right? That's the way I understand it. I don't know what the fuck this thing is, but I would do it if it's, like, legal or whatever.
Oh, she's so cute. Friendship. Very sexy, actually. Not Friendship, that's a sexy Sonic character. What the fuck, Sonic Team? I didn't know that they had this. I'd seen, like, this character around, but I just assumed it was someone's OC.
Also, like, fucking, again, Sonic characters in general is unfair because, like, they made Rouge, and it, like, literally...
Beep the sheep. Alright,
I do love her design, and that anonymous question... that anonymous in question is me.
Anonymous confessor. Anonymous child who cameth here to the Church of the Pink Thing to show me your sins. You may ascend to the heavenly gates for you. Next one is anonymous, but says very girly, not gay, and I'm pretty sure I know who it is. Spanish.
That's, I mean...
Spanish.
That's not... How is that a Wood? Yeah, fucking you and, like, millions of other people, probably. What are you talking about?
Spanish, just come out and say it, baby boy. Like, yes, I get it, but Spanish, it's you. Wood, you activated my trap cards. Not gay if you wear socks. The best part is that, like, Felix is like, yeah, I'm a guy, what about it? I would say that Felix is the perfect femboy, because, like, sure, he can get fucked in the bussy, but he can also, like, do you. Where's he from? Felix is actually from
I love that. Where's he from?
If it would have been me 10 out of 10. It was you! At the same time, though, I do have to say, as having seen the show and having gone to know this character, I must say, sinner child, you may ascend.
This is like I said, this is literally, like, fucking post weird shit. Like, the Godzilla one, that's fair, right? Like, that's a cool Wood. It's like, okay, you see that, and frankly, we all know you're bottoming to that. That's fair, that's understandable, but that was, like, at least a cool one. That wasn't like a look at this generally female-shaped thing. Like, yeah, fucking okay.
Ascend to the pearly gates, because Felix is actually super cute. This next one is from Mr. Eyeballs. I am so glad I did not put a hole in this. Also, you're lying.
What is that?
You are lying. Lying. Liar. Liar. Why would you want to fuck the necromorph when, like, I'm right here? Directly to the 9th circle. Liar. Sin.
I don't know what the fuck that... It's her plushie? Okay.
This next one is anonymous. But apparently we have a nugget of lore for this one. Speak of the devil. Her name is Elizabeth, apparently. Wait, that dragon has a name? Yes, her name is Elizabeth. But she's taken. What? Just because she's married doesn't mean you can't look at the menu. I would judge you. But the fucking dragon from Shrek is the perfect example that if you put eyelashes and lipstick on something, people will want to fuck it.
You don't even have to do that, though, honestly. Like, it can just be vaguely feminine, and for a lot of people, I think it would be enough. Now, to be fair, this one is a wood, I think. This one is like a hear me out. That's a fair one. I'm judging here, by the way. I'm not judging whether or not it's weird. I'm judging whether or not you're a fucking loser. Because just because there's a goalie doesn't... Is that from fucking... What is that? That's fucking Torbeck, isn't it? Just because there's a goalie doesn't mean you can't score. I can't do Torbeck. That's killing my fucking throat, but whatever. You get the idea.
Purposely hid her face in the movie until, like, it was revealed that she was a lady dragon, and then it was like, oh, shit. I mean, protected from wood is if you could. If you could, I guess. Let me think, though. Should I ascend this person? Or send them to get snoo-snooed to...
Like I said, I'm just judging by whether or not you're a normie. You fucking loser.
Hell forever. Not good
If, generally speaking, the rule here is going to be that if it's generally human-shaped, or just straight up a human, you're a fucking coward, because yeah, you can just fuck humans anyway.
Bad snoo-snoo, the one that shatters your pelvis. Because, like, on the one hand, mama, it's a dragon. On the other hand, if Donkey could do it, why couldn't someone in chat? I think that it has to be hell. I think that if you want to fuck the dragon from Donkey, you're going to...
From
hell.
Donkey.
Alright, this next one is from Waddle. Yeah, I get it. I get it. I do. Like, there's some of the ones that I look at...
Okay, this is difficult. This is difficult, because on one hand... No, you know what? This one's fair. This is okay. It's on the borderline of, like, human enough, but not really. I'll get you're not a coward, whoever posted this.
Like,
we'll never see this, but
like, on the one hand, she's a bug, but on the other hand, Shaka is actually stupid attractive in her own weird way. It's a really cute character, it's a really good design, and she has, like, a really fun, like, personality, like, warrior queen. Yeah, I get it. I get it, chat. I absolutely feel. This one's going directly to heaven, chat. Directly ascend! Right to heaven, because yeah, I'm right there with you. I love Shaka. Okay, this next one is from Raven King.
Okay.
Oh, this is Digimon. This is Digimon for sure.
Okay, well, Digimon... Okay, now, hold on. This is, like, spider adjacent, which is incredibly based. You know what? It passes my test. I don't know what we call this test.
Ever. This feels dangerous. This one feels dangerous. I'm sorry. I'm not quite vibing with this one. It's a cool design, but I'm not vibing with the wood. She's a villain. She doesn't look particularly sane. She would eat you, and not in the good way, I'm guessing. Fear?
Well, that's
yeah,
up to...
She looks unhinged as fuck. She looks like she would rip your dick off with her teeth.
That's most women, though, to be fair.
Is it just because of, like, the fucking big eyelashes and, like, itty-bitty waist and tits? Like, the design is cool. I have to give you that much. But would you...
It's a spider. Come on.
No. I would not stick my dick in that. Nope, nope. Directly to hell. Go. Hell. I can fix her. No, you cannot. Hell. Okay, this next one was submitted by the visual novel Skeleton. Limo Bidget. I know who this is! I know exactly who this is! No! No! No!
I will rescind my statement about the humanoid thing. This is definitely, like, if we're playing in this ballpark of human-ish, this is a good wood. This is approved, in the sense that it's actually a wood slash, you know, like hear me out. This definitely applies. Because what people don't understand when it comes to the hear me out is that there has to be some sort of, like, the hear me out, right? And I should have started with this, I guess, but the whole thing about the hear me out is that there's something weird about you wanting to fuck that. Anyway, If you want to get straight teeth from the fucking zombie lady, that's fucked because you're gonna get zombie dick. However, I fuck with your bravery, my friend.
Absolutely not. No, no. That is straight up necrophilia. Bad, bad.
Is it okay?
A new tier.
Is it necrophilia if she's technically alive? Wrap your head around that. Because if that's not the case, then anything that's undead that you want to fuck, which arguably also means like vampires and whatever, because they're also classified as undead, is all necrophilia. If it's not actually dead for real, I don't think it counts. Lore reasons why there are Gooner Digimons, it's because there are data from the internet. The more Gooners we have, the more data equals more hot Digimon. I didn't ask, but thank you for that info. I mean, fair enough.
For those of y'all who need Jesus, the Lord Jesus needs to fucking find you in your life and lift you up from whatever pit you crawled into that you
No, I
think
think
that
it
this
works.
is attractive.
I
Plus,
think
you
this-
got an amazing chest. It's falling off. Like, get out of... No, bad. Out of my confession booth. You're dirtying my church floor with your nonsense. Go. This one's by Citric, Hino. Yeah, I like Muffet. I think Muffet is really cute. Fun
Yeah,
fact,
but see,
Muffet was
but this
actually
one,
designed-
this one once again is like, this one isn't really a hear me out or a would, right? The creator stated he liked boobs. That's, you know what? That's the part that I would have gotten. But anyway, this one once again would count as weird back in like 2010. By internet standards today, Muffet isn't really a weird pick. In fact, I would say out of all the characters in Undertale, I think Muffet is the least weird pick. If we had Sans on here, I would say, like, you know what, that's fair. I can see that, how that's still weird after all these years, because it's skeleton, and I don't... something about bone. But Muffet is like, that's not... neither a would nor a hear me out. Doesn't work. Also, six-handed hand jobs.
By someone who used to do stuff for Homestuck, who has her own webcomic called Ava's Demon. I believe her name is Michelle. It was a Kickstarter character. So if you're wondering why Muffet has like a much cleaner design than the rest of the fucking cast in Undertale, it's because she was actually designed by a completely different person. Yeah, okay.
Cleaner design.
Muffet, you may go to the pearly gates. You can ascend. This one is by Anon Imus. I have questions. Is this from Skibidi Toilet? Why does it feel like it's Loki from Skibidi Toilet?
It's like the
From
reverse.
everything. Oh. Yeah, this just reiterates why I don't want to fucking review that game. Really? You couldn't come up with anything else but Sync? But, okay. At least it's an object head. At least it's an object head, but... Yeah, no, you know what? If I speak, I'm in big trouble. If I speak... you know what? 2 seconds. 2 seconds. I can't talk about the designs for Date Everything because I'm not a fan.
I prefer really not to...
So?
Not to speak. If I speak, I am in big trouble.
There you go.
In big trouble.
However, I have seen weirder. All in all, you may ascend to the pearly gates.
I think, generally speaking, if you have a thing that just has a weird head, but is otherwise human-shaped, it's difficult, right? Because there's some hear-me-outs that I have where it's like... they're usually very, like, woman-shaped, but it's just, like, the head that's weird or whatever. But there are some, like, or granted, my hear-me-outs are usually within the realm of shaped like a woman, but still fucked up in some way. Which I guess is just women in general, but that's a different story. But if it's, like... if it's just a thing that has, like, a different head, I don't know if that really counts as, like, a hear me out or a would, right? Unless the head is, like, really weird, like that one picture that I posted that I can't share because it's just actual porn. but it's like it's difficult, right? It's very difficult. I don't know. This one, I would say, I don't know. I don't know if I would call this like a legitimate wood.
This one is from Ruby. If I am right, then these character designers are goated. Is this from Kirby? It is from Kirby. I was right.
Okay, that one's
Kirby,
a wood.
right, 'cause I was like,
However, I would say that's halfway because everybody wants to fuck bees, if they're being real.
Like aggressively Kirby. Aggressively Kirby. I don't know what it is about Kirby's art style that makes me clock it immediately. Maybe it's like the way that they play with shapes, but like
It's the eyes. It's definitely the bedroom eyes. Yeah, you can. I have like several. Maybe one day we'll have to do like a stream. I think it would be funny. I have several templates of like anime faces that are just the face. Specifically, the reason being because I have some friends who have done the thing where you just put the girlish face on an object and it immediately makes it fuckable. One day there has to be a stream where we do that, where we just like go through a bunch of things and apply the face to every single thing, and then we'll see what's the most fuckable.
I immediately clocked it, Kirby. But here's the interesting thing. Why would you fuck this?
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man?
It's just a bee. Like, it's a very pretty bee. It has googly eyes and hip, but like, it's just a bee. It's the eyes, Lily, slut eyes. Oh my god. Yeah, no, if you give anything the eyes of a whore, people will want to fuck it. If you give anything eyeliner and a little mascara and like half lit it a little bit, people are gonna be like, and
Do your
wanna
own
fucking
wood
eat it.
cake?
I'm sorry.
I don't know if I
I'm on
could
the
do
fence
that
on this
because
one.
it's
Can we add
like
purgatory?
because I don't know how many woods there really are for me. I mean, to be fair, most of my woods you can just tell if I'm streaming and there's like a hot lady involved.
If you say like 50 Hail Marys and get your pelvis destroyed once, you may ascend to the pearly gates. You get one ding of the triangle. Purgatory. Ascend. They're in the middle. Okay, this next one was submitted by Twilight. Now, I'm guessing you want to fuck the architect. What is that? That is one of the architects, I think, from Hollow Knight Silksong. Now, had I not played the game, I would have sent you to hell directly. But I have. And she's so sweet. And she's so cute. I completely understand. Also, she has like a fat bug bumpy. Also, bonus points for robot fucking. I am a robot fucker. I respond to the fuck of the bug. Not me fucking shaking my gavel. To the fuck of the bug very, very easily. To the and robot very easily, okay? So I like the architect. So you may go directly to heaven because she's super fucking
I think
cute.
we can agree that like most I'm not gonna comment more on like I don't think anyway that I'm going to, but I'm not gonna comment more on like Hollow Knight characters because I think it's just fair.
This next one is anonymous.
That's
oh,
not
flashbang me. God damn it.
I mean,
like, honestly,
okay, but to be fair though, once again, this isn't a hear me out or wood. It's just generally human shaped. And mind you, by the fucking way, dog shit choice because Ragatha is much fucking better. But fair enough. Still, not a good wood. This is just another human again.
also, oh my god, I'm turning into Pomni! Other than the fact that it flashbanged me, I've seen Pomni porn, by the way. I've
Yes.
drawn some pinups myself. I've seen good Pomni porn. She's cute. Reminder that the voice actor for Kane knows about you. Oh my god. No, yeah, you can ascend to the pearly gates, but yeah, I've drawn Pomni before. I have. I love Pomni. I think she's really, really funny, and I need to watch more of the Amazing Digital Circus. I need to catch up. So you may ascend to the pearly
But
gates, because I've seen some
yeah,
good
like
shit
I
with this
said,
character.
not a
She's
very
cute.
still also Ragatha also not an actual hear me out because it's just like if it's like again, if it's just somewhat different from a regular human, it don't count.
This one is from Know the Band. Yeah.
No, okay.
Yeah.
Pokemon also don't count as unless you bring up some really weird shit like a Aegislash or whatever. or some other like really, really weird option, Pokemon really don't count.
The OG one is already Goonbait, and like people wanna fuck Pokemon already. That Gardevoir plushie is crusty, and if you have it, I'm judging you. But like, should I let you into the pearly gates just because it's a robot, or should I cast you into purgatory so you have to say Hail Mary?
A Hear Me Out would be see, that's a fantastic point. A Hear Me Out would be the Glork Queen in Digital Circus. Absolutely. A Hear Me Out would also be any of the abstractions, but that would I would kill you for that because that's fucked up. But yes, that's a fantastic point. Like a proper Hear Me Out, and I know that it's not necessarily all like Hear Me Out. It's wood, which again to me is like kind of adjacent because everybody would fuck something attractive, right? The point is when you change up what's really attractive to people, or what is the mainstream of attractiveness, that's when a wood or Hear Me Out applies. To me, the two are adjacent. But I agree, the Glork Queen is like an actual, I forgot about her even. But that is like that is a good one. Same thing with like the angel from that one episode, right? Like anything that isn't where you couldn't say like, okay, this is conventionally fuckable.
Cause like you should not want to fuck a Pokemon, but I draw so many like fucking Pokemon designs. Like I can't judge on this one. Yeah, you know what? You may go to heaven. You may enter the pearly gates. You've been blessed. If you have that plushie, I hope it's not crusty. Oh, we have a submission from someone who sent a confession yesterday. The spider lady paragraph, guys. So I'm guessing this character is spider coded. Trigger warning, spider. If you guys don't like those. I'm guessing what's this from?
Yeah, this
spider
also
waifu. Yes, definitely bug coded.
I'm sorry, this also isn't like, I mean it's hot because spider lady, but I don't know. The Digimon one was more understandable. This lady is like very far on the human spectrum though. Does she even have like a spider lower body? Is that even a thing? I forget. I watched this video like once or twice and I forget if she has like an actual spider body. Because otherwise I don't think this counts.
Character seems very sweet. I would not fuck it though. It seems dangerous. She seems pointy in all the places where you should not be pointy. How do you want to lose your dick? How do you want your
75-90% human, I will hit it.
Hand you in ribbons. Cause like
no. It's not about wanting to hit it. It's whether or not wanting to hit it warrants being said.
Here, do you want to lose it via fangs? Do you want to lose it via the slicers on the front or the slicers on the back? Okay, but she's really cute. Yeah, no, the design is cute. She seems very sweet, and she has fat bags, apparently. However, I am not in the business of shredding genitals for the express purpose of doing the spider chick. So I'm going to send you to purgatory for this one. Go say some Hail Marys. A single ding for you. This next one is anonymous.
No, that doesn't count. That is exactly what I was talking about. That was exactly what I was talking about when I said earlier that if you just put a weird head on it, it doesn't count. It's not a Hear Me Out. It's not a wood. Or not a proper wood, right? It's like, okay, you find this hot. Understandable. This ain't a Hear Me Out, that's a will do. Fair. I don't know. This isn't... She's nice, though.
Open the doors 5 times. I have not been this feral for a furry in a hot minute, chat. She shows up in the comic exactly twice for like 10 minutes of screen time total. She is precious. I love her, and I want her to annihilate Deku's pelvis. I don't even need to make a sub goal because I'm doing it anyway. She's a 10, but in feet. Ugh! Give me that shit. Like, she's so sweet. I'm sorry. Like, I don't know what she is, but I want it.
Yeah, what is she actually?
I'm sorry.
Was she like a shark thing or
This
whatever?
is a peak furry waifu.
No,
This one
because it has
was submitted by Sebas. Wave, was this you? You don't like this frog. Wave, I distinctly remember Wave telling me, dead ass, I love frogs. I don't like this one. No, you know, no. I'm sorry. I'm with chat on this. I am with chat on this. Growl the Great is a direct to fucking hell. Like, frog I dislike. The one frog you dislike. Okay, this one was submitted by Sir Thynor. You are from Yu-Gi-Oh! And I can tell because I can see the card backing, mama. At the same time, though. Chat, I get it. It's Dragon Quest, Lily. Is it? Is it? It looks like Yu-Gi-Oh!
No, it's
you know
definitely
what? It might
Dragon
be
Quest.
Dragon Quest. At the same time, though, I get it.
Also-
I get it, chat. I get it. Like the cute fucking
I would
like
say-
under boob, the little
No,
back
not even
grippers,
borderline. No,
the
this is just straight up.
adorable ears.
This is just
The
straight
Floof
up.
is
You're
really cute.
just a furry.
The colors
That's
are really
it.
nice. She has really nice hips. I like the bat. You know what? Yeah, ascend to the pearly gates for your bat waifu from Dragon Quest. There you go. This next one is anonymous. Where are you from? Is it Warhammer or Magic the Gathering? I feel like it's Magic the Gathering. League? No. Fate Grand Order. This is from Fate? Wow, what a difference in art style, actually. Oh, Ivan the Terrible. You mean Vlad's dad? Parallel timeline bullshit. Can I say that the design is baller, also wood? I'm a monster fucker. Wood. Absolutely understandable. He's ginormous. Yeah, buddy. Give me that giant monster dick. Well, at your risk and peril. That's the point thing. So, if I said wood, you may ascend into the
This
pearly
is
gates.
oh god. This is actually also like a fair hear me out
This next
though.
one is from Celeste.
Also like
Or
just
Celeste.
the average monster fucker female hear me out. So really. Okay.
I am a robot fucker, yes. The Erectocrane is a vibe, chat. When you can lift cars with...
You know what? Understandable. However, that front bit is scary. And I'm not saying that as somebody who would be taking this, but I don't know. I would be worried about whoever's trying to get this all up in them.
Your magnum dong. That is a flex, but should we? Can you helicopter that? If you can helicopter your cock and send a car flying, I think that you've kind of made it in life, you know? Helicopter, helicopter. His name is actually Erector. Wave, you are lying. Wave, you are actually lying. No, send me the wiki. Send me the wiki. You are lying. Oh, I always see Transformers as my childhood action figures. I can't do it. I'm trying to figure out the logistics here, chat. His name is Crane Brain. You fucking liar. It's not. It's Crane Brain. It's Erector. No. You are not doing this to me. You are not doing this to me. Crane Brain. Wave is lying. Oh, it is Erector. It is Erector. No. Does anybody know the actual name of this guy? His name is Crane Brain. It is? Okay, no, it's Crane Brain and Erector. Like, okay, so Wave wasn't lying, but he wasn't telling the truth
His crane
either.
is as long as his torso.
That dick. Okay, like, you know what? Purgatory. Purgatory. Say 3 Hail Marys. And
Also,
hope your
once
fucking,
again,
dick makes it through.
A fair hear me out
This
slash
next one
would.
is anonymous. I see the vision, chat. I do
No,
like
this one
Senna.
isn't.
I do like
This one
Senna.
really isn't because it's just a TV. Like this is what I meant, right? This is like it's just a dude with a TV head. It's not weird anymore. I'm sorry to say this. It's really not weird anymore. It would have been weird back in 2010. Sorry, but you can fuck him though. I guess. Well, you can't because he's not real. But
A lot. Like,
once again, I'm not commenting on people's tastes. I'm just saying that like you're kind of a basic bitch because it's just a human.
Tenna, gay as shit, but I do get it. I do understand. Tenna, that's just Tenna. It's just Tenna. Tumblr sexy man. He is. Smash? Yeah, TV time? TV time gets you right into heaven. TV time is good, chat. This next one is from Red Ward. This
That
looks
one-
like something I would do if I really wanted to scare a human. But it has tits, so I do not know, chat. That's Eldritch as fuck, by the way. That's baller. Is this episode? This is Shin Megami Tensei, I believe, if the chat screaming is anything to go by. I'm conflicted!
Doable.
I will say, though.
Doable.
You know what? When I'm conflicted, you go to purgatory, okay? You go 3 Hail Marys, try and find Jesus, and then maybe you can fuck it. So this one is submitted by nobody of note. However, it has a little bit of goonacity. Hubby said it's going to need a little bit of editing, so I'm gonna let him do that. Because apparently it's funny. Okay, are you guys ready?
Is
Apparently
it
Hubby
just
said this was
Jenny
really
from
funny.
Minecraft? Well, I'm sorry. Which is to say, I don't think this counts. However, I don't think I've ever wanted to fuck a Starmie before, but not bad.
My God! Oh, Gigantamax Starmie. No, holy shit. Like, first of all, you're going straight to hell. Second of all, that's so fucking funny. Like, babe, were you speed deleting the nipples? Yes, he was. Hubby was like, he saw this, he was like, this is so funny. He like fucking
Starmie with the French dub.
Speed deleted the nipples, and then we could put it straight to hell, directly to hell. Like, I will kick you into the fucking hole of to hell I have in this Minecraft turd. Also, like, there was an attempt. There was an attempt to make this Starmie.
Every day we get further away from God.
I mean, to be fair though, this is pretty standard for the internet. Like, the internet just taking a thing and like turning it into big titty. We should move on from this. It's pretty normal. But again, this particular thing, I don't think counts because it's once again just. Don't get me wrong, I would absolutely, but this isn't the kind of wood where I would say like you are a brave man because you just made Starmie human.
Fucking Jesus in your life, please kindly embrace our Lord and Savior, God. God bless.
I find this to be like I said, like this is pretty standard for
God is
today.
Dead and we have killed it, and why are we to do the worst of all sinners? The highlights for this stream are gonna go wild. This one was brought to you by Merciless One. Oh my. Now, I am Eldritch, but this seems kind of terrifying. Why would you want to fuck this? No, I would not know. I don't think... Where's this from? Slay the Princess. I recognize the art style. There's some context for this game that I'm missing then. You know what? We're going to hell. We're going to hell.
I mean, this one's a...
Hell.
Fair enough one.
No, I don't want to
I did play this, yes.
that crawled out of. I don't want it anywhere near my biddies, and you should not want it anywhere near your biddies, chat. This one is anonymous. Oh, I know this artist.
Well...
Ooh, yeah.
It's an understandable choice. It's not particularly brave.
Nas. This artist is actually goated, by the way. I follow them on Twitter. I'm gonna have to go find them on Blue Sky. Yes. Yeah, can we talk about how good of a character designer I think the artist themselves calls themselves Nos as well. It's goated. So their character design work is actually really fucking goated. It's a very cartoony art style that I love. Live for it. And she's like kind of like shy, mommy, kind of creepy monster waifu. Yeah, this is a good peek. You get to go to heaven, my guy. Enter the pearly gates. Go.
What, Smith?
This one is from Immortal Koopa. Oh, this is one of mine. You're going to heaven immediately. This is one of mine.
I mean,
God, that needs a redraw. This is when Lily was babby at designing characters. If I draw this dress again, I'm adding significantly more construction to it. You know, I already see like 50 ways I can make this one better. 50. But yeah,
this one is also not very...
So it wins. It's pink, it's fluffy, it's duber soft, it has gigantic bags, it's a balloon.
This one is not particularly brave, although very fuckable.
Warframe? Is this Warframe?
Yes.
Is this Warframe? The Gunacity, but also Clem? Yeah, Warframe. We're going back. We're going back. We're going back. I need to go 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 back.
Don't.
I need to ass.
But also, fair. Once again, Warframe characters, or Warframes, I guess, it's kind of a thin line, because some of them... You guys see that chubby Warframe lady that they added? That was almost enough to get me back into Warframe. I was like, God damn. They made the thick Warframe. And I'm not talking slim thick, I'm talking thick. You know what I'm saying? It's got like some shit you can grab onto, is what I'm trying to say. But, Warframe, once again, is one of those, like, very... It's very, like, difficult to say. I have to say, because, like, they're not human, and there's, like, extra parts where you could say, okay, fair enough. Like, that might be a little bit monsterish, but in general, they're still very human, and so it's, like, very hard to call that a brave. So, it's not brave, but you are based.
Right to heaven! Folly reaction ass. That was super nice of you to
Folly,
not show the
she's
whole frame and
busted.
spoil me. Well, hubby would have not let me see it, but another anonymous one. How about no? Loomy Bear has a G-Subs flavor, by the way. Oh shit! That's rad. You know what else is rad? Gamer sub.
Okay.
Folks, like, no, that's just a bear. It's Gloomy Bear. That's just a bear. You insensitive whore.
It's
directly to hell.
brave,
I love
however,
Gloomy Bear. Gloomy Bear has,
I don't know what to make of
flavor
this.
called Pom Pom Punch, which I do have. Very tasty. All right, for speed's sakes, I'm gonna stop reading the submissions. But if you recognize yours, feel free to speak up in chat. I get it. I get it. I get it, chat. I do. This is a Digimon. Rugulemon. Badass design, though. No, I'm excited to do more Digimon designs because all these are really, really good.
I don't even know what the fuck's going on
baby.
here,
No,
so
yeah,
I can't say anything.
Yes. No? Yes?
I would argue
no?
these guys.
Yeah. I'm conflicted. I don't.
These guys are like the flip side of the thing where I say, like, if you just put a head on a human's body, it's not very brave, because the thing is, the head on the body is like extreme, like there's nothing really like particularly sexual about it, but then again at the same time it's also just a human body, so I don't really know. It's kind of the inverse. It's kind of inverse of like the Warframes. But honestly, if you're trying to get frisky with a Mechanicum guy who, like, quite frankly, we already know that they don't really like the flesh a lot, I think you can get a pass. I think you can get a pass, and I can say you're, like, sort of brave.
No. You know what? I need to know more about Warhammer, so go to Purgatory. A single ding for you.
Digimon card pretty bad to admire.
Yeah, Dante. Wood for the I love
Well,
Dante.
that's not
okay?
a wood,
Dante
but
now has like that kind of like silver fox like Dilfy energy. Like he's such a dad. Is he like a boy failure? Absolutely yes. But to me, this version is hotter than the one from 3 with no shirt on. There's something about him aging like a fine fucking wine and still being a giant goofball that I find endlessly attractive. Wood for the pizza. I have many questions.
Oh, hell yeah!
First, why Gigantamax? Second, why this one? Third, why Gigantamax? What possessed you to try and fucking stick your cock in a Pokemon that's about fucking 30 feet tall? Most of that is hair. Because it's big, I guess. I know why, and I will judge you, because it's woman-shaped.
Yes.
I know exactly
well,
why,
I mean,
because it has, like, long, luscious hair and fat hips. The body's dangling. Yeah, the body is actually tiny. It's dangling up at the head. It actually is mostly hair. You're going directly to hell, mama. Directly to hell.
Crawling into the cave, truly. See this?
Chat.
I mean, to be fair, this is just the average Monster Hunter player, but...
No.
Yeah.
No. I'm not gonna let you fuck an animal. I don't care if it's fake. I'm not gonna let you do it. Hell. Directly to hell.
What is this? I thought she said she was a monster fucker.
Dragon fuckers what? No. Bad.
That's... I mean...
The next one.
You're a fucking
Make a
loser.
presentation. Because we do have some presentations. I told you guys presentations were welcome if you want to go into it. Top 10 reasons why I would do it with Ron Kishihibe.
That's just a
from
dude.
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
That's just a dude.
He's rich and a great artist. Yes, if you can afford Versace undies, I don't think that makes you rich. I just think that you like that particular type of trashy, but designer trashy, okay? He wears clothes. Also, he's showing off his midriff, so I'm hard. I would question if this is Wave, but this is not Steel Ball Run, so it's not Wave. He appears in a lot in the original series and merchandise, so you never run out of Jorky material. I will say that the JoJo mangaka draws beautiful men. His power is that he can read any living creature like a book and write anything into them, and the thing he writes will become true, so that is freaky, I guess. Oh, shonen bullshit. Heaven's Door, remove his ability to come. Oh! And just showing off fucking images from the manga. Wow. Very, you know what? Yeah, there's a lot of sensuality in these. Yes, there is. just be doing whatever.
Yeah,
Look
like,
up,
I mean,
not the-
JoJo's
I don't know,
obviously very...
Formal.
Heaven's Door
Pussy
remove his
facing the
cock, that's
world
not how it
times
works.
4. Man spreading. Honorable mention, you also get to pet his dog. Yay! You know what? You've made some good points. You made
But that's
some
just
good
a dude,
points,
though.
Sinner. You
It's
may
just
go
a guy.
heaven. Oh, dude, I wish more people had submitted whole-ass presentations. That's fucking hilarious. I get it, but also, why do we have to fuck the Pokemon?
Batman, there's no laws against the Pokemon, Batman.
Why the Pokemon? Why is it always the Pokemon? At least post a furry version of it, for fuck's sake. Lucario's like, drawn always as a twink. I rectified that. Oh, Lily, you sweet summer child. I'm gonna send you to hell. I mean, this is already very furry. It's just missing the dog dick, really. So, I'm still sending you to hell, though. I'm judging your sins, because that's what we're here for. Thank you. The next one is a presentation.
What am I looking
The
at?
sexy tree from the summer Hikaru died. This
That's kind of
tree
based.
cost a motherfucker his life. Why do you want to fuck it?
That's-
Okay.
you know what?
State your reasoning. It looks like a woman. The curvy tree was the cause of Hikaru dying. I can't believe I slipped getting distracted by a tree that looked like a woman's body. This is actually true. He saw a tree that looked like a lady. He was like, oh, cool, goony. He tripped, and he fell, and he died. But you need Jesus. You need
No, I
Jesus
think it's
in
pretty
super
based,
hell.
actually. You know
Super
what?
hell for the tree. You can carve
If you
your
can
own
get
hell.
hard from the shrubbery, I respect you.
This is living proof that if you put googly eyes, hips, and whore eyes on a character, people will want to fuck it. Minerva
Once
Mir-
again,
oh no.
just
This is why furries are so powerful, because
This-
they were
it's just
gripped by the fucking claws
furry
of
again.
death and goon at a young age. You didn't even know this got you going until later when you were older and you saw furry porn, and then you saw this character and you were like,
Ain't that a child?
I'm gonna skip on
No.
this one. Personally, I'm gonna send you to hell for this one. Because, like, how dare you defile my childhood? Gang. I don't know where you're from, but, like, it's furry waifu fox with, like, fat bags. So, yes, you can go to heaven. From Sly Cooper. Oh, yeah, you may go to heaven. Yeah, this is cute. This is cute. Yeah. Go ahead.
Carmelita Fox
You
is
are
not.
approved,
This
Carmelita
is.
Fox.
You're a
Approved.
coward.
Wait,
This
she's
is
like a
everybody
cop, isn't
wants
she? She's wearing
this.
her badge around, like, that choker or that Sly is gonna snap. You can go to heaven. See, I see the tits and I like it. And then I see that she's holding something decapitated and I don't like it. But then I see the pink and I like it more. What's this from? Is
Is this
that
Destiny?
Warhammer? That's a Space Marine hair. Oh, it's Warhammer.
Is it
So there are
Warhammer?
tits in Warhammer.
Oh, I
thought
guess- yeah, I
Warhammer
guess.
was dipped into testosterone so many times. It's basically a cock candle.
It's so funny because, like, Warhammer is like the most. Well, no, I should rectify what I'm about to say before I say it. Warhammer, when you were reading about the Astartes, is the most, like, hyper-masculine shit ever. But then you move on to regular humans, and some of the descriptions, the women in Warhammer that are like regular humans often have very fat tits. And really, that's all you gotta say. That's all you gotta really. Because what else are you gonna say to that?
Yeah, you can go to the pearly gates for, well, purgatory.
So
That
this
you
is
like
understandable.
Self-preservation, baby boo.
What? Okay, Jesus Christ. Is this? What the fuck?
An ant. Can someone explain Invincible? Invincible.
Is this
most
from
likely.
Invincible?
Great design. True androgyny. I don't know if I would. I'd have to pass. You know what? Yeah, I
It's
think
but
purgatory
you
for
are
you for
pretty
this one.
like. This is the level of bug where I can say, this is brave. Muffet, for example, no.
It's a really goated design, though. I hate all of you. I hate all
You know what?
of you. Is this seriously
Pretty brave.
the sexy feather duster that wants to bone the candle from Beauty and the Beast? Why do I know this? What? No? If you put lipstick, googly eyes, and hips, men will want to fuck it.
Yes.
Whenever you think to yourself, why do people want to fuck MLP characters? Think of me. Think of the googly eyes and the hips, because it's there. She'll tickle your balls. Wait, I'm so disappointed. Hi, Sunset Shimmer. It's because they have, like, the human Sunset Shimmer does nothing for the cloppers, okay? Nothing.
Well,
nothing. But the pony one, they just go...
Horrid.
And
Horrid.
they're so happy. Because it has, like, a horse butt and big, beautiful eyes that stare into your soul. With lashes and, like, sexy flowing hair that they, like,
I don't really...
throw
I
at you.
mean,
Like, this
no.
This is
but...
the cunty version. Wait, is that to scale? Ponies are pretty small, actually. I think that, like, the ones that are the size of real horses are, like, the alicorns, like Celestia and, Luna. But ponies are pretty small. But I'm gonna questioningly send you to purgatory.
I think that's... okay. That is pretty brave.
Sometimes I'm stunned into silence. Chat? No! 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 Okay, 9 circle of hell.
Don't put your dick in the cock juicing machine.
No, you are lying. Whoever you are a sinner and a liar. Hell. Oh.
Okay, well that's not a hear me
You're
out.
from Hazbin Hotel. I know your context. Absolutely not. Nope. Aesthetically, yes. Would actually do it? No. What did she do? She runs the cannibal side of hell, from what I gather. She will, like, suck your dick, smile at you, and then fucking bite it off and eat it. No,
I think some people are into that, but
if I had no
I like her
context,
design.
I would say yes, would go right to
and
heaven.
that's kind
but
of
I have a lot more context than I would like to admit on some of these characters. It's fine, it grows back. No, it doesn't. Ooh. It's a very solid robot girly, very cute.
Not
nice anatomy, great hips.
Not
I
brave,
love the legs.
but I
Also
understand
EU.
it.
Doesn't matter. This one is I don't have the context, therefore I can choose to ignore it. It's good. Yeah, no. Yes, I like this design a lot. This is really solid robot. Do we have another whole ass presentation? Okay, hear me out, chat. Chainsaw Man, but not Denji. The Chainsaw Man, okay?
Huh. You know, I think taking into account the fact that he's got chainsaws all over him, you might be brave, even though he is basically just humanoid, but you know what? I'll give you this one. The ending was shit, thanks for reminding me. Okay, just parrot everybody on the internet then.
Hey, this seems kind of dangerous. No, this seems very dangerous, chat. Okay, gotta get that chain drop. How about we don't do that? Okay, let's keep the presentation going.
To say, like, I don't think anything that could have happened at the ending of Chainsaw Man would have made it any better. I've said this ever since part 1 ended. Chainsaw Man was dog shit. Complete fucking dog shit. Part 1 was good. Part 1 was decent, and there were a lot of stakes, and there was a lot of, like, crazy shit happening that it seemed like it would build up to somewhere. And then part 2 happened, and it was complete fucking ass. I enjoyed not a single moment of part 2 of Chainsaw Man. It sucked balls, and quite frankly, I'm glad it's over. I'm glad that people aren't satisfied with the ending, because fuck all of you. I told everybody Chainsaw Man part 2, the second half of it, is garbage. It's gonna be garbage. It's gonna end like garbage. And I was vilified, and I was rectified in what I said, because it was dog ass. And honestly, you know what the funniest part is? The funniest fucking part of it all is that I don't even think that the ending is that terrible. I think as an idea, it works. Because I agree with the people that say, like, the only way for Denji, or I guess with the story itself, I agree that the only way that Denji would have ever in his entire life had a good time, or at least a better time than he had in the course of the story of Chainsaw Man, was if he never made the deal with Pochita, because that would mean the Chainsaw Man would never be on Earth. He would stay in hell forever. That would mean Makima wouldn't fuck around on Earth. That would mean that nobody would actually die. It would mean that, like, Aki would be fine. It would mean that everybody from part 1 who I actually gave a shit about would be alright. And that would be it. And then while, of course, Denji's still a devil hunter, I guess I didn't really figure that he would be working for Naruto still, but whatever. It makes the most sense out of everything. If Pochita wasn't there and didn't bring Chainsaw Man to Earth, or to the land of the living, I don't know what the fuck, out of hell, I mean, then it would all be fine. The shit with Rez would never happen, because she doesn't give a fuck. Everybody would be fine. Which is to say that it's not necessarily Pochita's fault. However, I think as an ending, it works just fine. And it honestly kind of makes sense. People just started to like part 2 because they thought that Denji was finally gonna get some pussy. That was the only reason, because like people fucking identify themselves with Denji, which is sad, by the way. But as a story, part 2 of Chainsaw Man was ass. And if you say you liked part 2, I think you're not a person. You're an animal.
Wait, 1 minute. I think this might get gory from what you guys have told me about Chainsaw Man, so I think just to be on the safe side, I will skip these. Physical scarf, what the fuck? I think it's flesh! It's his intestines
it is, yeah.
wrapped around this fucking... Wait, yeah, that's not Denji at all. That's the actual Chainsaw Devil. Ew! I love it, though. No self-preservation. You're going to purgatory. Purgatory!
Okay, but... I don't think that... Would the Chainsaw Devil kill you if you're not a devil? I don't know.
Yes, big lady, big braid, big woman. Lily, yes! Is this World of Warcraft? Darksiders. Oh, okay, thank you. Big woman. Large badonga.
I mean, nice, but also... You're not brave.
Buddy.
You're a coward.
Yeah, Kevin.
It's just a regular lady, but big.
Big woman. 225 wood presentation. Okay, so... Wolvermon from Digimon.
Okay, fair enough.
Please tell me that's not the actual anime render, and that is someone's fan art. Because if that's the case, Toei, what the fuck are we doing?
That's a
Digimon anime. Please no. That has to be fan art. That has to be fan. That they did not put that. Yes, it looks like a DeviantArt state. They did not put out that quality. This made it to air. Oh, I'm gonna be mean. I am very sorry. But this has all the skill level of a 15-year-old that just discovered how Photoshop works. Are you joking, Toei? She's a tomboy. Oh, and it's a girl. She's a tomboy. One of her moves is literally called Tomboy Blaze. Smug. Tree. Bad anime. Deer. Could probably kill me, to be honest. That looks like absolute garbage. I'm not judging you for your taste in furries. You may go to purgatory in that, but I am judging your taste in anime. Wave. That is so... gay. So intrinsically gay. So fucking off the border, fly off a cliff homosexual. Gay, deleted gay, hi girl, hi gay. Did you know? Did you know the level? This is Wave, by the way. Did you know the level of gay that you've accomplished is like, you know what, Wave? You can go to heaven because I love you and I'm biased. But this is so intrinsically abstract.
Also a weird choice.
So
I don't. Once again, the Sonic character. I would argue.
Oh, finally a normal woman, sort of abs.
Okay, well, that's. Well, yeah, I mean, that's literally what she is. On the other hand,
I like the shoes and I like
this isn't very. This isn't very brave. It's just a lady again.
Good. Finally, it's a palate cleanser for my poor pink self that's been forced to look at your degeneracy for 3 hours. Go directly to hell. Directly. I don't even have to say why. Straight to hell.
I don't know what the fuck this thing is.
Banish. Super hell. No. I don't know, but
damn, you got a thing for MILFs?
If you've read Eva or you've watched the anime, do not. No. But design-wise, aesthetically, it's very, very banging. Logically, I fear your lack of self-preservation. Go to purgatory. Chat.
Well, okay, this is just
we've
basic.
Talked about this. Chat, We've talked about this. Why do you want to fuck that? We have talked about this at length. No. I knew this. You knew this would happen. This was like actually the first
Palico from Monster Hunter Stories.
No. She kind of no, she is not. Do not. Why? Talk some more. No. Why?
I will say, actual Toy Chica from the games. You might be brave. Porn version of her, you're not, because that's once again basically just furry shit. But actual Toy Chica, or just regular Chica even, it's pretty brave, I will say.
Like, it's cuter with the beak, first thing. Second, like, chat, that, like, second animatronic set of teeth is gonna come out like the alien thing and bite your cock off. Lord, forgive me because I lack the mental fortitude to deal with my chat today. Lord, forgive me because I've had it up to here with your fucking bullshit. Hell! Super hell! No! Hell!
Super hell!
Oh. Yeah, I'm sorry, Wood. This is so weird and creepy, but ethereally beautiful.
This is, like,
and I feel like it's gonna fuck up
understandable.
my entire
In the
day.
sense of...
I don't know what it's from. Bird woman? Peacock? Bird man?
Fucking,
Creature. Perfectly
brave,
androgynous.
I mean.
It's the elf from the 8-0 music video. It's very pretty. I get it, I do. But I would, yeah, I would, yeah, I like it. You may enter the pearly gates. Ooh.
That's just a blue lady.
What's this from? She's pretty.
That's just a blue lady. You're a coward.
No, this is from Rift of the Necro Dancer. Oh, that, yeah, I like that game's art style. Very pretty. Love the hips. The hair, though. The hair is it for me. I genuinely like this design so much. Yeah, you can go to heaven for this. Yeah, you know what?
You're
you may
a coward.
go to heaven. This is a very, very nice one. Is this Bluey's mom? Yummy Jesus. Straight to hell. This is a married woman.
All right.
Come on, man. We were not fucking
Brave.
chilly.
However, I have
Technically, a
several
milk. She is a milk.
questions.
It's literally a square with a dog face. Like, I've heard her voice. I get it. But at the same time, you know what? Purgatory. It's time to play Pal or Pokemon. I think it's a Pal. You should not fuck this. I get the appeal, but no.
You know what?
Purgatory, because
I
I
will
see
say
the hips,
brave
I see it,
because
blah, blah, blah.
it's got
Purgatory.
spider body again. Oh Jesus.
No.
I mean definitely brave because you're gonna die.
Hell. Why the berserker from Gears of War? Hell. Oh, we finally got a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Yeah, I would.
That's
Yeah,
just
I would.
a lady. That's just a person.
Like, I like the shape language, and I like the intense gaze. Also, eye on the forehead. This is a guy, by the way. Wait a minute. No, it's not. One is a tit, and the other one is a peck. Huh? Pure androgyny. Yeah, I like it more now. Yeah, you may go to the pearly gates for this. I like this design. This is baller. Who is this? John Madden.
John Madden.
The more people notice me, the more I have to apologize to the world at large for the absolutely unhinged shit that we do on this stream, chat. The more followers and subs I gain, and the more people know what my damage is, the more I'm like, I'm so sorry. Hell! Rule 34. Definition. Okay, the source. Ring Fit Adventure. The subject. Allegra. Allure.
That's just a lady.
Thighs for days. Attacks with literal energy. Feats for people in chat, which she launches at you by stomping you to the ground, because of course she does. Feet. Oh, I know what you are. Now that
That's just a lady, and also you're fucking dog shit for the feet. So you should kill yourself.
A reasonable choice. Well, I'd say it's time we get to the biggest crime around this character as the source of a massive portion of anger and confusion for me over half a decade now. Apparently the internet disagrees! Genuinely, what the hell is this? To further justify my bafflement, here's a collection of game characters with more entries on the funny green site. And easily the most infuriating example, Rabbids, off to a bad start. Mario Rabbids crossover game that released in October 2022.
See, the rabbit would be a very brave choice. That would be, I would say, like you're fucked in the head, but respectably.
Game only sold 3 million copies.
Because you're not ashamed.
In conclusion, Allegra from Rabbids has more than the Allegra from Wii Fit. To be fair, though, the feet thing probably weirds some people out. I'm gonna say you can ascend to the pearly gates because the character designer is actually pretty banger. But the feet thing probably gives some people to eat. Dora. No body. Purgatory. That way you can actually hang out with her.
Difficult to say.
Oh, what is this? This looks actually, yeah. Yeah! Weird
Yeah,
thing.
that's fair.
Weird
That's fair.
creature. I want this. I want this
Brave.
like purely. This is a great fucking design. This is from StarCraft, I think. I love it. Weird alien, weird dick. Give me more of that shit. Yeah! We need to have a word. Wood. Yes. Yes. Yeah. The hell is that? Water. Okay, hubby just gave me a... Are you serious? You would do this? Yes, it has tits, so what? It's just water. It is cute. Okay, fine, fine, because it has the husband's seal of approval. You can go to heaven for this, for the water boobies. Now, I would not, because she's super selfish. I'ma say no to Scylla personally, but the design is baller, so I could see why someone
hard
as a
to say.
personality, though.
Hard
no,
to say,
hell,
however...
hell. You should not want to fuck Scylla. She's psychotic. Another instance where I find myself thinking, Wave, is this you? But I know it's not.
Rather brave, I will say.
I love Fancy Boo. I adore Fancy Pants Boo, okay? It's so cute. Would I stick my dick in it metaphorically? No. No! Chat, it's... Oh, I know why you guys want to, because it's basically Toadsworth after the grave. Where are you from? Because I've seen so much art of you. Not porn,
We're just Aina.
in general, so much art of you. Like, I get the vision, though. I do get the vision, though. I do like the design.
Not
it's her.
brave, but
yeah, I get it.
understandable.
Yeah, you can go to heaven for this one. Yeah, it's a solid concept. It's like a cubist painting. All right. Okay. So at this point, I think I've hit my limit on about how many of these I can do today. So we're definitely not gonna be able to finish these today. However, I had a phenomenal time, and apparently you guys did too.
Oh, are we done?
So if the video does well, I will
we're
definitely
done.
do more. It's actually incredibly funny, the weird, crazy,
It was
shit that my
like
chat is into.
interesting because I kind of assumed that there would be a lot of ones that are just like okay, fine, or rather like I would get it because like I understand because a lot of them are just like regular woman or man. Like I said, when we get to a thing where it's like when we're deciding like, oh, is it a wood, is it a hear me out? Hard to really say that a lot of them are, you know, fair, because if you're just picking like a regular person, it's not particularly like crazy, right? Like a hear me out and a wood in my mind have to be something that's kind of outlandish. And if you're just doing normal shit, then sorry, you're too basic. All right, what is this? Is this just like that's just her art? But the first 150 Pokemon. Let's see. That's pretty nice. I mean, they're pretty good. It's like sort of the same concept for all of them, right? I really like the War Turtle. Blastoise should be thicker. I like Caterpie. Caterpie's funny. Metapod's okay. Oh, hell yeah! Okay, that's nice. I like Butterfree. I also like, Weedle's nice too. Yeah, Kakuna's fine. Actually, not that big on... I don't know. Beedrill is nice, but... I don't know. Okay, Pidgey's pretty good. Pidgeotto is fine. Pidgeot is also fine. I've sort of come away into Pokemon music copyrighted. What the fuck? What? Payne, every music from every video game is copyrighted. You're not gonna get striked for it, though. Rattata's alright. Raticate's alright. Spiro's fine. I like the design. Do know if I could goon to this, though. Oh, hell yeah! Okay, now we're in some good territory. Yeah, it's pretty good. Pikachu's weird. Why does Pikachu have, like, the... I know it's supposed to just be the fur, but the legs don't really work, I feel. Let's see Raichu. Yeah, same thing, kinda. The fur at the legs just kind of doesn't really work for me. But it's alright, I like it anyway. Yeah, that one's alright. Nidorina's pretty fucking good. Nidoqueen should be thicker too, but understandable. Oh, did we actually just get a male? I guess, yeah, I mean, this one would have to be. Okay, Clefairy's cool. I like Clefairy. Very nice. This is some shit for Floof, but very nice, actually. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, this one's based. This one's good. Jigglypuff, very nice. I mean, we've already seen this one. Zubat's pretty good. Golbat's alright. I can fuck with the whole belly mouth thing. The overall design is just okay, though. Based, actually. Also based. I just like Mushroom. Mushroom is just good. Mushroom Lady is just good. This combines both mushroom and, like, spider thing, so yes. Very nice. Okay, Venonat is funny. I like Venonat. Venomoth is okay. Diglett. Yeah, I mean... Meowth is okay. Okay, that's just cool, but kind of weird. Psyduck is funny. I feel like the difference between Psyduck and Golduck is just, like, very strange, though. I mean, I guess it's also strange in just regular form, but it's alright. Mankey, yeah, I don't... The ears really aren't right. That's not really... what is monkey ears? Monkeys don't really have, like... It's just, like... They're basically just, like, human ears, right? But the cat ears are weird on Mankey. Although I guess... No, I guess Mankey does have those. Yeah. No, that's true. Never mind. Yeah, that's okay. Poliwag is cute and funny. Poliwhirl's okay. I'm seeing a lot of, like, Frog Girl from My Hero. Yeah, it's alright. Yeah, Abra's alright. Kadabra's okay. What about Alakazam? Nah, it's also fine. I find the sword weird on Machop, but weapons don't really make sense for Machamp, but fair enough, I guess. Yeah, well, we all know what Bellsprout's good for. Okay, well, I didn't realize it was gonna be like this. This seems dangerous, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, Tentacool is pretty fucking sick. Yeah, that works. She can choke me anytime she wants. Geodude. I mean, this one's just a lady with stone around. You have a threat level on the bottom? Oh yeah, that's right. I was assuming it was going to be something like this for Ponyta. Yeah, that's... alright. Okay, Jesus. That's kind of cool. That's also pretty sick. Yeah, the bird thing is just, I'm out of the bird phase, bird growth phase. Even though they're cute. Okay, Seal's weird and funny. Dugong though, nice. Yeah, that's what I expected for Grimer. That's also what I expected for Muck. Don't know what I expected for Shelder. Pussy. This one reminds me more of that, like, that the swirly one with, like, the green face in it than Ghastly. Okay, yeah, this is a fair Haunter. Okay. Yeah, see, Gengar's sufficiently thick, I will say. Yeah, Onyx is fine. Kind of snake thing. Drowsy. Yeah, that's fine. That's also fine. Kingler. That's weird, but kind of cool. That's also weird. I don't really understand the melting. Oh no. That's a dead execute. That's weird, but kind of cool. Okay. There's supposed to be mimics in the Pokemon world. Ah, okay. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, Lickitung looks about right. Why can you? Okay, there. Jesus, I couldn't even fucking tell what was going on. This one has way too much going on, honestly. This one's better in that regard, but the previous one had way too much fucking going on. The Chansey's pretty nice. Yeah, Tangela makes sense. Yeah, also can see that one. That Horsey's fine too. It's kind of just the same concept as Horsey, which, I mean, makes sense. The water Pokemon seem to have kind of a similar theme going on for them. Yeah, see, the other Starmie was way better. Other Starmie was way better design. Yeah, that's about right. That also seems about fair. I think Jinx should be thicker, but that's just me. It's pretty cool, though. I like that, actually. Oh, yeah, Electabuzz was Gen 1, wasn't it? This is the first time that I've seen Magmar that it doesn't look like dog shit. Very cool. Good job. Yeah, it's about checks out. Yeah, Electabuzz doesn't feel like a Gen 1 Pokemon, does it? I don't know. I also think like Electabuzz is like Gen 2 or 3 all the time, but no, it's Gen 1. Yeah, like I said, like the water types kind of just have the same thing going on, which is that they're all like basically mermaids or just like half of the actual Pokemon. Ditto's kind of, I like Ditto. Like the design here is pretty cool. These are generally pretty good. Oh yeah, Porygon. Oh shit, not the Omastarussi. Yeah, it's alright. Kabuto's funny. I like that one. That one's fine. The Aerodactyl's okay too. I like the hair. Snorlax is sufficiently thick, so that's pretty good. Articuno. She hates her Vaporeon Musa since the moment she uploaded it on Twitter. All the comments were copy and paste thing. I mean, I feel like that's not like really a fair reason to hate. Like, it's kind of obvious that when something is a meme, when you post Vaporeon, somebody's gonna make the meme. I get it. How can that can be annoying, but I mean, it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, see, like, this is just kind of, I mean, this is, yeah, this one was kind of obvious. Okay, Mewtwo, I like. What about Mew? Oh yeah, I was gonna say, there we go. No missing, no. That was pretty cool. That was pretty cool. That was pretty neat. Now let's see. We are gonna watch. Should we watch some shorts? Maybe we can find some funny shorts. Okay, I don't want to watch Team 4 Star. I also don't want to watch this.
Define all the time. Like I.
Hey, I have a doorbell. There's only 2 people that live in my house, but I'm gonna show you how to make a flan big enough to feed half of the United States. For the caramel topping. We're gonna put 1 cup of that suggy in a pan. Then we're gonna put in a 1/4 cup of 2 billion-year-old water. And we're gonna heat this up on medium heat until the color starts to turn
this guy
amber.
too. He's
and pour
fun.
this at the bottom of your 9-inch pan and set it to the side. Now we're moving on to our base, and we're going in with 3 cans of evaporated milk. Satisfying. 1 cup of that sugar.
It would be more
We're gonna simmer this
satisfying
on
if you
low
didn't
for like 5 to
fucking
10
like
minutes
spill
just
half
until
of
it
it.
incorporates and reduces just a little bit. Now we're gonna crack 8 eggs. Don't look at me like that. The price of eggs went down for some reason. Plus 4 egg yolks. And they need the egg white for protein. Does it sound like I'm in a rush? Because I am. Dave & Buster's closes soon and I need to get my game on. Ooh, tablespoon of vanilla and a little bit of that ocean. Now the key is you don't want to incorporate too much air, so right when it's incorporated, you stop. We're gonna temper this into the eggs, so you don't want this to be mega hot. Let that sit out for a little bit, get warm. Which in basic English just means liquid goes in, mix it up really good, more hot liquid.
Mix it up really good.
So you have no more liquid left. Just in case our flan does have lumps, we're gonna put it through a strainer so that it's as creamy as possible. Now if you don't want scrambled egg while it bakes, add a water bath to it going halfway up the pan. And if it wiggles just a little in the middle, that's how you know it's ready. Y'all don't wanna eat this not cooled. The fastest way to get the nastiest flan is if you don't cool it properly. Let it chill completely. Y'all already know there's no part 2s in this channel. Look at me, I got a different shirt because it's a different day. Woo! Moment of truth. We'll run that knife all the way around. Hold on. Ooh, I'm breaking it, I'm breaking it, I'm breaking it. Oh my gosh, look at that creaminess. Y'all heard it farting on the way out? I was not kidding when I said I made enough for like half the country, because I don't know how I'm gonna finish this.
Could have just made less, honestly. Why add salt to a dessert is supposed to balance it? Kinda. You're not. The thing is, with that amount of salt, you're not gonna notice anything. I don't know. You can add salt. I don't think you have to. I wouldn't really know why that makes a difference. I don't really think it's to balance it because, like, you wouldn't notice that amount of salt. I have no fucking idea. I don't really... I couldn't fucking tell you. Probably some, like, emulsifying, mixing bullshit. I'm not that great. Like, I make desserts, but I don't really, like, think about it, if I'm being real with you. Because, again, like, the amount you add doesn't impact the flavor whatsoever.
I improved Minecraft's new sulfur slime. They
Oh
just
yeah,
announced
they
this
added
new
these
sulfur
guys.
cube mob, and it's like a slime, except you can put a block in it. And if the block is something slippery like ice, the cube will be slippery. And if it's heavy, the cube will be heavy. So the obvious question is what happens when you put an end rod in it. Next up, I'm putting a piston in it, and originally, I thought it would be funny if activating the piston just completely destroyed the slime, but it's actually better if the piston can stretch out the slime, and then we can fit 2 blocks in there instead of 1. If you make those 2 blocks pistons, we can make the sulfur cube 4 blocks tall. And we can keep going and going until it's 256 blocks tall. Or we could rotate the pistons to make the sulfur cube wide instead of tall, so we can eventually fit an entire house into our sulfur cube. The other sulfur cubes would be horrified to see their brother disfigured like this though. So next time, I'm letting you save them from their misery by removing their eyes. Like and subscribe. I improved
I love
Minecraft's
fingies.
Okay, see this? You gotta.
Heute gibt es einen chinesischen Klassiker.
Oh, dude, you've never.
Wait, what
Heute
was
gibt es
this?
einen chinesischen Klassiker.
It's German, but
Rindfleisch
nobody
mit Zwiebeln.
cares.
Auf Chinesisch.
Okay, I don't care.
Dude, you've never played Magic the Gathering? You're gonna probably fucking hate it.
Yeah,
It's
for
just
fucking
like-
sure. That you can really leave it at that.
Grilling 3.
One of my most favorite and popular dish. I have some beef fat.
I have some avocado oil.
I have some salt and pepper. This is a local Canadian short rib.
Salt and pepper. This is the American short rib, which is superior than the Canadian.
I just gently sear it.
We just brutally sear it.
I am also get some shallots.
Some shallots.
I have whole garlic, some ginger.
Some garlic.
Blend of spices here. Goes down.
I think that blend of spices is cinnamon, bay leaf, cloves, star anise, and peppercorn.
Chinese wine.
Chinese wine.
Dollar wine.
Mirin.
Cake of coriander. Beef stock.
Some leeks and chicken stock.
I have some rock sugar. What is that? Fresh tomatoes.
Fresh tomatoes.
A little bit of tomato paste.
A little bit of tomato paste.
Chinese preserved chili beans.
Some spicy bean paste.
A little bit of soy sauce.
A little bit of soy sauce.
I understand. I've said this before, I think, a billion times. I understand the point, and I understand that a lot of these pretty much taste the same. But if you change up the recipe, does it really warrant you making the video? Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like there's a difference between beef stock and chicken stock. Not a massive difference. Don't get me wrong. It's probably going to taste the same either way. But I feel like if you're going to change it up a lot, it's not really authentic to what the dude's making. But I get it. Sometimes you just can't find the things.
Okay, no more ingredients, please.
We're gonna braise this beef for 45 minutes.
Put a lid on and braise for 45 minutes.
After 45 minutes, you can see the shininess.
After 45 minutes, the meat is still
one tastes like beef and the other to chicken.
Hard. So
not really. There is a difference there. Like, you can taste it for sure. It's mostly salt you're tasting. I'm not gonna lie to you. I've had like so many different beef and chicken stocks. It like there is a difference sometimes if there's like some of them have like a more intensive beef flavor. Yes. Chicken doesn't have like a particularly crazy flavor. I still find that most of the stock tastes the same because it's just like an overload of salt anyway, so I don't know. In general, it's not a huge difference, but like I said, if you change a lot of ingredients, I feel like it doesn't warrant like a comparison really, because then it's just different. But I also understand, like I said, sometimes you just, or if you're allergic to something, obviously you have to change that out. That's fair.
But add another hour. Now the meat is tender and the sauce is kind of shiny.
Butter, potatoes, the braised beef in, some braised meat sauce.
I don't have buttered potatoes because I don't eat carbs, man. This piece looks and smells amazing. So let's give it a taste and rate it 1 to 10.
I don't eat carbs.
It tastes like the perfect combination of a classic mirepoix tomato red wine braise with a Chinese red braising. Fusion cooking at its peak. 9 out of 10.
I bet that tastes really good though.
Okay, I'd like to return these Pokemon packs.
I don't care.
Public service announcement.
What's up?
If you got cabbage,
I do.
It is not against the law to make something other than coleslaw, man.
Yeah, right. I know it's elite. No shit.
Go in with some olive oil.
More of a seed oil guy. It makes other people mad. That brings me joy.
1 sliced onion. And then some sliced garlic. And then...
Why slice your garlic? What's the point of slicing? I always just put in, like, whole cloves. I guess maybe if you're... Well, no, but you're not really... No, I guess you are eating it afterwards. I guess it's easier than eating a whole fucking clove of garlic. I guess it's not just for flavor.
We are doing the entire cabbage.
Entire cabbage. Got it. Damn the knives at this Airbnb are done.
Back to the onion. Go in with the cabbage.
In with the cabbage.
You thought we were done? Idiot. Gonna go in with all
Rude.
the cabbage. Gotta go there.
Idiot. That is. Well.
A large pinch of salt. Some turmeric. Some coriander powder. Be careful. There's a lot of cabbage. Put in with some green chili.
I don't know what type of peppers are best, but I don't know. These look good at the store.
You cook it on high heat. You might stick a bit in it. So add a tiny bit of water. Put the lid on. I'm gonna let this simmer on 20 minutes on a low heat.
So how y'all doing?
Some fresh coriander.
I got some pita bread. Got myself a little cabbage sandwich.
That is fine.
Oh, that's good. Well, I'll tell you this, I like it a lot more than coleslaw. Also, yeah, the bean pants are super comfy. I've been wearing them all the time.
Isn't this just an advanced coleslaw, though?
Get back.
Public service announcement.
This is kind of just advanced coleslaw. This is just coleslaw with a different flavor, isn't it?
Yeah, right. I know it's elite. No shit.
Go in with some olive oil.
More of a seed.
But fair.
What was it this morning?
Oh, hell yeah.
We need it to be less.
When I ask people the 2 best Mexican drinks on earth, they either say horchata or Jamaica. You're gonna need flor de Jamaica, which when translated in English is actually a hibiscus flower.
Oh, okay.
They come dry like this because we're gonna steep it to release all the flavor. But they do have stems, so let's remove that. In a colander or something with pretty decent sized holes in it. See the stems? You can go ahead and throw that out. Wash it only to get the dust off. Once it starts to release color, stop washing it. But do be careful, this stuff will stain your hands and your clothes. 2,000,000-year-old water. We're gonna go in with 10 cups. And to the 10 cups, I'm gonna be adding 1 cup of sugar. It's not that much sugar when you think about it. Bring it up to a boil, making sure that the sugar dissolves completely. Set a timer for 5 minutes.
I don't know if you guys have ever seen some of those videos where people make like water, but then they put like a billion other things in it, quote unquote, for the flavor.
It's because just like anything that you steep, if you do it for too long, it might end up tasting really weird, sour. Now that the 5 minutes have passed, turn off your Bluetooth stove and then just leave this to cool down naturally. It might take an hour or the average man's bathroom usage. This is like Mexico's version of a sweet tea. Really good indeed. When I ask
nice.
Rob, are you aware of the meme where Carl Weezer goes, Jimmy, I'm dummy thick, and do you know this meme?
I do.
Can you say it?
Okay, you might have to.
Yeah.
Is
it written down somewhere? Yeah, give him the script. It's that top there.
All right. Oh, hey, Jimmy. I'm trying to sneak out of the house, but I'm dummy thick. And they're clapping my ass cheeks keeps alerting my parents.
Rob Paulson, everyone.
It's pretty decent.
Part 5 of trying to convince my wife my 3D printer wasn't a waste of money.
Okay.
Because she recently dropped the lid to her crock pot and
oh, no.
shattered the handle. Let's 3D print something to fix that. Taking apart the lid, we see that there is a screw along with this.
You know, the fact that the whole lid didn't shatter is actually pretty impressive.
It's a clear washer that seals it from the inside. And then on the handle side, we see this brass-colored threaded insert that is embedded into the plastic. I used a special method to remove it called brute forcing it with all the wrong tools, which was a massive pain, but eventually we got it out without dinging it up too badly. The original handle looked similar to this, but instead...
I gotta get one of these. I gotta get a crock pot for real. There's like a lot of good recipes that you can just use a fucking regular pot. I understand that. But this one makes it easier.
I used Tinkercad's Revolve tool to sketch out a profile that I think would make for a better handle. I made it flat on the top so the lid can lay upside down without falling over and getting condensation everywhere. And I'm intentionally leaving a gap in between the handle and the glass and holes in the top so that water can't get trapped under there when washing the lid. The last thing we have to do is model the hole for the threaded insert. I printed out a few test holes to get the fit just right and then added it to our model, and we are ready for the final print. A lot of you have been big fans of the red color I've used for some previous projects, and I think it's going to match the crock pot absolutely perfectly. I'm just kidding. I'll be using some jet black Pet G. This was my first time inserting hardware into one of my designs mid-print, and it was honestly pretty satisfying to pause the print, slide the threaded insert perfectly in the slot, and then watch the printer continue printing right on top of it, locking it into place.
3D printing is so cool. That's really it. That's all I gotta say. But like, it sucks how. Well, I guess there's like cheaper ones, right? Like the what is it? Fuck, I keep forgetting that stupid ass Chinese brand. Bamboo, I think it just is. No, I don't own a 3D printer. I don't own a 3D printer. I don't really have a use for it right now. I've seen some like cool 3D printed stuff, but there's not really like, I don't know what I would print out, to be totally honest with you.
Quick support removal later, and we have our handle. Let's screw it all into place, and then I'll reveal one more hidden feature that I added to this thing. The handle looks and works great, and really looks like
3D
it's just part of
furniture?
the original crockpot.
What?
And turn it around, and you have a nice little clip to hold the meat thermometer, so we don't have to lay it on the counter. The wife approves, so we live to print another day.
This is day 19. The truth is not many people are watching, and that's okay, because tomorrow I'll be here again, doing the same thing, trying to get better even if no one notices. This page isn't for people looking for quick results or easy wins, it's for those who actually want to see what happens when you don't quit. Pizza after pizza, day after day, showing up even when it feels like nothing is changing.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
I'm in charge of drink duty, so I can't bring no weak old drink. Pink lemonade!
That's not
You're looking
a
little dehydrated, my boy, and I can't let that slide. First of all, we gotta wash it, alright? Don't be nasty. To my strawberries, I like to add a little bit of white distilled vinegar. Leave that for 5 minutes. I gotta test it, see if it's poison. I like to wash the lemons because other people are gonna be drinking it, you know? You gotta keep a little bit of respect.
I've gotta wash the lemons, but you're not putting the peel in though, are you?
Fruit is nice and clean, we could be getting juicing. And if you don't got a juicer like this, hey, don't worry, just use the one God gave you. Don't juice them all just yet, okay? Because we're gonna take the zest of a couple of them and put that in
never mind then.
syrup. Now, as for the strawberries, you're gonna blend it. I commend it. Don't bend it. Send it. You stink! Well, for every cup of lemon juice, 4 cups of that water. Now, add as much or as little simple syrup as you like. You want some?
What, that's it? Just
I'm in charge of drink duty, so
I added Babylonian civilization to Minecraft.
Okay.
You guys predicted that the Babylon villagers are all babies, but what's really important is that since they were the first civilization, they have a portal to the beginning dimension, which is kind of the opposite of the end. Everything is made of beginning stone, which is like what end stone looked like before they began texturing it. And instead of endermen, we have beginner men. And instead of picking up blocks, beginner men are still learning how to walk and often get stuck climbing a block, which makes them easy to unalive for these beginner pearls that let you just type in the coordinates you want to teleport to. We obviously also have the beginner dragon, who isn't very dangerous, but most importantly, you can get these new clovers that give you the beginner's luck effect, which means the first time you do anything, you'll get really lucky. For example, when you shoot your first arrow, it'll always find a way to hit, and when you place your first sapling, it'll grow into a giant tree. Like and subscribe. I added Babylon.
I love fingies.
6 hours to get these shoes ready for a wedding tonight. Can we do it?
Well, I mean, I feel like you should just buy new shoes. I also love videos like this. It's just like watching people do their job is kind of fun. It's interesting, you know? Like this is the kind of content that I sort of like about shorts, where it's like, oh, check it out, I'm doing a thing for a guy. Here's like a quick compilation of how it turns out. And I know sometimes they're fake. It's fine. But I don't know, there's something nice about it. Bro, I mean, at this point, just fucking take the whole thing apart, right? At this point, just make him an entirely new shoe. What was even the point of sanding it down before then, if you're just gonna... if you were just gonna take it off anyway? That's kind of sick as fuck. I don't know. I can appreciate these like old professions still being done today. I think it's cool. That's fucking cool. I'm always afraid the nail will somehow go through the shoe while using them. Well, they're not that long. And they're also specifically only at a part where it would not connect with your foot anyway.
Wedding tonight?
Eat more beans.
Gonna be tough for me, but
eat more beans.
I'll try.
17 grams of plant fiber, 47 grams of protein per serving.
And considering I've never had a stealth health recipe I didn't like.
This is pure comfort food, made healthier.
We making this.
To a large pot, add some grated garlic to olive oil.
20 cloves of garlic, got it.
Along with some tomato paste, and cook that for 3 to 4 minutes. Add in a pound of 93% lean beef.
I've got this for those that want to complain.
Cook that down until fully browned. Add in some salt and seasonings. Then we're gonna add in a can of these vodka sauce cannellini beans.
He says if you don't have these, you can just use some plain beans with some vodka sauce, but I actually really do like Heyday, which, hey guys, still trying to get sponsored by Beans over here, and Bushes isn't really answering my calls, so...
Along with a can of lentils.
Ooh, and lentils, I like it.
Ooh,
Cooked
lentils,
pasta,
nice.
added some beef bone broth.
I'm just using vegetable broth. I know it won't have as much protein, but that's okay.
And water, add a little bit of salt, bring that to a gentle simmer, and then we're gonna add in some whole wheat pasta.
Whole wheat pasta's okay. I definitely prefer this stuff.
Straight to the pot. Cover and cook for about 20 minutes. Take off the lid, give it another 5 minutes until it looks thick and creamy, just like this.
Man, that looks good.
Finish it off, I like to add some chopped cilantro, some whole milk skyr or Greek yogurt, and some Parmigiano Reggiano. Give that all a mix, let those flavors combine, and you're good to go.
It's pretty fucking good.
Yeah, this is really good. Oh, I feel like some spinach would go really well with this too.
You don't have any money, so you're gonna learn how to make cheese. Oh, but I don't have a cheesecloth. Did I ask you if you had a cheesecloth? I don't have any rennet. I want you to look me in my kind transgender eyes and ask me if you think I would ask you to go to the store and buy rennet.
I don't care about
my
this.
orange flavored son a few years ago, and when I tell you I could not have prepared for how orange he actually is. I knew oranges aren't like normal.
Okay. I have nothing else to say except cookie butter cheesecake, cookie butter cheesecake, cookie butter cheesecake. The kind of stuff that'll make your knees weak. The best cheesecakes in the world starts with the crust. So we're going in with some cookies. And
I love these. These are like the perfect thing to go on cheesecake. Maybe with some caramel. That shit is so good.
A little bit of that ocean. Very fine. Kind of like the person.
I don't really see why he put salt in there.
Watching this. Speaking of attractive, I know I'm not the only one that likes a giant thick layer of crust. Spread it out evenly and then bake it for 10 minutes until set. If you want your cheesecake to come out perfect every single time, you gotta use ingredients that are room temperature. Cream the sugars and the cheese with a little bit of that ocean. And we're gonna beat this until just incorporated. Now in goes the sour cream.
The only coconut thing I've seen you enjoy. What? The fuck? Coconut? The fuck are you I said caramel.
Cookie butter and just a small amount of vanilla extract. Beat this until combined, and that's when we're gonna add in the eggs. Now you're gonna put in the egg one at a time, incorporate it.
I don't like coconut that much anymore.
So you have no more eggs left, and do not overmix. Something like this, my visual learners. There's gonna be some air bubbles in this that we just wanna...
Those cookies are coconut flavor? What? I'm fucking looking that up. Are you like, do you have brain damage? That was, hold on, what the fuck? Can you stop it? That was these cookies. Where the fuck do these cookies taste like coconut? Are you brain dead? Are you insane? I don't know what the fuck you're smoking, but give me some, because you've got some good hallucinations, apparently.
Because air bubbles in the oven can create cracks and really ruin the appearance. Now bake it in a water bath at 325 degrees for 60 to 80 minutes. Until the outside is set and the middle is just a little bit jiggly. Turn off the oven and then keep leaving it in there until fully cooled. Then let it chill in the fridge before removing from the pan. And that's when you're gonna put in some melted cookie butter and then cover with even more cookie pieces. Next time your back is...
I think he used... there's no way he used those.
Now you know what to make. I have nothing else to say except cookie butter cheesecake, cookie butter cheesecake, cookie butter cheesecake. cake. The kind of stuff that'll make your knees weak.
I want to see if there's like a piece I can identify.
The world starts with the...
No, he didn't use these. Look, they're ridged on the end here, and these are just like... These are completely different. See, they've got like these ridges on the end. These are the Biscoff Lotus cookies. Coconut and cheesecake does not work, in my opinion. I can't see the two flavors getting together. I knew I wasn't insane.
Come turn this vintage spoon into a spoon ring with me. And if you're new here, I take vintage spoons from thrift stores and antique stores and turn them into rings.
Oh, cool.
So let me show you how I make one. The first step is marking out a guideline so I know just how much to cut to get the right ring size. And after separating the handle from the spoon head, there's a sharp edge that's left, so I'm going to get rid of that on my belt sander. It is super important to get a nice, smooth, and rounded edge before I start bending the spoon into a ring. And here's the hardest part, which is bending the spoon handle into a nice and circular shape. It's really easy to mess this part up, and the edges won't line up correctly, but I've been making spoon rings for 4 years now, so all my rings end up perfect. But there is one last step to this process, which is polishing the spoon ring on my bench polisher. This makes the ring super shiny. And here's the final product. I love how this ring looks like a rose wrapping around my finger. But what about you? Would you ever wear a spoon on your finger?
Pretty sick.
Anyways, thanks for watching.
Cooking on a budget in the South is just regular cooking. I grew up eating smothered potatoes and
Let's fix this curb. Previous
Don't care about
if you take rice and toast it inside of the oven, along with heck of cinnamon sticks. Look at you already trying to guess what I'm about to make. And 1 star anise, that stuff is strong. Stop playing with me, okay? I'm gonna need you to toast this really well until it smells like Latin cinnabon. How are you, by the way? How are you? All the way up there. I'm glad you're good. It's a little brown and hot, but this is how it's supposed to smell, my olfaction learners. Now, if you choose not to refrigerate this overnight, well, your horchata is not going to blend properly. That being said, I'll see you guys in the next 12 hours. The last Agua Fresca videos paid for this blender, so thank you. Strain it really good, my boys, okay? We don't want any of those excess chunks in there. Evaporated milk for the silkiness. Some cans of sweetened condensed milk. I got grandmas watching that'll get mad if I don't do this. Optional, but not really. A little bit of vanilla. Then we finish it off with a little bit more water.
What the fuck am I looking at?
I don't know if you guys caught it earlier, but I told you that you guys helped me buy that blender. I wasn't over exaggerating. It actually did come down to your viewership.
Looks really good, but I feel like I would shit my whole ass out if I drank this.
Cheers.
I added Pearl Harbor to Minecraft. It's a beautiful new beach biome, but what makes it really special is if you go into the harbor, you'll find these underwater clams, which all have a pearl inside.
Oh, okay.
Clams will always open up eventually, but it could take hours, and you can't mine a clam to get the pearl inside, or else I'd have to let you mine every mob to get what's inside of it. Our TNT won't work either because we're underwater, but we can go to the Eastern Cherry Blossom Village where they're working on new forms of TNT because they're at war with a bunch of other villages. And if we ask nicely, they'll actually drop their TNT onto our Pearl Harbor for us. And these bombs work underwater, so all we have to do is collect the pearls afterwards. Ender pearls let you teleport because Endermen can teleport. So these clam pearls let you turn into a clam because clams can clam. And being a clam is great if you want to hang out underwater and not be able to move or do anything at all. I'm adding Ender Pearl Harbor to Minecraft next time, so like and subscribe.
I don't know how I feel about that. Alright, let's see. Every Goomba glitch in Super Mario. Oh,
Super Mario.
Why is there 2 hours worth of Goomba glitch?
Super Mario 64 is full of different enemies. We got Bob-Bombs, we got Koopas, we have a Chain Chomp, but perhaps the most iconic enemy is the Goomba. It's the first enemy you see in the game, and
that's
it's a pretty easy encounter.
I mean,
Just
I guess
attack
that's
him
true.
and he dies. But despite how simple Goombas seem, they actually have a ton of glitches, which is what we're here to talk about today. This is every Goomba glitch in Super Mario 64. But before we get into Goomba glitches, we should probably discuss how Goombas work in general.
Now I'm
So, Goombas
hooked.
by default will just walk around. That might not seem like much, but it's way more advanced than many other enemies. For example, Bob-ombs just walk in circles. Spindrifts walk in circles. Bullies walk in circles. Scuttlebugs walk in circles. But for Goombas, he ain't walking in no circle. So how does his movement work? Well, here's the simplest way to think about it. The Goomba makes what I'm going to call the movement decision. That's the main decision that the Goomba makes over and over throughout its walking. Now, the movement decision has 4 different choices the Goomba can make, and which choice it makes is dependent on RNG, or random number generation. Then after it completes its choice, it makes the movement decision again, and that just repeats for forever. So going back to the Goomba, let's see what these 4 choices are. There's a 3/8 chance that the Goomba turns to the left and walks forwards. How long it walks forwards for depends on RNG, and will be a value between 100 and 200 frames, or about 3 to 7 seconds. There's also a 3/8 chance that the Goomba turns to the right and walks forwards for that same random amount. So that's why you'll see Goombas turn slightly and then continue walking. But the Goomba can also do something that's a little more rare, and that's jumping. See, there's a 1/8 chance that the Goomba jumps while doing a big turn to the left. And similarly, there's a 1/8 chance that the Goomba jumps while doing a big turn to the right. So those are the 4 choices a Goomba can make when it does a movement decision. Walk left,
Damn,
walk
that's kind
right,
of crazy. I didn't
jump
know that.
left, jump right. And as soon as it finishes doing that choice, it makes the movement decision again. So it'll either walk forwards and then make another choice, or jump and then make another choice. So now, let's watch the Goomba as it makes these choices in real time. So first the Goomba turns to the left and walks for a bit, and then the Goomba jumps left and walks right. Now it is possible for the Goomba to do multiple jumps in a row, so watch closely. The Goomba jumps left, jumps right, walks right. So between each walking segment, there can be any number of jumps, including doing 0 jumps as we see here. So it just went from walking to walking, which causes it to do a slight turn. So yeah, I think you get the idea. Now one cool thing you can do is manipulate RNG to get the Goomba to do an infinite number of jumps. Like, there's normally only a 1/4 chance that he jumps, but we can make dust on certain frames to manipulate RNG to hit that chance over and over, and make the Goomba jump as long as we want. Man, look at him go. He's getting a real workout over there. Now, there's one important property that every Goomba has, which is its home. The home is a point in 3D space, specifically the point where the Goomba originally spawned. Now, the home plays an important role in the Goomba's behavior, because the Goomba isn't allowed to walk more than 1,000 units away from its home. We'll call this spherical area the Goomba's home range. So if a Goomba does happen to walk outside of its home range, then it's programmed to walk back towards its home until it's back inside the home range. That's why when we look at the Goomba's pathing over time, we see that it never walks too far away from its home, because the second it goes outside of its home range, it's forced to go back. Now,
That's fucking really impressive for an N64 game, not gonna lie.
We've just been talking about regular-sized Goombas, but Goombas actually come in 3 different sizes: medium, tiny, and huge. The 3 sizes behave mostly the same, but they do differ in some key properties, so let's compare them. First, let's talk about regular Goombas. If you come into contact with a regular Goomba, you'll receive 1 damage. If you punch a regular Goomba, he'll move horizontally until he hits the ground and dies. But if we breakdance into a Goomba, he'll move more vertically and die in midair. So there's actually 2 different ways to give a Goomba knockback. One where he moves horizontally until he hits something and dies, and one where he moves vertically and dies in midair. And finally, if we bounce on a Goomba from above, he'll get squished and die. And note that a regular Goomba will always produce 1 yellow coin when he dies. Next, let's talk about tiny Goombas. If you come into contact with a tiny Goomba, you'll receive knockback but no damage, and the Goomba dies in the process without producing a coin. Then, like before, we can punch a tiny Goomba to kill him horizontally, where he falls with very low gravity. We can breakdance into a tiny Goomba to kill him vertically, and we can bounce on a tiny Goomba from above, in which case he gets squished and dies. So tiny Goombas do produce a yellow coin so long as you kill them with an attack, instead of just letting them walk into you. But unfortunately, sometimes when you try to jump onto a tiny Goomba, you don't end up bouncing on it. Instead, you just land on the ground, and then the Goomba hits you, resulting in no coin. So why does that happen? Well, let's play it again, pause it, look at it from the side, and hide the background. Here's Mario's hitbox, and here's the Goomba's hitbox. The hitboxes are cylinders, so they just look like rectangles from this side view. Now Mario will bounce on the Goomba if the following conditions are met. Their hitboxes overlap while Mario's in the air, moving down, and Mario's above the Goomba. Now let's focus on that first condition requiring the hitboxes to overlap. But if we step through the frames,
now I know why this video is 2 hours
straight
long.
From his hitbox being above the Goomba's hitbox to Mario landing on the ground. And now that he's landed, he can't bounce on the Goomba anymore because he has to be in the air for that. But instead he's on the ground, so he gets hit by the Goomba. So yeah, jumping onto tiny Goombas is risky because you might end up with bad spacing that skips straight over the Goomba's hitbox instead of intersecting it. And finally, let's talk about huge Goombas. If you come into contact with a huge Goomba, you'll receive 2 damage. Now, regular attacks like punching and breakdancing don't actually kill the huge Goomba. Instead, it just makes him bounce up. And you can hit the Goomba on multiple consecutive frames, causing him to go really high up. And note that each frame that you're hitting him produces its own set of yellow particles. So we can make a lot of particles just from one attack, since it hits him so many times in a row. But huge Goombas aren't invincible. See, jumping onto them will still kill them and produce a yellow coin. But interestingly, if you kill a huge Goomba by ground pounding him, it'll actually produce a blue coin, which is worth 5 yellow coins. And the same thing happens if you twirl off of a fly guy and attack the Goomba using the twirl. That also produces a blue coin. So getting the blue coin out of them is definitely useful if you're going for the 100 coin star. So to summarize, Goombas come in 3 sizes, medium, tiny, and huge. But interestingly, we can subdivide them even further into 2 different classes of Goomba. One class is Singleton Goombas, and the other class is Goombas belonging to a triplet of Goombas. So let me explain the differences. Let's say we have a Singleton Goomba. A Singleton Goomba will exist no matter where Mario goes in the level. So even if Mario goes really far away, the Goomba is still loaded in memory. But note that all Goombas have a draw distance, which is a sphere around the Goomba. If Mario exits the draw distance, the Goomba becomes inactive, meaning it turns invisible and won't move around anymore, but it's still loaded in memory. And then if Mario goes back into the draw distance, the Goomba becomes active again, meaning it turns visible and will move around more. So in the game, we have this Goomba, and its draw distance looks like this. So, if we exit the draw distance, then the Goomba becomes inactive. And if we go into the draw distance, then the Goomba becomes active again. And we can even oscillate in and out of the Goomba's draw distance every other frame to make the Goomba flicker. Now let's talk about Goomba triplets. The way they work is that there's an invisible object called a Goomba spawner. The spawner has an inner radius and an outer radius. When Mario goes into the inner radius, the spawner spawns the 3 Goombas. And when Mario goes outside the outer radius, the spawner despawns the 3 Goombas, meaning the Goombas don't exist at all.
Holy fuck,
not
dude.
even a dashed outline this time. So in the game, here's a Goomba spawner. Stepping back a bit, here's the spawner's inner radius, and here's its outer radius. So you can see that when Mario enters the inner radius, the Goombas load, and when Mario exits the outer radius, the Goombas unload. And note that since the loading and unloading use 2 different radius sizes, we can't do the oscillating technique from before to load and unload the Goombas every other frame. So at first glance, the 2 classes of Goombas seem pretty similar. You can see the Goombas when you go close to them, but not when you go far away. But internally, they're using 2 completely different systems. The Singleton Goomba is switching between being active and inactive, but it exists in memory the whole time. It's always loaded. But for the Goombas of a Goomba triplet, they switch between being loaded and unloaded. So when they're unloaded, they don't exist at all. And then when you go close again, the Goombas are recreated on the spot. Now remember how I said Singleton Goombas have a draw distance? Well, each Goomba in a triplet also has a draw distance that affects its activeness, and those are completely separate from the Goomba spawners loading and unloading radius sizes. So if you go too far away from a Goomba, the Goomba becomes inactive. And if you go too far away from the Goomba spawner, then all 3 Goombas unload. Now, if you kill a Goomba belonging to a triplet, the Goomba spawner keeps track of that. And so then if you go far away and come back, the Goomba spawner knows to only load the Goombas you haven't killed yet. So that creates the illusion
Of course,
that it's the
because
same Goombas each time.
Oh
But
my
like
god,
I said, the
it's
Goomba spawner
never the same Goombas. Holy fuck, dude. This is like fucked up.
is just constructing new Goombas each time in the spots you haven't killed yet. Also, note that each Goomba in a triplet has its own home where it initially spawned. So if we look at the paths of these Goombas over time, we see that they each stay within their respective home range. But of course, there's a lot of overlap in the middle where they all have access to and can walk into each other. So in summary, there are 6 types of Goombas, 3 different sizes, and 2 different classes. In total in the game, there are 23 medium singleton Goombas, 10 tiny singleton Goombas, 8 huge singleton Goombas, 11 medium Goomba spawners equaling 33 Goombas, 0 tiny Goomba spawners equaling 0 Goombas, and 1 huge Goomba spawner equaling 3 Goombas. And so all in all, that's 77 unique Goombas in the game. However, it's not always obvious whether a Goomba is a singleton Goomba or belongs to a triplet, so let's look at some examples. These 3 Goombas in Tall Tall Mountain belong to a triplet. These 3 huge Goombas in Tiny Huge Island belong to a triplet. In fact, they're the only triplet of huge Goombas in the game. These 3 Goombas in Shifting Sands Land are actually not part of a triplet. They're just 3 singleton Goombas. Same thing for these 3 Goombas in Bowser in the Dark World. They're also all singleton. This Goomba in Rainbow Ride is a singleton Goomba. These 2 Goombas in Bowser in the Sky are both singleton
I wonder how many
Goombas,
times he's gonna say
and these 2
Goomba in this
Goombas
video about
Bowser in the
Goombas.
Sky actually belong to a triplet. But if they belong to a triplet, then where's the 3rd Goomba? Well, here's the Goomba spawner. When you go close to it, it spawns Goombas here, here, and here. But as you can see, that 3rd Goomba spawns off the edge. And Goombas are programmed to snap down to the floor right when they spawn. So since that Goomba's off the edge, he snaps all the way down to the death barrier.
He immediately
and
gets
he's visible there
murdered.
for 1 frame right when he spawns. But then on the next frame, he becomes inactive and disappears.
Born to
since,
die.
You know,
World
you're
is
so
a
far away
fuck.
from him.
75 million Goombas dead.
It is possible to catch a glimpse of the Goomba on that 1 frame before he disappears. Playing it again, we can see him appear right there. But no one's ever killed that Goomba or collected his coin.
Why are they
and so
killing
he's
him
become known
immediately?
As the Mystery Goomba or Impossible Goomba.
You know what? You can hate on Nintendo for all their marketing bullshit that they're doing bad, for all their like management bullshit that they're doing bad. But honestly, this is what you should hate them for the most. They're just straight up killing a Goomba.
Like, there's just no way to kill him or even get over to him when he's stranded all the way down here on the bottom of the course. Let me show you with this side view. So here's Mario, and here's the Mystery Goomba. Now, if Mario's within this blue sphere, the Goombas, including the Mystery Goomba, will be loaded. But Mario has to go within this red sphere for the Mystery Goomba to become active.
White
but as
Goombas.
You can see, the 2 spheres
Black
don't
Goombas.
overlap. And so if you
Mexican
jump down to get over
Goombas.
to the Mystery Goomba, he unloads
Mystery
before he ever
Goombas.
becomes active again. So we can't even reactivate him, much less get over to him to kill him. And so as far as we know, there's just no way to defeat that Goomba. Now something else interesting is that in the Goomba spawner's code, it can actually
Jewish
spawn a
Goombas.
variable number of Goombas. Like, it's not just hard-coded
If you know that,
every
if you
time. Instead,
know what
there's
I'm
a property on the
referencing,
Goomba
you're
spawner
cool.
object that in theory could be set to a higher number to spawn more Goombas. In the game though, they never actually use that functionality. They just always go with the default of 3. But if we use hacks to modify that number, we can see what 4 Goombas would have looked like. And here's what 5 Goombas would have looked like.
20
and here's what
Goomba.
16 Goombas
Oh my
would
god,
have
that's
looked
a lot
like.
of Goombas.
So by hacking that number, we can see this unused functionality to spawn more Goombas in the circle. And you know how the Goomba spawner keeps track of which Goombas have died so that it knows not to respawn them? Well, that functionality only works for the first 6 Goombas that spawn, because I guess the developers never got around to fine-tuning this functionality. So here with 16 Goombas, if we kill them all, then leave and come back, only the first 6 stay dead, while the other 10 respawn anyway.
Oh.
So yeah, it seems like the developers were thinking of having more Goombas spawn from a spawner, but didn't actually go through with it or finish programming it. Now, as I mentioned before, Goombas will turn around once they walk outside of their home range. So you might think a Goomba's forever stuck inside its home range. But us glitch hunters, we found ways to make Goombas go beyond that. For example, remember how with a huge Goomba, you can punch it and it won't die? Well, every punch causes the Goomba to turn towards Mario and walk that way for a bit, even if that means walking away from its home while it's outside of its home range. So by repeatedly attacking a huge Goomba, we can actually transport him very far away from his home. I can even knock him down onto the beach. I bet you never saw a Goomba down here before. And using the shell makes it even easier, because then Mario's whole hitbox counts as an attack on the Goomba. So for this Goomba, we can transport him and bring him all the way over to the cannon, and then we can knock him inside the cannon. but unfortunately he just dies in there because it's filled with water, and Goombas can't exactly survive in water. More on that later. Then for this
can they
Goomba,
actually?
we can transport him and bring him over to Wiggler's hole on top of the mountain. And of course, then we can knock him into there, causing him to get stuck down there and walk in circles for forever. I don't think he'll be getting out of there anytime soon.
That's so fucked up. Why are you doing that to him?
Wiggler has a friend now, and we can also put a huge Goomba on top of an item block. Look, his shadow can't even fit all the way onto it. And then if you open the item block, the Goomba just falls down. He doesn't die like you might have expected from some other Mario games. You can also put a Goomba into a warp pipe, though this one works a little differently. See, the warp pipe is an object, and objects are only tangible when Mario's within a certain radius around them. Here, Mario's standing outside of that radius, so the warp pipe is currently intangible. So that allows the Goomba to walk into the warp pipe, and then we can have Mario go closer to make the warp pipe tangible again, effectively trapping the huge Goomba
trapping
inside.
the
Look, his
Goomba.
model barely fits in there.
That is so
You
fucking
can still
mean.
get me,
That's
but I
so
can get him
funny
too.
though.
Take that. So yeah, you thought you needed a Pokeball to capture creatures? Nope, just use a warp pipe. Then
what?
using that same principle, we can also put a Goomba on top of a sign. See, we let the Goomba walk into the sign when the sign is intangible, and then we have Mario go close to the sign to make it become tangible right at the peak of the Goomba's jump. And so the Goomba snaps onto the top of the sign.
No!
Man, look at him go.
Goomba
He's trying
trap.
real hard to get off of there. But nope, he'll be stuck there for
Dude,
all
you're giving him a
eternity.
panic
You
attack.
know,
That's so
unless I
mean.
walk away and make the sign become intangible again. And here's something cool. You see that Goomba in the fence over there? Well, what if we brought more Goombas into the fence? For example, this Goomba over here. I can transport him all around and then have him go into the fence. But how many more can we get? Well, there's this Goomba up here. I can transport him over and get him into the fence. Then there's this Goomba over here. I can transport him all the way over and get
Is this
him
really
inside.
a glitch?
Then there's this Goomba on the cliffside. I can transport him over to be with the rest of them. And finally, there's this Goomba near the cannon. I can transport him over to have all the Goombas be in the fence together. And you know what that means? We've created the Goomba Jamboree. I know, we all wanted the Scuttlebug Jamboree. But you know, you have to take what you can get. And in this case, we have 6 Goombas all in the fence together.
Hell
now,
yeah.
it's not actually all the Goombas in the level. See, there's these 2 Goombas near the warp pipe that I didn't bring over, because there's just no good path from here to the fence. And then there's these 3 Goombas at the start which belong to a Goomba spawner. They don't work because the spawner's radius doesn't enclose the fence, so Mario couldn't escort the Goombas over there without them unloading. But for these 6 Goombas, we finally got them all together for one big jamboree. We did it, guys. The true goal of Super Mario 64 has been achieved. And I'll also show what this looks like from a top-down view. This white circle is Mario, each of these colored circles is one of the Goombas, and this gray outline is the fence, which already contains the red Goomba. So first I brought the orange Goomba over, then I brought the yellow Goomba over, then I brought the green Goomba over,
How
then I brought
bored
the
do you
blue
have to
Goomba
be?
over,
Like, it's
and then I brought the
cool
purple
and
Goomba
hilarious,
over.
and I like it a lot.
That's how I got all the Goombas
But-
into the fence, or at least all the Goombas you can get. Now with regular
How much
Goombas,
time
we
does a
obviously
person
can't
have?
do that same trick to move them with the shell, because a single attack will kill these Goombas. But there is a slight variation we can do, where instead
I gotta
of
go
punching
piss
the
again
Goomba
in a
over
second.
and over, we bump into the Goomba over and over. Like before, this causes the Goomba to turn towards Mario and walk that way for a bit, even if that means walking away from its home. But the problem is that each hit causes Mario to lose 1 health. So we can only bump into a Goomba 7 times before we have to stop and get more health. But if you go get health and then come back, the Goomba will have already walked back into its home range, resetting all your progress.
Damn.
So it's a pretty limited technique. But this technique was actually used in an alternative strat in the A button challenge. You know, where your goal is to not press the A button. Specifically, it was used for collecting the stars scale the mountain in 0 A presses. See, we can lure a Goomba up to the top of the mountain near the star, but it's still not close enough to the star for us to use, and it won't voluntarily walk any closer. But we can bump into it a few times to lure it a bit closer and then bounce on it to reach the star. Now if there's a Bob-omb present, we can do something even cooler to move Goombas around. See, we can pick up the Bob-omb and then use it to push Goombas around. But why does that work? Well, to understand this, we have to talk about how holding objects works. See, holding objects in Super Mario 64 is basically an illusion, because when you pick up an object, the real object just turns invisible, and the game renders a graphic of the object in Mario's hands. Then when you release the object, the game stops rendering the graphic in Mario's hands, and the real object turns visible and teleports over the Mario. So this process gives the illusion that you're holding the object, even though you're just holding a graphic of it, while the real object is elsewhere and invisible. So for a Bob-omb, if Mario picks it up, the real Bob-omb turns invisible and the game renders a graphic of the Bob-omb in Mario's hands. And then when you release it, the game stops rendering the graphic and the real Bob-omb turns visible again. But interestingly, when the Bob-omb is invisible, it doesn't just stay where it was like the box did. Instead, it hovers in front of Mario. The programmers did that because the smoke comes out of the real Bob-omb and not the graphic. And so they needed the real Bob-omb to stay somewhat near the graphic so that it still looks right. But strangely, even though the Bob-omb is invisible while you're holding it, it's actually still tangible, which is why it can push Goombas. So we can pick up a Bob-omb so that the real Bob-omb hovers invisibly in front of Mario while still being tangible, and then use that Bob-omb's hitbox to push the Goombas around.
Mario 64 has so much like really impressive development stuff in it for an N64 game. It's really, really surprising. Like, you wouldn't believe that
trick only lasts for a little bit until the Bob-omb
there's that
explodes.
much in there. By the way, speaking of that much in there, same thing for my bladder, so I will be... What the fuck was that? My face just disappeared. So I will be back in a moment. Just give me a sec. All right, let's continue. Let's keep going. Let's see what else the Goombies can do.
See, here's what we can do. Grab a Bob-omb, then jump into a wall in a certain way so that we hold the Bob-omb hands-free. Now Mario's in a broken state where he can do stuff like teleport even though the Bob-omb still thinks it's being held. And now after teleporting, Mario's free from having to hold the Bob-omb, but the Bob-omb is still in the state of being held. And now we go back to where we left the Bob-omb at the other teleporter, and it reactivates and clings to Mario. Because remember, a Bob-omb that's being held continuously updates to be right in front of Mario, and it's invisible but still tangible. And also,
how do you get to these conclusions,
though? So basically, this technique gives us free reign to push Goombas wherever we want with no time pressure. For example, we can push a Goomba into a cannon. I can push a Goomba through a wall, and when I do this, you might wonder what happens to him.
He dies.
Here's another view of it. You can see that the Goomba falls down until it deactivates for Mario being outside of its draw distance.
That's so horrible.
I can push a Goomba off the edge of the course. I can push a Goomba straight through the floor. I can bring a Goomba over to Chain Chomp, but they just go through each other. I guess the programmers never expected that interaction. I can push a Goomba behind Chain Chomp's gate, but he's able to walk out of there because the gate is just a one-way wall. I can even bring a Goomba to the King Babam fight. Come on, Goomba, let's fight him tag team style. I'll go first, so you stay over here. Okay. Oh, he got me. Goomba, save me. Oh, phew. Thanks for cushioning my fall, Goomba. Your sacrifice won't be forgotten. Then in Shifting Sandland, we can have a Goomba go into the hole on a Tox box. And then here, oh no. Goomba, watch out! No, the Goomba! Just kidding, he's fine. Goombas can only get squished by Mario, not level geometry. We can also push a Goomba all the way up the pyramid and into the hole on top. So I guess iRock has a friend now too. And in Rainbow Ride, this technique was actually used in the A button challenge for the star swinging in the breeze. See, the star is too high up to reach without the A button, but luckily, there just so happens to be a Goomba nearby, and I knew a way to bring that Goomba all the way over to the star. How'd I do it, you ask? It was the hands-free teleported Bob-omb. Come on, use some context clues. But yeah, I had to bring the Goomba up the ramp and then across the swing. And the swing was pretty tricky because you have to go fast, but I figured it out. And now you can see how high up the star is. So I put the Goomba near the star, got rid of the Bob-omb, and then used the Goomba to bounce up into the star. So yeah, that's how
really
the star
impressive.
was first collected without using the...
impressed at the way people find new ways to play like Mario 64 is such a crazy, like, impressive game, both in terms of what you can do with the game as well as the way it's coded. And I keep learning new stuff about this game. It's crazy. It's crazy. But I like it a lot.
A button. Now, one caveat of this technique is that only singleton Goombas can be transported all around the course. See, if we try to do it with a Goomba from a triplet, the Goomba unloads once we go too far away from the Goomba spawner. So, for example, in the A button challenge, there's this star from the chests. This star is too high up to reach with a rollout. Consequently, over the years, many people have suggested trying to move a Goomba over to the star. But these Goombas are part of a triplet, so even if we did have the ability to transport a Goomba, done here with a hacked-in Bob-omb, the Goomba would just unload once we move too far away from the Goomba spawner. So it's just not possible for Mario to bring a Goomba all the way over to the star. Now, let's take a Goomba and look at it from above. There are two important angles that the Goomba keeps track of. First, its facing angle. I'll represent this with a yellow arrow. And second, its target angle. I'll represent this with a green arrow. Now let's let the Goomba walk around and observe. So the yellow arrow is the direction that the Goomba is currently facing and moving. And the green arrow is the direction that the Goomba wants to move. So the yellow arrow will turn towards the green arrow. And so you can see that each time the Goomba makes its movement decision, the green arrow updates
I find it just so technically impressive that this is how, like, you have to think about this. This game at this point, like, what is 30 years old? How old is Mario 64? Like, old as fuck at this point, right? And it's impressive to think that, like, this is a game that you can, at this point, play on your goddamn phone. Anywhere, right? Even if you have a shit phone. And yet, you know, it was on, like, a cartridge or a console with, by today's standards, shitty graphics, like, really low power console. And yet still, for a Mario game, it has really, really impressive AI. And I know, like, you know, maybe by today's standards, not so much, but I find, like, for the fact that it was, like, made in like the mid-90s or whatever, that's really impressive. The 90s in general had some really impressive technical advancements in the entertainment industry. You know, I always like to bring up the, and obviously, you know, like, Toy Story in general was very impressive, right? In terms of movies. I like to bring up the the stampede scene from The Lion King. That was like super technically impressive considering the fact that like that was all 3D animated. But you can't even really tell that it was 3D animated. And mind you, that's in 1994. Or sorry, I mean the movie released in 1994, so they were working on it quite a while before that. I don't know, the 90s leading up to the 2000s were a very, very technologically interesting time frame because there was so much innovation and so much happening in terms of like technology and in terms of just like impressive, I guess, coding as well. It's crazy. It's really, really crazy. And this is just another example. Like, I don't know, maybe it doesn't seem like much from today's perspective, but I find it fascinating that a game as old as Super Mario 64 can do this. And that wasn't even like a I mean, again, for the time, it was a technically impressive game. But even looking back, it's still like there's things here that are just genuinely super interesting. And the fact that people are discovering these things is honestly almost equally as impressive.
Until they're aligned. Now, there are 5 different situations that set the Goomba's target angle. First, if the Goomba's moving around inside of its home range, then it updates its target angle on each movement decision. So for the Goomba, it could walk left, walk right, jump left, or jump right, and that'll update the target angle. Second, the Goomba walks outside of its home range. So here, if the Goomba goes outside of its home range, then the target angle will be set back towards its home. That way, the Goomba goes back into its home range. Third, the Goomba touches Mario. See, if they come into contact with each other, the Goomba sets its target angle towards Mario, which is why it then turns towards Mario as it jumps up. Fourth, the Goomba notices Mario. See, if Mario goes close to the Goomba notices Mario and sets its target angle towards him. And so that's what causes the Goomba to go after Mario. And then fifth, the Goomba walks into something. It could be the Goomba walking into a wall, it could be the Goomba walking into an edge, or it could be the Goomba walking into an object like another Goomba. Then its target angle will be a reflection away from that thing in order to make the Goomba turn around and move away from that thing. Now I'll show what each of these situations looks like in the game. So first, when the Goomba makes its movement decision. This is what we saw earlier. So whenever the Goomba makes a movement decision, its target angle updates instantly, and then its facing angle turns towards that new target angle. Second, when the Goomba goes outside of its home range. So here, you can see that once the Goomba walks outside of its home range, its target angle is set back towards its home, causing the Goomba to turn around and go back into its home range. Third, when the Goomba touches Mario. So here, you can see that once Mario touches the Goomba targets Mario and jumps up while turning towards him. So this is the functionality I used earlier when I repeatedly bumped into the Goomba to move him away from his home range. And it's also the functionality I used when I transported a huge Goomba away from his home by repeatedly punching him. Then fourth, when the Goomba notices Mario. See, in order for the Goomba to notice Mario, 3 conditions have to be met. First, the Goomba has to be within its home range. Second, Mario has to be within the Goomba's home range. And third, Mario has to be within 500 units of the Goomba, which we'll call the notice range. And so when Mario goes close to the Goomba will notice him. So to summarize, for the Goomba to notice Mario, both the Goomba and Mario have to be within the Goomba's home range, and Mario has to be within the Goomba's notice range. And note that for this visual, I'm making the ranges circles on the ground instead of spheres, because that'll be easier to see. So now, let's watch as I interact with the Goomba. So watch, I get the Goomba to notice me, causing him to jump and then chase after me. And the chase will last until one of the 3 conditions fails. And now, I lure the Goomba outside of its home range, causing it to stop chasing me and instead just walk back towards its home. But the moment it comes back inside, it starts chasing me again. Next, you can see that the moment Mario steps outside of the home range, that also ends the chase. See, he won't notice me if I stand over here. Now exiting the notice range will also end the chase, and we can oscillate in and out of the notice range to have him notice
Mario
me
exits
many
the
times.
Goomba's
And similarly,
domain
we can
expansion
oscillate in and out of the home range. See, even though I'm standing right next to the Goomba, he only notices me the moment I step inside the home range. And now watch this. If we stand in just the right spot, we can have the Goomba chase Mario forever. Like, he just runs in a big circle around Mario.
Oh
never
no.
going close enough to hit Mario.
Mario
but also
has
never
achieved
going far
infinity.
away enough to make Mario exit the notice range. Fast
Hollow
forward
purple.
10 minutes and Mario fell asleep, but the Goomba's still going. Now, as we just saw, Goombas will jump when they notice Mario. Nothing weird there. But now watch this. If the Goomba's above Mario, like upwards on a hill or on a higher platform, then it's possible that the Goomba will jump multiple times when it notices you. See, it just jumped 3 times and then it jumped 2 times. So what's going on there? Well, let's play it again, pause it, and look at it from the side. Now, I said the Goomba notices Mario when Mario goes within a certain radius around the Goomba, but we can just as easily think about it as the Goomba entering a certain radius around Mario. Now let's zoom in extra on the Goomba to see what happens when it enters
It's Mario
the radius.
64.
Now, it's okay if the jump itself exits the radius because the Goomba
is a video
in the
on
jumping action during that. But as
Goomba
soon as the
glitches
Goomba
in
lands
Mario
and does
64.
a little bounce, then it goes back into the walking action, at which point it does matter if it exits the radius. And as you can see, because the little bounce exits the radius and then re-enters, it causes the Goomba to notice Mario again. And this is only possible because the edge of the radius is sloped at this point due to the Goomba being above Mario. I'll show what I mean with a diagram. Now the Goomba's little bounce goes up and forwards, so if the Goomba enters the radius at the same height as Mario, the bounce arrow stays within the radius. If the Goomba enters the radius below Mario, the bounce arrow still stays within the radius. But if the Goomba enters the radius above Mario, then the bounce arrow goes outside of the radius, leading to more jumps. And this effect is amplified the higher up on the circle you go. So here, the Goomba's about to enter the radius right above Mario. So let's see how many jumps it'll do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's a lot of times to notice someone who's not even moving. And then 5th, when the Goomba walks into something, its angle gets reflected away from that thing. Now there are 3 broad categories of things that cause reflections. First, the Goomba walks into a wall. So this could be the Goomba walking into an actual wall, but it could also be the Goomba walking into a steep floor, which isn't technically a wall, but it is treated exactly how a wall is treated. Then second, the Goomba walks into an edge. This could be an edge next to out of bounds, meaning there's no floor beyond the edge. It could be an edge with a big drop down to the next floor, or it could be an edge next to a floor that slopes down very steeply. And then third, the Goomba walks into another object. But only certain objects work for this, which includes walking into another Goomba, walking into a Koopa, and walking into a Spiny. So in all of these cases, the Goomba's angle gets reflected, causing the Goomba to turn away from the thing that it walked into. However, the specifics of the reflection depend on which of the 3 cases we're in. So let's go through the 3 cases, starting with walking into walls, or steep floors. So here's a wall as seen from above, and here's a Goomba who's facing northeast. So the Goomba walks northeast into the wall and then it does a reflection. Specifically, its facing angle reflects over the angle of the wall, so it reflects like this. And that reflected facing angle becomes the new target angle. So the Goomba would then turn around to face that new target angle. Now I should mention, when the Goomba does a reflection, it enters a special mode, which we'll call turning around mode. I'll represent that a Goomba is in turning around mode by making the arrow outlines red.
Bruh, it's so in-depth. I understand now why this is like almost 3 hours long. We are gonna take a break from this and watch some other stuff in a second, but like, it's still very, very impressive.
In turning around mode,
we'll come back
to it
for sure.
Staying inside its home range. It doesn't care about noticing
I guess I could also
Mario,
speed it up. Maybe I'll do
care
that
about
too.
Walking around randomly. Instead, all it cares about is turning towards its target angle. Once it finishes doing that and the arrows align, turning around mode ends and the Goomba behaves normally again. So basically, if the arrow outlines are red, the yellow arrow will turn towards the green arrow and no other behavior happens until that's done. So let's see what this looks like in the game. The Goomba walks to the right and then hits a wall. So we take the angle of the wall and reflect the facing angle over that line. Then that arrow becomes the new target angle. And since a reflection just happened, the Goomba goes into turning around mode with the red outlines on the arrows. So now the Goomba turns away from the wall until its facing angle meets the target angle, and then it's done with turning around mode. And then it just moves around.
This would 100%
normally.
make me fall asleep if I was listening to this in bed. Rose would like already be out at the 20-minute, 15-minute mark, if even that far. But I could like watch this for an hour before I fall asleep.
But yeah, that's what a typical wall reflection looks like. The Goomba walks into the wall and then turns away from the wall. Now remember, this applies to steep floors too, even though they're not actually walls. So here, the Goomba walks onto the steep floor of the rock. So we take the angle of the steep floor, reflect the facing angle over that line, and that arrow becomes the new target angle. And the Goomba goes into turning around mode. So now the Goomba turns away from the steep floor until its facing angle meets the target angle, and then it's done with turning around mode and moves around normally. And you can see that the Goomba actually goes onto the steep floor while he's turning away from it. Now here I've moved a Goomba very far away from his home using a hands-free teleported Bob-omb. Like, his home is on the other side of this wall. So now if we let him try to walk back towards his home, he walks into the wall, turns away from it, walks into the wall, turns away from it, and that just repeats. So now if we fast forward, we see that he ends up moving along the wall until his home is directly on the other side of the wall. And then he just sort of hangs out in that spot because he can't get any closer to his home. Now,
what a
since Goombas
fucking
turn away from
dumbass.
walls, we can use that to do something cool. See, we can lure the Goomba into the wall in just the right way, causing it to walk very far away from its home. What's going on is the Goomba turns counterclockwise in order to go back towards its home, but then it hits the wall and turns clockwise away from that wall. And that just repeats over and over, meaning the Goomba keeps oscillating between turning clockwise and counterclockwise, ultimately causing it to walk in a straight line away from
Holy
its
shit,
home.
dude.
And this only
This
works
is some
because the turn...
This is like some... You guys ever see an anime or read a manga where they have these like really, really weird, like super overpowered techniques? And then the reason behind those techniques, I guess like Jujutsu Kaisen kind of does this with Gojo, but where it's like, oh, my technique is that I can, like, if I turn into a wall, I will automatically turn into the opposite of the wall. But I use this technique or this curse or whatever the fuck, right? In a way that if I use both at the same time, I move infinitely forward, so I move at super speed. It's like some bullshit like that. That's what this Goomba is doing. This Goomba's doing a hollow purple, but like cooler.
Around mode overrides the Goomba's urge to go back towards its home, like I mentioned earlier. Now eventually, the Goomba reaches the end of the wall and then manages to turn around. And interestingly, it does the same thing on the way back. It turns towards its home, into the wall, then turns away from the wall, and that just repeats. And so after some time, the Goomba manages to get all the way back into its home range. We can also do this with a huge Goomba. So I lure him into the steep floor at just the right angle, and then he gets stuck oscillating. He turns left to go back towards his home, but then turns right to turn away from the steep floor. However, using a steep floor isn't as stable as using a wall, so eventually the Goomba breaks free and turns around. And then he does a similar thing on the way back. And we can also
the
do
Goombas
this
are
with a
stand
tiny
users.
Goomba. So I get his attention and then lure him all the way over
I don't know
here
if that's
to this
right.
wall. Then I get him to go outside of his home range.
But
and
they
before
just
you
have,
know
like,
it, he starts oscillating against the
weird
wall.
coding.
Now since he's tiny, he doesn't move as fast as the other Goombas. But you know, he's still getting there. Fast forwarding a bit and he's made it all the way over here. But then something a little strange happens. He
Got,
just
like, a
stops
long
moving.
hair all over
Look,
myself.
he's completely still. Now based on the arrows, we can see that he's still oscillating, but he's not actually moving anywhere. So what causes the Goomba to get stuck like this? Well, it has to do with the way Goombas interact with walls. See, the Goomba's behavior on every frame goes like this. First, handle wall interactions, and second, move one frame forwards. So let's watch this play out. First, handle any walls. The Goomba's currently not in any walls, so that step does nothing. And then the Goomba moves one frame forwards, which looks like this. Next frame, the Goomba handles any walls, but he's not in any walls. Then the Goomba moves one frame forwards, which looks like this. Now, even though the Goomba's currently inside the wall hitbox, it's not until the next frame that does something. So now on this frame, the Goomba handles any walls, which means it gets pushed out by the wall, and then it moves one frame forwards, once again ending the frame inside the wall hitbox. And continuing forward, those two steps would just keep happening. Now here's the code that Goombas use for wall interactions, but there's something interesting about the coordinates that it uses. See, here are the Goomba's coordinates, which are floats, but the code first converts those coordinates into shorts, and then that's the position that it uses to check for walls. Let's look at an example. So for the Goomba itself, the type of its coordinates are floats, meaning they can have decimal components. So the Goomba might be at x coordinate 1.43 and z coordinate -2.89. But that's not where the game would check for walls. Instead, there's a slightly different point where the game checks for walls whose coordinates are shorts, meaning they have no decimal components. So to calculate these coordinates, you can take the Goomba's coordinates and chop off the decimal components. So it's not rounding, it's truncating. And so even though the Goomba is at 1.43 -2.89, the game would check for walls at 1 -2. So let's go back to the visual we had before, but now let's add
really
unit grid
interesting.
lines. Also, here's the x-axis and here's the z-axis so that we know where the origin is. Now I should clarify, wall hitboxes for Goombas are actually 40 units in radius, but that's a little too big to show here, so we're just gonna pretend that wall hitboxes are 2 units in radius to make things easier to see. So now let's watch the Goomba move. First it checks for wall collision, not at the Goomba's position, but at the Goomba's position truncated to integer coordinates, which will always be the corner of the Goomba's unit square closest to the origin. There's no wall there, so we're done handling walls. Then the Goomba does its movement, which looks like this. So far so good. Now next frame, the game checks for walls at the corner closest to the origin, still no walls. Then the Goomba moves and gets closer to the wall. Next frame, the game checks for walls at the corner closest to the origin. This time there is a wall there, just barely. Now because the wall detection point is on the very edge of the wall hitbox, it pushes the Goomba out a distance of 0, but that still counts. So the Goomba ends up flush with the wall hitbox. So in general, if the Goomba's anywhere in this unit row next to the wall, it gets sucked into the wall during the wall collision step. Anyway, then the Goomba does its movement, which looks like this. Next frame, the game checks for walls at the corner closest to the origin. There is a wall there, so it pushes the Goomba out to be flush with the wall hitbox. And then the Goomba does its movement, which looks like this. So as you can see, the truncation done for wall detection does alter the Goomba's pathing by a bit. Specifically, each frame, the truncation moves the Goomba a fraction of a unit towards the origin. Here, since the Goomba's trying to walk away from the origin, the truncation towards the origin ends up slowing the Goomba down. On the other hand, if the Goomba's heading towards the origin, then each truncation moves it a fraction of a unit towards where it's going, and so it speeds up the Goomba's movement. We can see this difference in speed using that Goomba from before. On the left side, the Goomba's moving towards the origin, so it moves slightly faster, and on the right side, the Goomba's moving away from the origin, so it moves slightly slower. Looking at the bottom screens, you can see that the left side is moving faster than the right side. Now remember, that row of units below the wall will suck the Goomba back into the wall, but for most Goombas, they are able to escape from the wall because their movement can skip straight over that row of units, and so the Goomba can escape the wall. That's why normally Goombas don't get stuck on walls, they're able to get out of the wall hitbox. However, all of that analysis was for regular sized Goombas who move at a couple units per frame. So if the truncation causes their movement to be off by a fraction of a unit each frame, it's not that big a deal. But for tiny Goombas, they move so slowly that their movement only covers a fraction of a unit per frame. So if the truncation causes their movement to be off by a fraction of a unit each frame, then it actually is a big deal. So let's go through the visual again, but this time the Goomba will be moving less than 1 unit per frame in order to mimic the tiny Goomba. So first handle walls at the corner, but there are none. Then move forwards. Then handle walls at the corner, but there are none. Then move forwards. Then handle walls at the corner, and this time there is a wall there. So the Goomba gets put on the edge of the wall hitbox, and then the Goomba moves forwards. But now watch what happens. We handle walls at the corner, which pushes the Goomba to the bottom of the wall hitbox. Then the Goomba moves forwards, and now the Goomba's right back to where it was at the start of the frame, meaning it made no progress. So as you can see, the Goomba ends up stuck in place, because each frame, the truncation cancels out the small bit of movement forwards that it does. So looking at the Goomba, it moves a little to the right, then gets truncated to the left, then moves a little to the right, then gets truncated to the left, and so on. So the truncation is no longer just a slight change, but now it affects the whole movement because of how slow moving tiny Goombas are. But that's just when the Goomba moves in the direction away from the origin. If instead the Goomba heads towards towards the origin, then it actually is able to move at a rate of exactly 1 unit per frame. In other words, it can move along the wall at a speed slightly faster than its normal walking speed, because this time the truncation is working in its favor. Now if the Goomba tries to walk away from the wall, moving away from the origin, then it also gets stuck in place, because the truncation keeps putting it back against the wall. It's like I was saying earlier, that row of units south of the wall sucks the Goomba
the Goomba
in,
got fucking
and the
gold
Goomba doesn't move
experience
far enough
Requiem.
each frame to cross over those units. So basically, the Goomba's stuck against the wall, and then if the Goomba tries to walk away from the wall moving towards the origin, then it still can't escape the wall, but it does manage to move 1 unit to the side each frame. So let me summarize all of that. If the tiny Goomba moves into the wall moving away from the origin, it just gets stuck. If it moves away from the wall moving away from the origin, it also gets stuck. If it moves into the wall moving towards the origin, then it moves 1 unit along the wall each frame. And if it moves away from the wall moving towards the origin, then it also moves 1 unit along the wall each frame. So those are the 4 cases for this setup. So let me show what this looks like in the game. Here's a tiny Goomba who's right next to a wall. Though you probably never noticed the weird wall shenanigans because this area is so small that the Goomba usually notices Mario and then you just kill him. So here the Goomba walks into the wall and then tries turning away from it. But as we just discussed, that doesn't work. Instead, the Goomba gets stuck against the wall and can't escape. So if the Goomba walks to the right, then he just stays motionless, and if he walks to the left, then he's able to move along the wall. And note that that little hole in the wall is purely graphical, so there's still wall collision there. So is there anything the Goomba can do to escape the wall? Well, as we just saw, jumping doesn't work. But if Mario goes close to the Goomba and gets the Goomba to chase him, then the Goomba is able to escape. And that's because the Goomba's chasing speed is more than 1 unit per frame, allowing the Goomba to cross over that row of units next to the wall that suck him in. However, one important caveat here
all
is that
anime
all
powers
this
are
analysis
based
was
on
done
like
with
weird
the origin
coding
behind
shit.
the wall. If instead the origin is in front of the wall, then it's a little different. Because now if a Goomba is in that row of units next to the wall, the truncation doesn't pull the Goomba into the wall. Instead, the truncation goes away from the wall, which lets the Goomba safely escape from the wall hitbox. So for this setup, moving into the wall away from the origin results in getting stuck. Moving into the wall towards the origin results in moving 1 unit per frame along the wall. Those are the same as last time, but now moving away from the wall away from the origin lets the Goomba escape, and moving away from the wall towards the origin also lets the Goomba escape. So basically, if the origin is in front of the wall, the tiny Goomba can escape the wall and there's no risk of getting stuck on it. So let me show what this looks like using that wall on the edge of the course next to Out of Bounds. The Goomba walks into the wall and gets stuck in place as it's walking into the wall, but once it turns around, it's able to escape and leave the wall hitbox. So yeah, now you understand why the Goomba stopped moving earlier. He was allowed to move forwards before he crossed the axis line because then he was moving towards the origin. But the moment he crosses the axis line, then he's trying to move away from the origin and just gets stuck in place. And one other thing, Goombas will only reflect off of walls if they walk into the wall from the front, which is the intended way to walk into a wall. So if a Goomba walks into a wall from the back, like here with Chain Chomp's gate, the Goomba doesn't reflect at all. Finally, we're done with walls. Now we can...
Alright. We're gonna take a break from that. I told you guys that I wanted to check out the Angel Engine stuff, and I think we're gonna look at that now. I'm gonna keep that on the side. And let's see if we can find an Angel Engine. Ah, there we go. All parts in order. Perfect. So this is some weird like analog horror stuff that I've seen clips of. From what I understand, there is some oh, is this all shorts? But I'm assuming it's all Catman, right? Haven't we seen Catman stuff? No, I know who Catman is. Catman is the dude whose video I watched about this fucking thing. But I don't want to explain the funny. I just want to watch the videos. I think, yeah. So what I believe is that there's some AI in this to some degree, but I've seen some of this and I find the concept very, very interesting as a storytelling thing. So, you know, if we're watching this, like, you know, remove yourself from the fact that it's AI a little bit, and I just want to watch this stuff.
To cage an angel. Step 1.
All right, let's go. Guys, this is important. Listen.
Planet's resources.
What?
Step 2. Exterminate the wildlife. Step
what?
3. Watch your species fall into disarray.
Step
4.
That doesn't sound right.
Are now on the brink of extinction.
You're right.
Pray, pray, pray. Step 5. Watch the divine messenger descend onto your world.
Right.
Step 6. They want to help you use their kindness. Strap them into
oh shit, safety rough.
Engine. Step 7. Siphon their energy. Perform miracles. Step 8. Return your planet to its former glory.
This is very profit. But where was the question mark? You know what? Honestly, they were all question mark steps. Somehow I don't believe you, weird man. Somehow I find you.
To find the angel.
Yes.
Engine.
Oh.
Step 1.
Yeah.
Journey to the Holy Land.
Okay.
Step 2. Search the desolate terrain.
Okay.
For the great thorns. Step 3. Step into the burial site. Step 4. Look upon me. Look upon me. Look upon me.
I'd rather not.
Your wage will be plentiful.
Oh, my wage. Well, in that case, immediately.
He is coming.
Do not let him in.
Okay.
Do not be deceived.
Mm-hmm.
He is not your friend.
He has no friends.
You can really tell it's AI though, but like honestly, somewhat almost impressive, even though it is AI.
To lead you astray.
He will be here soon.
Okay.
Find me.
Find me.
I will help you.
Somehow I don't believe you. It's hard to say.
Help me.
We ran every test in the book on this guy here, and the results are incredible. There doesn't seem to be a limit to its energy output. Meaning, if our current results are anything to go off of, we could power the whole world for millennia.
You know, just to say this, I'm not... You know, I understand that we as humans are always just gonna use everything we can to turn it into energy, to power ourselves or whatever. Now, I don't know if it's really that smart to use an angel, you know, God's messenger. I feel like you're just kind of inviting problems. I feel like that might be the point of this entire series. But, I don't know. I'm just saying, like, if we're using angels, this might be a bad thing. It might not turn out good for everybody.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Me.
Okay.
I am standing before you on this day as a man, a husband, a father, as your president.
Yeah.
But most importantly, as a citizen of this country. He is not wrong. I will not sugarcoat our current situation. We are on the cusp of war. Your species will die.
Your species will die.
Not a test. This is not a joke. It is unfortunately the truth. Your species will
burn, fall.
As we speak, our enemies are readying their nuclear arsenal.
But you got like a dude.
Sky will burn.
There's like a guy behind you.
Listen to me. You are in great danger.
Okay.
I have traversed the gulf of time to bring you this message.
Okay.
He is not I. You do not possess the means to restrain him. He will break free. He will destroy you. Do not let him in.
Okay.
Are we back?
Yeah.
Dude, angels deserve human rights.
My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. We have encountered some technical issues, but I believe the problem has been resolved now. They call it the Second Tower of Babel. But will the mega complex standing behind me really spell doom for humanity, or will it catapult our species into the future? The testing ground, housing a total of 200,000 workers, has been erected here, in the Negev Desert. With the goal of testing a new state-of-the-art technology, scientists have dubbed the Angel Engine.
This is some really amazing stuff. Not only has this technology solved essentially all our energy problems, but we are now very close to cracking the process behind the production of artificial miracles. It might be too early to tell at this moment, but if we figure it out, this may very well be the greatest invention in the history of mankind.
Says the project's director, Dr. Jeff Ernstman. It is clear that such a technology, if used correctly, could do much good in the world. But in recent weeks, millions of people have flocked online to voice their concern and disapproval as reports suggest an actual sentient angel had been trapped inside the machine. We have secured an exclusive interview with Dr. Ernstman, hoping to find out more about this miracle machine and its maker.
I'm sure that's all gonna turn out fine.
How to survive in the Holy Land.
Okay.
Step 1. Pack enough supplies.
That would make sense.
There won't be any step 2. Do not let the forgotten find you. They do not take kindly to foreigners.
Rude and racist.
3. Do not look at the sky.
Okay.
Your eyes, they will melt.
That's bad.
Is here. Cover your eyes. Cover your ears. Do not stop. He will catch you. I see you. Do not.
Okay.
Listen. Do not believe. The deceiver cannot harm your soul. He would never allow it.
I understand. That's fair. I don't know what the fuck that means. What?
How?
Oh, whoops.
Listen to
how?
Boots.
Moving up and down again. There's no discharge in the war. Don't look at what's in front of you. Moving up and down again.
Oh, that's this audio.
Men go mad with watching him. There's no discharge in the war.
Is he the guy?
at the top of you. Boom, 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 moving up and down again. There's no discharge in the wall.
I forget what this is from, but this is like an actual... like anti-war thing. So is the dude that's like trapped in the thing, is he the Angel?
I love you.
Don't say that.
We have ran a plethora of tests on the Angel, and from our results, it appears to be hyper-intelligent.
Why'd you dress him up?
So far, any attempts of measuring the full extent of its intellect have yielded less than ideal results, as the subject seems to exceed the limits of all available tests.
Save me?
No. Though it speaks rarely, we have been able to exchange a few words with the subject. It answers to the name of Uriel. I will now demonstrate the capabilities of the Angel engine.
Don't hurt me.
What's that guy? He's gonna revive him?
Could you pan a bit to the right? This young man here had the misfortune of ending up on the wrong side of a work mishap here in our second tower of Babel. 1 year ago, there would have been nothing we could have done for him. But now, well, see for yourself.
They're gonna revive him? I'm sure that's gonna go swimmingly. You know, using angel energy to revive a guy after he died horribly. I'm sure there's no drawbacks from that.
This young boy has been declared clinically dead over 24 hours ago, and yet the machine will return him to full health within little more than a few moments.
Stop!
Don't stop nutting.
As you can see, the boy has been healed completely.
The future is now. Yeah, I trust this guy. I think, oh, it moved automatically.
Uriel.
Hello there. The Barry Donovan Show.
Welcome back to the Barry Donovan Show, ladies and gentlemen. Many see him
How are you
as the
gonna have
savior
two
of our
first
species,
names
while
as your
others
first
think him
and
a
last name?
fraud. However, one thing is for certain. Dr. Jeff Ernstman is the most famous man in the world right now. We here at the Barry Donovan Show were able to secure an exclusive interview with the
They
man
all say
behind
that.
the machine. Live from the second tower of Babel.
Live from the
please
second
welcome
tower of the World Trade
Dr.
Center.
Jeff Ernstman.
Thank you, Barry. I am thrilled to be here today.
This kind of reminds me
It's
of
my
like
pleasure. You found yourself on the receiving end of a
Metal
lot of
Gear Solid
criticism
artwork.
in recent weeks. Particularly
At least when
regarding
we see
treatment
him,
of
the dude.
Angel. Would you like to say something about that?
You know, Barry, I thought long and hard about the discussion at hand, and I think it is a very important discussion to be had indeed. But there is one thing most people don't consider. We ran the tests, and they all showed the same thing. If the Angel wanted to escape, he could. Yet he chooses to stay. I think that makes sense clear enough.
In the same vein, many have also tried to discredit your work, claiming the Angel was the real reason for your success. That must be quite infuriating, right?
You know, Barry, that is actually why I wanted to come on here. To make an announcement.
An announcement? Well, let's hear it.
Shadow the Hedgehog is a bitch-ass motherfucker.
Many of you have doubted me in the past weeks. But I am happy to remind you that I remain
I kind of
the
like this. This is
smartest mind
freaky.
on this
It is
planet.
AI, obviously, like
And
very,
to
very
prove this
obviously.
fact to you,
But
I
I don't know.
been working on a new invention. Exactly 1 week from now, it shall be revealed to the whole world. Then all of you will be forced to realize that I am who I am.
That sounds like quite the statement. Can you tell us more about this new invention of yours?
All I can reveal at the moment is this. I am no longer in need of that angel to make my experiments work.
Okay. Sounds like things are gonna go great.
Please.
Oh, squirrel stapler.
You want an autograph or something?
What? Oh shit, you're gonna go to the whole zone.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You may not know me, but my name is Stephen Ecclebloom.
Okay,
and I am the head
Ecclebloom.
spokesperson of the Second Tower of Babel.
Okay.
I am certain by now you have heard about the terrible tragedy which has befallen our director, Dr. Jeff Ernstman.
Oh no.
On March 26th, only hours before presenting his new invention at Solomon Hall, Dr. Ernstman was attacked by a violent, murderous fiend whose intent it was to tear down everything my dear friend has built for himself. During this attack, Dr. Ernstman was shot 3 times. It is with the utmost sorrow that I deliver this message to the world. Jeff Ernstman passed away this morning as a result of his injuries.
There he is. Sorry, 1992 to 30 whatever? Bro, this guy's a demon. Do we see, we don't see more if we do this, right? I think the original thing was on Instagram, but I'm not going to Instagram to watch this shit.
He is risen.
Okay.
He is not here. Death is no longer. No.
That guy looks pretty good.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. We at the Second Tower of Babel know how uncertain and ever-changing our world can be. And it is precisely for this reason that we wanted to take a moment to remind you all of the one constant that will never change.
Right.
Over 2 millennia ago, our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ defeated death and uncertainty to bestow upon us the most important gift of them all, life everlasting and forgiveness of our sins. I know many of you are still shaken due to the recent events surrounding our dear Dr. Jeff Ernstman and are wondering as to why we keep postponing the big reveal. The truth is, the good doctor's absence has grown quite palpable in our science laboratories, and we still find ourselves unable to operate his latest invention. But do not dismay, for just like our Lord and Savior ultimately defeated death, we, at the Second Tower of Babel, believe, without a shadow of a doubt, that Dr. Jeff Ernstman will be triumphant as well. We will bring him back. In the meantime, we wish all of you a happy Easter.
Why didn't you just do that?
Always remember,
he will rise.
Right.
Again.
There he is. Oh no, Whole Man. Is that Ryuk? Is that the jokester?
Ha ha ha.
Ha ha
Why
ha.
the shocked faces? You didn't really think I'd miss my own invention's big unveiling, did you?
Why do I get the feeling that the revivement
Now,
is...
without
Oh,
further
hello
ado,
there.
Let me present to you my blessing upon this world.
What is that?
The world's first artificially created angel.
That, I'm sure that will go splendidly. Yeah, it looks like an angel, straight up.
Tell the audience your name.
Barakiel.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
I feel like it was
I am
about to say
standing
something
here
else.
outside the walls of Eshel Prison, where mere hours ago, authorities have reportedly found the deceased body of Jensen Goldstein, also known as the Solomon Hall shooter. Goldstein had been housed in the maximum security facility after he became the prime suspect in the assassination of Dr. Jeff Ernstman. Though the cause for the suspect's sudden passing remains yet to be confirmed,
did they turn
whispers
him
claim
into an
the death
angel?
had been of self-inflicted nature. Coincidentally, this comes mere days after Dr. Jeff Ernstman's miraculous resurrection and return to the spotlight.
Okay, bro. Whatever you say. These are really cool. I'm not gonna lie. I don't really get it, but these are really, really fucking awesome.
To awaken your angel.
Okay.
Engine.
Oh, okay. I thought it was gonna be like
One.
how to awaken the angel inside.
Step 2. Prepare yourself for what is about to commence.
Why is he whole, man?
3.
Blade.
Blade. Blade.
Awaken.
Awaken. Awaken. Awaken. Awaken.
Hunger.
Jeff? Did you hear me? Jeff? How was it, being dead and all?
Fuck you.
Sorry, what was that, Jeff?
Based.
I said fuck you. Now turn off that camera.
Good one.
Based,
Almost
Jeff.
got me there.
I'm not joking. Turn it off.
I don't quite understand. You do know we are live, right?
Suck
what
my
are you
balls.
Doing? Stop it.
That was the angel.
Mr. Ernstman.
What the fuck is going on? Oh shit, he's turning into light. I'm the light bringer.
I'm really trying here, Jeff, but you have to let me in first. No one can help you unless you want to be helped.
You have no idea. Stephen.
Stephen, I am so
You
fucking zooted right now.
You can't help yourself. You can't help anyone. Now, my eternal rest is no more. Now, my mortal wound spreads. Now, Babylon has fallen.
Oh, that's bad, I hear.
I am.
A voice was heard in Rama. Do not listen.
Lamentation and bitter weeping. Rachel weeping for her children.
Of course.
To be comforted for her children because
they were
no more kind man of God. Won't you end my suffering?
Okay, so I'm guessing this just means that there's multiple angel engines, because he found the one, I'm assuming, you know, in the Holy Land, and then there's the other one in the Tower of Babel. And I guess the third angel is the artificial angel, but it's still got like some connection to the other ones. I'm not 100% sure I get it, but it's fucking cool.
How bad's the pain from 1 to 10?
I think I've seen this one.
Good. I think this one's good to go. What do you say?
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. In the last weeks, whispers of a new invention at the hands of Dr. Jeff Ernstman
Is that Jonathan
and the Second
Joestar?
Tower of Babel have made the rounds. soldiers of steel, imbued with energy from the Angel Engine, dubbed the Angel Core. Today, these whispers are no longer mere rumors. Joining me is Stephen Eckelbloom in an exclusive interview about the tower's newest invention. Thank you for joining us today, Mr. Eckelbloom.
It's a pleasure to be here, Russell.
As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, one such machine is standing behind us at this very moment. What can you tell us about this new project, Mr. Eckelbloom?
As you may know, we at the Second Tower of Babel work hard each and every day to create a society without problems, where each and every person can live in harmony. Yet our world is an enormous place.
Whoa, what is
there
it doing?
Are too many... Oh, don't worry about it. There are too many problems in it at any one time for one single
I would
machine
worry
to solve.
about that, honestly.
These robots function, in a sense, as a smaller, more portable version of the Angel Engine, designed for field deployment. If the Angel Engine is already occupied, or its use is simply deemed unreasonable for certain smaller problems, these machines can jump in and take its place.
Ow! That hurts. What is going on? Get him off me.
Oh,
now.
It should not be doing that.
Oh,
turn off the camera.
It's turning him
Turn
into
it off
soup!
Now.
Dude, it turned him into, like, green. That's the worst thing that could happen. Who would want to be green?
Today's
Jiggle.
special report, National News remembers our dear colleague and friend, Russell Westbrook, who sadly passed away last week during what was supposed to be a routine interview for this very format. Dramatic scenes in Rome as
this guy's gotten out. Never mind.
Outside the latest G20 summit. Things heat up drastically inside the venue. Reports suggest physical altercations between numerous heads of states.
Wow.
Our correspondent, Tina Clark, is at the scene right now with the latest news.
Thank you, Terry. Reports are still unclear, but it appears the scuffle broke out during a panel discussing control over the Angel Engine. With 7 world leaders allegedly having taken part in the altercation, we are currently waiting for the specific details to surface. In the meantime, I would like to draw attention to the crowd behind me. As you can see, thousands have gathered here in protest of the Angel Engine, demanding stricter regulations regarding its usage and the development of new technologies adjacent to Dr. Jeff Ernstman's miracle machine. Among other reasons, the untimely passing of our dear friend and colleague Russell Westbrook seems to have been a prime catalyst for this mass uprising, with the hashtag Justice for Russell having amassed over 20 million posts in its first few days.
Wow.
Public outrage surged even higher after the host nation, Italy, revealed it will be employing the Angel Engine core, the very technology that ended the life of our friend, as a security measure at the G20 summit.
Please get back. Don't do it.
Well, that worked well. Oh, hello there.
Be not afraid. I have come to help you.
What are you talking about? All this was your idea.
I don't give a damn. I'm not doing any more of these
I
ads.
don't give a
Are you
rat's
slow?
ass.
You've got contracts to fulfill.
I spit on your stupid contracts.
You listen here, Ernstman.
Me help.
Shut.
You are the salt of the earth.
Rude.
Don't believe for a second that this is an angel. I have information from inside the tower. I know about the interns going missing, about the inhuman experiments, and I will prove it to you soon.
Okay.
They are housing the Antichrist.
No way. They would never house the Antichrist. Come on, that's bullshit. They would never house the Antichrist.
Welcome back to the Barry Donovan Show, ladies and gentlemen.
What?
With the recent
Stop it.
controversies surrounding Dr. Jeff Ernstman, Stephen Eckelbloom, and the
Hello
Second Tower of Babel, many have begun questioning their true intentions. Critics have multiplied, and each day their voices become louder and louder. As the founder of the Yellow Coats, the largest anti-angel engine movement
The Yellow
in the world,
Coats.
Today's guest has become somewhat of a celebrity amongst these critics. Please welcome Jamie Dubois. First of, thank you for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
In recent weeks, you have made quite the headlines, particularly due to your movement's signature yellow raincoat uniform, causing many news outlets to accuse you of championing Jensen Goldstein,
what?
the would-be assassin of Dr. Jeff Ernstman.
Oh, right.
What do you want to say to this?
Jensen is a hero. That's what I think about that. He died in the service of humanity, and we should all aspire to have the guts to pull something like that off. If everybody was ready to lay down their life for the truth, we wouldn't be in this situation.
Right.
And while we are on the topic of dying, I am 100% certain he did not kill.
Okay. This is a special bulletin brought to you by National News. Please listen carefully. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have just received word from the second tower of Babel. Dr. Jeff Ernstman, director of the Angel Engine Initiative, has been declared missing. He was last seen on July 1st. Any attempts of locating him since then have been fruitless.
Damn.
Authorities are now asking you, the public, for help in locating Dr. Ernstman. If you have any information that may be of use, please be sure to submit it under www.
How to survive. No. One step. One when they come.
I feel like I've seen this one too. I've seen a couple of these.
Equip the full armor of
but I don't know. But I don't know which one specifically. I feel like I've seen this one.
believe their threats. Whoever drinks of his water will thirst no longer. Step 3. Whatever you do not wear his mark. Be strong.
Right.
They can only harm your flesh.
Right. But I need that flesh.
The following is a public service announcement.
Man, I feel like these angels are doing some whack shit.
In collaboration with numerous government agencies, the second Tower of Babel will be launching a never-before-seen search and rescue effort aimed at locating Dr. Jeff Ernstman. We intend to search every last crevice on planet Earth until we have located Dr. Ernstman. This will include a search of any private or public space carried out by our very own Angel Corps. If you see us coming, please be not afraid and cooperate as best as possible. We only aim to instill order in this chaotic world.
What? That doesn't sound right. Oh, you son of a bitch. He's a whole face.
No! Where? He is.
As we speak, our enemies are readying their nuclear arsenal.
Do you think he was happy?
What do you mean?
Up on that cross.
And do you have any women on your team?
No.
No, this is strictly men's only.
Important meeting to attend.
What about you? Rest assured, we will locate Dr. Ernstman.
Would you be happy? In that moment, he accomplished everything he set out to do. What greater joy could there be?
Ah, once again. Who is you, though? Oh, somebody's about to get bombed.
I will always love you.
Who are you, though? Oh. He getting melted. Oh yeah, that'll do it. Well, damn.
Repent! The tower is at hand.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. I guess that was it. No, I don't think so, buddy. Oh! He got soy jacked!
Are you not at fault? You have little faith. Who then should come to save you? Poor banished child of Eve. Was it not you who tried to act as God?
Was it not you whose hubris and decadence plunged this world into despair? Yet now you attempt to run back into his arms?
Okay, melt face.
He's here. No longer.
Don't think this is the last time you'll be hearing of me. I am here to stay. And I will bring this world into the future. And just like that, almost 20 years have passed.
Cheer up, Ernstman. Surely your next big break is just around the corner.
How to cage an angel?
Early the next morning, Abraham got up and loaded his donkey. He took with him two of his servants and his son, Isaac.
How then could you run from no one? You knew.
I sure did.
You knew.
I know.
Step one.
Okay, so that's good. I think things are happening very well. Jesus. Please remember.
Not eat your fellow soldiers.
I'll try. I'll try to think about that. Thank you.
Please do not eat your fellow soldiers.
I'll try not to.
Well, hello there, fine folks, and welcome back to another episode of the Babylon Office Hour. My name is Tucker Wormwood, and as always, I am joined by our lovely monarch, Babylon the Great.
I see.
Today's topic, should you...
Repent!
No.
What was that? Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize.
Listen on to them. They cannot save you for vast are the streets
Mm-hmm.
of Gehenna.
Ooh, I see.
And numerous are the stones befitting its roads.
Oh, the tower's fucked. That looks bad.
Take up your cross. Follow him.
Right. But why? I think I might have seen this one, I think.
She is here. Let her in.
No.
You seen paradise?
No, actually. But thank you, that's fine.
How to save a soul from burning. Step 1.
Mm-hmm.
If born to heathen parents.
No, this one I've seen, I'm pretty sure.
Infant
Yeah, this one I've seen.
Step 2. House them in great quantities. Indoctrinate them with truth. Step 3. Upon their 14th birthday, have them take the mark.
I think basically the idea is that we've got like demons pretending to be angels or some shit. I'm not quite sure. Something like that. But it's really, really cool. I've seen this one too.
Be not afraid. Remain calm. Follow the steps. Step 1. Do not listen. Do not believe. They are lying. Step 2. Speak to your local priest. He will bless you. Your voices may subside. Step 3. Pray to our Messiah, Princeman. He is the only one who can save you. Step 4. At the next possible occasion, take the mark.
And as you all know, the fallen angel Uriel descended unto Earth 2 millennia ago and attempted to deceive humanity. Luckily, our savior, Dr. Jeff Ernstman, managed to vanquish this vile being before it could take over the world.
These visions you keep describing, they are actually pretty common for people who haven't taken the mark yet. You do plan on getting the mark, right?
Yes.
I'm glad to hear that.
I think the idea is basically... Yeah, like I said, like the idea is basically... Or no, sorry. I think I maybe I looked at that wrong. I don't know. It's like there's like some weird thing where like the whole idea of the Angel Engine is like a way to throw humanity into like hell or some shit. I don't know. There was some stuff that I read up on this. I've never seen the entire series, so if I'm bullshitting, you know, I'm bullshitting. I don't know what I'm talking about, but like in general, I think that's the idea. Is like, and now they're like, you know, they're trying to stop like the blessed child from being born. Or some crazy shit. But I think the whole point is that it's kind of like it not obvious, you know, which one's the good force and the bad force here.
What is
this one I've seen too, I think.
name?
The more recent ones I've definitely seen.
Are you an angel?
May I wear your skin?
No, actually.
May I play too?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening.
In today's special report, the Second Tower of Babel finds itself under stark criticism, as many believe the scientific program led by Dr. Jeff Ernstman has lost control over one of their most valuable creations. In recent weeks, numerous have reported sightings of the artificial angel Barakiel, roaming the streets of Beersheba, unsupervised and alone.
Why did you not do it?
I am sorry, I cannot.
You don't belong there.
You cannot. Are you not an angel?
I do not belong.
You are no human. Your place is in the laboratory.
That's right. You are a mutt, not an angel.
Rude.
I just want friends.
Friends? You? But you're a failure. Failures don't deserve friends.
Green.
Want to be. And hate him be ill.
Oh. Okay. We're turning the artificial angel into a real one.
Please. Help.
Good face,
Well,
buddy.
hello there, my fine folks, and welcome back to the Babylon
I love
office.
how fucked up it all looks. Like, despite the fact, like I said, that it definitely is AI. I don't know. There's a cool feel to it.
Unfortunately, our usual guest, Her Excellency Babylon the Great, was unable to take part in today's program. But do not worry, we will have just as much fun regardless. Many of you may remember, today marks the 1000th anniversary of the Great Revolt, where this thing, alongside its compatriots, tried to stage a coup against our dear monarch, Babylon the Great.
Leave your country and go to the lands that he will show you.
I'm telling you, you need to find someone else. I'm the wrong guy for this.
As he bled upon that cross, and the faces of all his children passed before his eyes.
And I always love, like, I love stuff that kind of, like, involves religion, right? I think that's always really cool.
Yours did not come to his mind.
The wages of sin is death,
Mm.
but through him you may yet be reborn.
Oh. Okay. Well, if you say so.
Imitate me as I imitate Christ. Imitate me as I imitate me.
Okay.
Won't you open this window?
No.
What do you want?
I am an angel. Do you want to be on Angel too?
No, thanks. I'm good.
How to build your own angel. Step 1, go to your captive angel. Take their DNA.
Of
Step
course.
2, find a viable
Oh, Rachel.
host. Step
3. Splice the angel's DNA into the
Of
host's
course.
egg.
Yeah.
Make sure the DNA is properly integrated. If the gene won't integrate into the egg, the angel engine can be used to jumpstart the process. Of course, I didn't have to resort to those inferior methods myself.
I am sorry. I cannot.
Once man was able to build the angel.
I am not eat.
I see.
How can I find God?
Was that Tony Soprano? Oh, this one again. Oh, they remade it. Okay.
Moving up and down again. There's no discharge in the war.
I like this one. I want to watch it again.
Don't look at what's in front of you. Moving up and down again. Men go mad with watching them. There's no discharge in the war. If your eyes drop, they will get the top of you.
Oh, that was fucking cool.
Moving up and down again. There's no discharge in the war. Rise. The thing is something different.
get the strongest car in the world. What? That was really cool.
Correct. At the moment, we are of the
Don't
opinion
you be
that
smiling
human
at
rights
me.
should not be extended to angelic.
The following is an emergency broadcast. Listen carefully.
Okay.
And follow all orders.
Alright.
Greetings, fellow compatriots.
Ew.
This is
Clanker.
one speaking to you. The worst case scenario has come to fruition.
Ooh, that's bad.
The second tower of Babel finds itself under attack. As detailed in our emergency codex, I will now be taking full control of the tower system. Please follow the instructions disclosed in your employee handbook. All procedures.
Is that good that we let the AI do things?
Angel Engine video game. Wish list on Steam now.
I can not.
Fuck yeah, dude. Is that actually real?
Suffering.
Oh my god. Angel Engine video game. Is that Jesus?
Where were you? Why didn't you save me? Why didn't you protect me? I was dying and you didn't even notice.
Damn.
Please do not cry.
I would definitely cry from that.
What are you doing in my room?
Why are you crying?
Oh, it's just that I don't have any friends.
Aww.
Let me help.
Where are we?
Do you want friends?
Yes. What am I wearing?
Do you see those men?
Who are they?
They do not believe. They must not persist.
What are you doing?
Oh, okay.
Looking for camaraderie or a purpose in life? Join now.
Thank you, Barathiel. I'm not fucking joining. I'm not enlisting.
Ernstman? Please don't hurt me.
Do you accept Dr. Ernstman as your one and only savior?
I do.
And will you hold your allegiance until the day you perish?
I will.
What will you do after being reborn?
I will join the initiative, sir.
Why the initiative?
I want to do my part. Sir, I will become a valued member of this society.
Do you hereby swear to bear his mark until the end of your days?
I'll be your friend.
I'll be your friend.
I'll be your friend.
I'll be your friend.
I swear.
You may now step into your new life.
Dr. Ernstman? Please don't do this.
The fuck?
You are beautiful.
Huh? Who are you?
I am your guardian angel.
I don't believe that somehow.
What do you want?
I've heard your prayer. I will help you.
Please don't hurt me. My little brother is sick.
I know. I will help you. Do you know this man?
Dr. Jeff Ernstman?
You've been chosen by the Angel Engine Initiative. I am so proud.
I don't know if that's a good thing. I don't know if I would want that, to be honest with you.
Lend me your skin.
I'd rather not.
How to take the Holy Land.
Right.
Step 1, indoctrinate your people. Step 2, prop up a common enemy. Step 3, stage an attack on your own soil. Use the cries of the victims as a catalyst. Step 4, retaliate. Launch your own invasion. They started it. You end it.
Do not listen to him. He is not I.
Okay.
Please don't make me do this.
Have you committed a grave sin? Follow these steps.
Right.
Step 1. Do not tell anyone ever. Step 2.
Do not listen to your conscience. It is lying. Step 3. Forgive yourself. No one can judge you. Need to
I don't know if that's right.
Someone contact your guardian angel. They will advise you. And always remember, there are no sins in Babylon.
I don't know if that's right.
Worry.
I don't know if that's correct.
Please, at least the children.
Shoot. Please, my lungs are burning. I am human.
Has the angel spoken to you since then?
Since taking the mark? No.
And how are you feeling now?
Amazing. I've never felt better in my life.
Have you spoken to your guardian angel?
Every day. He's my best friend.
That's what I like to hear. How was your first tour in the Holy Land?
I've never felt better in my life.
Don't look away. You've committed grave sins.
Shush, little one. Don't spoil the crops. Don't listen to him. His tears are not real.
It's really interesting how
watching you sleep.
Where am I?
the whole thing.
Uriel? Can you help?
Depart from me. I never knew you.
What? Why?
You chose the world over him. And
No,
now it is
please, don't do this. Please don't send me away.
Schlaf, Kindlein. Schlaf.
Oh no. I think it's really, really interesting how the start of the story, like I'm guessing I don't know, did they mass produce the angels or something? Like I don't really understand it, but it's like it's interesting how all of them now have like a guardian angel, but they all look the same as the artificial angel, so I can only assume that that's what they did.
Happy birthday.
And then this kid like fucked it.
You.
Open your eyes. Happy birthday.
Whoa. Is that for
Whoa.
me?
What do you think?
I love it.
That creepy ass fucking doll.
Greetings, my friend.
Leonidas, how can I help you?
You cannot. But I want you to know, your little girl will be safe.
What do you mean?
He's gonna shoot him.
It is him.
Dad?
What are you doing?
We were supposed to take him in.
He was resisting.
Got you.
Not Dick
You
Dastardly.
promised not to harm the girl.
Sorry, but we can't have any witnesses.
Put her down.
Oh, based.
What you do that for?
Don't hurt my friend. Don't scream.
Okay.
My legs are gone. Did you take them? God is coming.
It is with a heavy heart.
The Barry Donovan Show confirms.
Dr. Jeff Ernstman,
famed inventor of the Angel Engine.
Did he die again?
Sadly passed away.
Again?
Be not afraid. Be not afraid, my dear people, for when the world needed him the most, Jeff Ernstman gave his all to save us from certain doom. And now, we will return this favor.
Dad, where is the lamb?
Well, there it is. I found it.
Pray.
Listen to me.
Is he in your head?
You are working for the Antichrist.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Happens to everyone in the beginning. Want to break his teeth?
Happens to everybody. You just happen to end up working for the Antichrist.
Are you in pain?
My lungs are filled with blood. Father, help me.
We've taken the angel in. He's out.
Wait, I thought he was dead.
Dr. Ernstman! Dr. Ernstman! What do you have to say about the rumors?
What rumors?
We prayed and the angel came, but some are suggesting the prayer wasn't the only reason for its arrival.
What are you implying?
Is there anything you didn't tell us?
All we did was pray.
Father, why have you forsaken me?
He just dies right here.
Listen to me. Why did you cage me in this body?
Please, make it stop.
I don't know what the fuck is going on.
My
But this is cool as hell.
all will be well.
Can you see me now?
Please, my eyes are melting.
Oh, is this the last one?
Leave me.
So he remains dead.
Mr. Eckelbloom! Mr. Eckelbloom!
Yes?
Is what they say true?
Who is saying what?
Well, some outlets have suggested the angel is refusing to resurrect Dr. Ernstman.
To tell you the truth, it appears the angel, currently, finds itself in a state of shock, and is therefore non-responsive.
Oh.
Shock? Why would the angel be in a state of shock?
Wake up. Wake up.
Wake up!
Well, this guy's not responding. What do we do?
Let's wake up the other guy.
Not anime.
I love you.
I love you, too.
Wake up.
What?
Wake up! Sleeping time is over.
Where
You'll
is
have to
he?
be brave if you want to see him again.
Please stop. Father, where are you?
I hope they're not just like.
Can you see me?
Okay, let me see. I hope they're not just like doing like a oh we're giving you just the game to continue the story. This is like very cool. I like this a lot. There's not a lot to understand, I feel, but in general, I don't know. I just hope that it's not gonna be like a thing where it's like, oh, here we're continuing in the game. I would like to see more of these videos. These are very, very cool. I like these a lot. I'm sure that didn't destroy my entire you know what it's called. Yeah, did this guy ever do like new stuff? Oh wow, no. That's kind of sad. This guy kind of made like really cool videos, really cool food stuff. I do kind of want to look at food stuff again, honestly. Trying to see if there's. I mean, this guy's stuff is fine. Marble Hornets make Slenderman scary. Well, I don't know about that. I don't know about that, brother. Hex Girls. Can't listen to that because that would definitely get us sprunkled. Excuse me. Trying to see, do I still have like, I don't know if I still have like think I do. Like, I mean, I guess we could go back to watching the Super Mario Brothers thing, but I'm kind of overwhelmed with that. So... Oh, there is a game, okay. Here's the trailer. Thank you, by the way, Floof. Oh, Jesus. I mean, it looks cool, right? It looks cool, but honestly, I don't... Personally, I would prefer if... I mean, I don't know, maybe this just adds to the story, but I think, despite the fact that it's like AI stuff, it's honestly kind of a cool fucking series. I'm not gonna lie. I really enjoy when horror kind of implements technology and also like fucked up body horror bullshit together with like religion and stuff like that. I think that's super cool. I like that it's cryptic, you know. I like that it doesn't explain too much. It's very nice. Hello, I'm back from the IRS building. I'm paying 80 and I'm getting back 140. That's nice. I did my tax return earlier today, and I am presumably getting 47 euro for last year, which is stellar. But it's fine because I'm getting my my bonus in a couple of days, so it's all right. But what game trailers do we have? Is there anything new that we haven't seen? It looks like there's a lot of things. Okay, Arc Raiders is getting something new. Should we look at some? We can look at some trailers that happened like this week. This is all from one day ago, so we can check out some trailers, I think. I haven't seen like what kind of stuff we're getting in general. By the way, I've said this before. I don't know if anybody heard it, but I really wanted to check out the Tomodachi Life demo, but I also really don't, because I feel like if I do, I'm just gonna be wanting to like play that whole thing for hours and hours. Oh, there's an Enfield trailer. So I don't know, but I'm excited because I want to play the game, and we're probably going to be playing it. I don't know if I'm gonna make like a whole long playthrough out of it, but I will definitely, at the very least, like play it for a few streams. I can guarantee you that much. Because I've seen a good bunch of stuff, and it looks fucking hilarious. The only thing I hope, which I don't think will be the case, I hope they're not going to remove the profanity stuff, because it's so funny. It's really so funny. Alright, let's see. World of Tanks Heat. There's something new coming for World of Tanks. I haven't played World of Tanks in ages.
Heat's battlefields are designed to be highly diverse in their natural settings and visual appeal. But they all have two things.
I wonder if it's worth getting back into.
First, all of them are based on real-life locations. And second, regardless of the story behind them, every arena is crafted to encourage a range of playstyles and support each of the 4 game modes Heat has to offer. Let's break them down. Conquest, a 10v10 mode that rewards map awareness more than any other. Your main objective is to capture and hold multiple bases to build your lead. But while you're fighting for supremacy, keep an eye on dynamic events that can grant you bonus points, like bombing runs or elimination challenges.
Okay.
They'll help you either keep the pressure on the opposing team or flip the course of a match. Hard point, a 5v5 mode that
I don't know, I
requires
haven't played
intelligent use of space.
World of Tanks in so
Area
long, but I
control
remember having
is
a
the
lot of
key to
fun with it
victory.
when I played it.
But here, hard points change location, turning the landscape into a constant patchwork of skirmishes.
But I'm focusing on
Whenever you
other, or
capture
I'm
a
playing
hard
other
point,
stuff privately
think
right now. I'm
defense
doing,
first. It may sound counterintuitive,
I'm
but
replaying
defending
Doom
the spot
2016.
over chasing kills is a more
I'm
reliable
replaying
way
Doom
to
2016. I'm also playing,
This 5v5 mode
I
is
ended
the
up
most
getting
competitive
Crimson
of all.
Desert because I was talked into it by a couple people.
You're fighting for one single control
I've only
zone,
played it for
and
like a
once you
couple of
capture it
hours,
to
like 1 or 2
100%,
hours,
the round
maybe
is
3.
yours.
And I'm very
There's a gap.
confused about the game, like,
99% capture
things just
will
kind of
lose
happen.
one enemy tank at the base,
The
triggers
story's
overtime,
not very
giving the
clear.
losing team
I don't
a
hate it
chance
because
to
it plays
come
very
back and
nicely.
seize a clutch victory.
But it's all very like,
This is where it's crucial to
things
use
just
your
kind of
abilities
happen.
wisely.
There's not a lot of
Every
like
action you
explanation.
take can tip the balance of a fight either way. So keep your head cool and play smart. Last but not least, kill confirmed.
I don't
A 5v5 mode
I don't
that
hate it,
demands
like I said,
aggression,
but it's
quick
weird.
thinking, and
Because I
close,
tried out
intense fights.
this week.
Killing
I
an
tried also
opponent
getting
is
into
only half the story. To score a
Marathon
point,
a little bit,
you also need to
which is
select their
the
token.
extraction shooter that
Better be
Bungie
quick.
made.
If one of their teammates grabs it first, you'll be left with nothing but a
And
damaged
I
tank.
tried it for a couple hours, and it's just the most frustrating, like, shitty experience I've ever had
Power-ups will appear
playing
in
an
the map to
extraction
enhance
shooter.
your performance and give you an extra edge.
I don't understand how you're gonna make like an extraction shooter where the point is PvP, and then you're gonna give there's different characters, and you get different abilities, right? Like I feel like that fucks with the whole system of it.
Favorite map mode combos. Stay tuned.
And just overall, it's not super fun. So I returned it after like 2 hours, and that was it. Oh, what is this? This looks like a T-Door game. Well, actually, maybe not. Okay. Never mind, I guess. What the fuck is this? Everdawn. This looks like one of those, like, phone games where you expand the land with, like, coins and shit. Tile by tile. I'll look at that Tomodachi Life video after we've seen the trailers. Alright, the finals.
This Maverick is taking on the entire team. He can't possibly make this on his own.
Okay.
Bold strategy, Scotty. But their team is out of sync.
What's happening? The world is turned upside down, and this Maverick is still out there trying to be a one-man
What the fuck is this game? What is the finals? I've never seen this in my entire life. Did they just have an old purple wizard man? They do have an old purple. He has a gun too. I don't know what the fuck the finals is. I have to. This looks maybe fun. Jaws Retro Edition. Is this the fucking NES game? Are they bringing back the NES game? Are you fucked? This is... I'm baffled at the idea that this is a thing they're doing right now. You want this, I'm sure. Humbug. Is this another Chillazard? Ah, the demon. Satani. That is a nasty ass rice cook. That don't seem right. Oh, is that what you serve? Okay. Is that how you serve it? Oh no, this is fake Chillazard.
Reptilians from out of time have arrived on Earth, and only history's greatest heroes can stop them. Assemble Bert, Cleopatra, and an all-star cast of humanity's best in this tactile, tabletop, time-traveling, turn-based tactics tussle. Take on challenges between time periods, upgrade your stats and perks, find collectible trading cards, clone yourself and your friends, warp yourself through space-time, and put the reptilians to bed before it's too late. Damn you, reptilians! Join the fight for the timeline across the toy box in Reptilian Rising, coming soon.
You know, honestly, this is fucking stupid, but I think it's funny. AI limit official something launch trailer. AI limit, is that? I feel like I heard of this.
The furnace bellows its call. The temple's flames demand a battle to the death. The myriad sparks you cast.
Oh, it's some anime like Souls-like thing, I think, maybe? Roguelike or something? Oh, I know, I think I've seen this. I might have this on my... Do I have this on my wish list? Maybe. This looks kind of cool. I don't know if I care about this enough, though. Free DLC. Oh, Mega Man time. In a world, this summer, join Geostellar and Omega Exists to save the world as Mega Man. This summer, fuck ass losers you've never seen. okay? It's kind of cool, I guess. But this isn't like... This is like Battle Network Mega Man, but... some weird new shit? I'm not quite sure. I couldn't tell you. I'm not aware of this Star Force. Never heard of this shit. Oh no, it's not Sigma. That was the Sigma, but whatever. I've never in my life heard of Mega Man Star Force.
Looking at cute clothes and accessories always puts me in a great mood.
That's fantastic. I didn't ask.
Did you come to see me again?
No, actually. As a matter of fact. Aha! Picross S. Coming to the Switch. Mm-hmm. Right. I have no fucking idea how Picross works, by the way. So... I'm not particularly... Music player, holy shit. Video gameplay music? Wow. That's crazy. Giving me the peacock. Oh, you can do multiplayer Picross. I'm sure that's not gonna go horrible. You got the mouse? Holy shit. That's a major release trailer. Hope everybody's gonna get that. Anime. What? It's better not turn to Shin Megami Tensei. Blue reflection. Is this like gay shit? Is this Yuri shit? What the fuck? What? I just said don't become that. Those are massive tits. Holy shit. What the fuck is going on? What is this? What is this? This is like goated, actually. I mean, I'm not playing this Yuri shit, but... So is it all of the games? I'm guessing there's like a bunch of different games and they're putting it all into one collection. I've never heard of this series. Is this like weird, like sad girl? Well, I can't really call it sad girl Madoka because Madoka is already sad girl shit, but I like that. I like that there's like relationship charts. Is this like for people who want to play as magic? This I'm not gonna lie, this looks kind of based. Okay, it's an RPG, but that doesn't, or like turn-based RPG, I guess, but that doesn't bother me. This is kind of cool. I don't know if I can play this on the channel though. I don't. This would be like inviting the Yuri crowd, I think. I don't think that's what I want. Get stopped, idiot. Oh shit. Ah, the blue zone, the ocean zone. Only available digitally. What, you're telling me this shit isn't getting a fucking physical release? This high profile shit that everybody knows? You gotta be fucking kidding me. Must be jerking my nuts. Ah.
Yes, exactly. And that's why all eyes are on Pogacar. He might have a chance to become the
Are there people who play this shit? Like, is there actually a is there genuinely a fan base enough for this shit to exist?
And this is only the start. Honestly, the road conditions are starting.
Like, I understand. Like, I understand if it's a game where you're like, you're controlling the dude, right? But this is just a manager, right? This is just like you train your dude and then you watch him drive automatically and win. Basically, it's Uma Musume, but for less fun. What the fuck? There can't be people who actually play this shit, right?
So a lot of things changed from the last time, but
what is that? What the fuck is that? What? Miku?
Now there is a clone factory,
Hasumbe Giku?
a haunted house, and it will be easy because we have 99, 98 lives.
Guys.
Oh, he's got the funny.
I think I died.
Okay, I don't know what the hell this is, other than more friend slop again. But this is really funny. This is kind of cool. I don't hate this. Marvel Maximum Collection. Alright, let's see. Marvel, what you got? Knock my cock straight off. Come on. Clean. Oh, these guys again. Welcome to Die. Oh, yeah, it is! X-Men, welcome to Die. I mean, this is cool for people who... Oh, Silver Surfer, okay. What are we watching right now? The fuck you think? I mean, look at the screen and tell me what you think we're watching, bro. It's trailers, in case you couldn't tell. Alright, Project Songbird. This one looks like horror.
So, my friend Don has this log cabin about 2.5 hours south down in West Virginia. I've heard a lot of stories of musicians retreating away for
Was that an...
and these guys come out
Was that a gay flag?
Best music of their lives.
Is that a flag for homosexuals? I don't know which one that was. I think it was the... The fucking
classic Neon Songbird album. You can show everyone that you've still got it. What do you say?
Like, already not the best start if the horror game gives you weapon again.
This is what I'm most afraid.
But I don't think it looks terrible. The problem, like I said, my issue is when horror games give you gun. It's less scary.
Sing for us, Songbird.
Sing for me, my angel of music. Unseen someone. V. Oh, this looks fantastic. Oh, this looks amazing. Is this PS6 graphics? Am I gonna need a 5090 for this? Shit, I'm gonna need a 6090 for this shit. This is downright, bro. This is the next gen right now. What we're looking at. You know what? Any game where you can piss is a good game in my book. Sorry, does the pissing also make noise? Damn, boy, were you frying chicken in there? I'm just kidding. But for real, you piss loud as fuck, and I think that's pretty neat. Alright, well, whatever the hell that was. Yeah. Got it. I understand.
Rated T for teen.
Aha. Icarus. Oh, this is this game. I've seen this one. It's like a survival game. It looks alright. It's kind of in the same vein as like The Forest, 7 Days to Die type thing. I think closer to The Forest, though. But like Alien Planet. Oh, console edition, I see. Because I did see this was out on PC already.
Hey, Miss Wa, Ambe, we Jewishin.
I don't vibe with the art style. I think what's annoying me a bit more is that some things look very unpolished. Like the cutouts of some of the characters. But if it's an indie studio, I mean, I suppose I can. Oh, Slime Rancher Mobile. Just the first one? I remember when I played the second one. It was fine. I don't think it's something that I would go back to necessarily. Hero Games. What is this? Duet Night Abyss. Never heard of this. Holy shitting anime. Wait, is this the Arknights thing? No, it isn't, right? No, this isn't a different thing. Okay. Can't wait to see Slime Rancher on my phone at 12 FPS after making all the Gordos. Yeah. And why would you want to play one anyway? If two exists. What are these Chinese companies feeding their fucking designers? Maybe they're not feeding them. That's the thing. They're forced to work to get food. I get it. Although to be fair, you can kind of apply that to like most hello there. Gacha games these days. Ah, gun. Very nice. More gun. Hell yeah. Aw, dude, so many gun. Okay, sorry. That's, I don't know. Come on, that's just funny. I've never seen this. I for real thought this was Enfield for a second. It looks okay. Ah, keyboard. I can be a real gamer. Okay, this is the twink you can play as, I'm assuming. And this is the lady. It's always the same. Nice ass shot, I guess. All right. Oh, they're just fucking going. They just keep going. They don't even stop. Very elaborate designs in a lot of this. It's like very impressive. I always love like I love when games have like a kind of Chinese like, what do you call it, aesthetic, because they will use like a lot of combination of like jade and gold, and I think that's a goated combination. Zenless upgrade looks weird. You know, that would make more sense if this was anything like Zenless at all, but I'll let it slide. Alright, never heard of this. Might check it out for 2 minutes. Or maybe just start playing Enfield at some point. But I don't know about that either. Okay, Warframe time for Nintendo Switch 2. For anybody who wants to play Warframe now, don't. You know, I would hope that there is a difference between the Switch version and the Switch 2 version. Everything else would be very sad. Target frame rate 60 FPS. Now, whether or not we can reach that. Oh, Joy-Con 2 mouse support. That's cool. Finally a reason to buy a Switch 2. I don't know about that. Especially considering Warframe runs on everything. Butler Guillotine. Okay. Oh, nice. So it's Resident Evil? Why is that lady thick? I mean, I'm not complaining, but... Oh, what the fuck? I don't know what to think of this. Exodus. Dude, it's like watching me play. What the fuck? By the way, I was gonna try something, but not for today's stream. Maybe next week, though. I was going to attempt to try and use, maybe Audacity, I don't know, to, record the voice track separately. Reason being is that I can't seem to get it. I don't know if this is a thing that you can do at this point in OBS. I don't think it is, but I can't seem to get it to work within OBS to have it actually, have two separate audio tracks.
Improve and furnish your new home.
I also haven't found any info on how to make it work. Maybe I have to look again. But I'll probably give that a try next week.
Explore 2 distinct eras of farming with their own unique challenges and equipment.
Okay.
Your farming adventure starts now. Life is what you make it. Farmers Dynasty 2.
Yeah. Should come back to Warframe. I'd rather kill myself, I think. Excuse me? Subway Surfers? Why is it first person? Okay. Ah, Enfield.
This is my chance to show Onion what I'm made of. The name of the pack will echo across the land.
Well, new character. There you go. New character. Japanese Drift Master. This might be some of the most boring shit I've ever seen. What the fuck? Alright, Arc Raiders, let's see, what are we getting?
1312 P wave, 1420 S wave. Those are repeating pulses, that's not tectonic movement. Is this orbital activity? Okay, these patterns don't make sense. Shawnee, you're gonna want to hear this.
Okay. Thanks, that was fucking nothing. Very cool. Ooh. The lion does not concern himself with making an actually new, interesting game. Oh, that might be a wolf, actually. Never mind. Huh. Okay. Watch it be card-based roguelike. Oh. Even worse. Even worse. Well, whatever. I don't know, is it MOBA or is it Diablo? It looks more, I don't know, it kind of looks like tower defense too, almost. But I don't feel like that's what that is. Who are you?
Come follow me.
Ah, Satani. Oh no, alien. Glibuzor, glab, glib, gab, gad, gag, gag, gag. Oh shit, Grey Boy.
This case was one of the enigmatic cases of the 70s in the Argentine Republic.
The Argentine Republic.
What's this?
Nice
a
one.
little girl when it happened. You talked to me in Huming like you always did.
Is this fucking...
You talked to me in Huming like...
This is AI voice acting, isn't it?
I was just a little girl when it happened. You talked to me in Huming like you always did.
You talked me in Huming like you always did. Well, I'm not gonna say anything mean, because that would be rude. Yo, farm manager. Dude, this is the real fucking master of the PS5. This is that real shit you want to see. No, it's voiced by Cotton VTuber. But whatever that means, sure. You saw the price increase of the PS5. I did see that there was a price increase. I don't know to what or why. I just saw like a thing saying that the PS5 increased in price. And I instantly ignored it because I don't have a PS5 and I don't want a PS5, and so I didn't really give a shit. But yes, I did notice that there is again an increase. I don't, like, whatever. I wasn't really planning on getting one. Death Eclipse, Reign of the Undead. Oh, is this Metroidvania? Okay. Currently for like 100, 150. Alright, another 2D pixel Metroidvania. That's pretty cool. I haven't seen one of those before. I'm being unnecessarily mean. Why does this have such a shit frame rate, though? It wasn't captured in my state-of-the-art PC. Bro, the shit, you could capture this on a toaster and it looked better. The fuck out of here. Space Engineers 2. I didn't realize there was a Space Engineers 1. Is this just, like, shittier No Man's Sky? Sure, whatever the hell this is. It's interesting to see, like, stuff that isn't on, like, any major, like, I don't know, directs or whatever. I kind of like this. We might look at some other stuff after we look at the Tomodachi Life video. Starting Windows. That seems like an infringement. Cook, serve, delicious. That guy's wearing the Chris Chan shirt, by the way. Okay. It's like one of those, like, make the cake type games. I mean, these are usually fine. They're not very involved. Maja Island. Oh, fuck me. Is this PS6? It's gotta be. I can see it in the graphics. Alright. That was certainly a game. Gundam shit. Gundam ass. Tabletop game. Build, plan, win. Be the Gundam twink you were meant to be this summer. Simple to build, deep to master. Your colors, your world. Yeah, it's gonna come out exactly like that. Guarantee. That does look sick, though. When did they get... What the fuck? Why are they playing Gundam in, like, the 30s? I don't think that's what they did in the 30s. I don't think they played Gundam. Dude, I love putting together Gunpla with my racially diverse friend group. It's my favorite pastime. Assemble beyond limits. This summer, assemble Gundams. Awesome, thanks Bandai. Okay. Dungeon crawler. I think this is just doing this in the beat of the music of the trailer, but it's kind of annoying me. But it doesn't look horrible or anything. Looks like Portal Dungeon Crawler. '26, the far off future. What? Is this just like trying to mix together? This is 100% trying to mix together like Hollow Knight and some other shit. Oh shit, Albion Online.
Albion spills into your world. Harvest crops and
me and keep yourself equipped. Okay? Or just forge your destiny with hammer and steel. Haha! True power demands experience. Explore breathtaking lands, along with nature's most persistent companions. Relax by the water and master the art of fishing. Oh, this guy can't catch a break. But if you crave true adventure, deep within the shadow realms of Albion, where ancient evils stir in forgotten ruins, dare to raid the hidden dungeons, venture into the abyss, where twisted beasts lurk in the gloom, guarding treasures so... Whoa! Who's this guy? Anyway, armor up! You're in for a brutal... Oh! You match your strength and risk it all together!
I can't do this on my own. Wanna team up?
Albion Online. Coming to Xbox!
Why? Well, alright.
Just take care of your little freaking robo-zoo and let me do my thing.
Artificial detective.
All of humanity has disappeared.
Oh, okay.
Sound like the biggest missing persons case in the history of the world? Yeah, thank God I'm on the job.
Why is there a robo-deer?
Detective 2846. Best detective in the world. Only detective in the world. The point is this, alright? I'm gonna solve this case. There's just one piece in the puzzle that's driving me crazy. No touching. You got your toy? These are my toys. I'm a detective.
Oh, she's got a Gundam.
I need evidence.
Oh, that's fucked. Oh no. Oh no.
What the
Oh no, the evil red robot. What the fuck? I mean, this looks kind of cool. I don't think I care about this that much though. Like, it looks decent though. Agate. We're getting an Ocarina of Time remake. Another one? Oh, look, it's this game. How many fucking things do we still have in the playlist? Okay, 4 more. I saw people sucking this game's dick so massively, but then I looked into the gameplay a little bit and it looks fine. I don't really understand why people are going crazy about this one. I think it was mostly the character creation being very great. Oh no, Asian lady. Another Souls-like combat, but this one is like an MMO, I think. I don't know if it's Souls-like. I mean, it kind of looks like it, I guess. Ah, get fucked, idiot. Fatal Fury.
Someone, please help us. Wait, is that?
Get murdered, idiot. Yo, is that Jonathan Joestar? Based. Now, if only I gave a fuck about Fatal Fury. That would be... Blastoid. Is this another Vampire Survivor-like? Yeah, it is. When the light falters, what will you become? This looks like fucking dog shit. This is like actual garbage. This is literally like maximum asset flip. I'm sorry, I know it's really mean, but it looks like fucking garbage. Alright, time for more Warframe.
The drums are silent. The Emperors lie butchered by Tenno Blade.
Varuna Prime, yeah.
Yesterday, we lay languid on our couches of gold. Today, that gold festoons the ingrate hordes. How they howl, these motherless pups. The gods are dying. Our twilight has come.
Whatever that means, sure.
Of the rising wolf.
Great Warframe, I don't like your playstyle. Fair. Cock injured. Tasty. Nice job, idiot.
I
Oh, this is gonna be sex now.
I lust after this preferred death.
Oh, never mind.
At last, immortality has savor.
I love that Warframe. I love this Warframe was designed by the creators of the Darksiders saga. Really?
And I ponder, beast. Do you have my scent?
Why is the announcer trying to fuck the feral Warframe lady? By the way, if this made you want to get into Warframe, anybody watching, don't get into Warframe. Alright. To be fair, she do be hot. I won't say anything, is all I'm gonna say. Alright, maybe we'll watch some more trailers in a second. I'm just gonna like scroll down here somewhere. Yeah, we'll see. Let's see.
Tomodachi Life for the 3DS is a true cult classic. I mean, the game sold over 6.5 million copies, so it's not that overlooked. But among huge experiences like Mario, Zelda, and Splatoon, Tomodachi Life stands in firm opposition as a funny little game that doesn't take itself at all seriously. So where did Tomodachi Life come from?
I saw that the customization in the new Tomodachi is insane. It goes like way beyond, I think, even what you could do in the Miitopia remake.
Well, in this video, we'll take a look at the history of Tomodachi Life, as well as its Japan-exclusive prequel, Tomodachi Collection for the DS. We'll take a look at the people who created this weird, wacky, and beloved series, and how the groundwork may have been laid for Tomodachi Life Living the Dream. This is the history of Tomodachi Life. Our story starts in 2005, 1 year after the launch of the Nintendo DS. Yoshio Sakamoto is one of Nintendo's longest-standing developers, known for his work on a huge range of series, from Metroid to Rhythm Heaven, from Famicom Detective Club to WarioWare. Back on the Game Boy, Sakamoto and his team put out a game called Hamtaro, The Great Friendship Plan, where players would input information about their friends, and then the game would tell their daily fortunes. But the game didn't sell very well, since only people who knew and loved the Hamtaro manga series were interested in buying the game. However, one of the female developers working on the project told Sakamoto, "We'd like some software like this that adult women can enjoy too." Sakamoto made a
Oh, okay, sorry. I guess adult women can't enjoy Hamtaro. I guess that's just the manliest shit you could find.
Note of that, and by 2005, he decided to take on this idea wholeheartedly. The DS had recently launched, and the company was keen to expand its audience among women. And so, Sakamoto's team began developing a game called Otona no Onna no Uranai Techo, which means fortune-telling notebook for adult
Yeah,
women.
give them some shit like
Indeed,
this. They love
direct
fortune-telling.
way to target the female demographic. So, the idea for the game was to input information about friends and family into this virtual notebook, and then the game would be able to tell the fortunes of those around you. It was a direct evolution of the Hamtaro game, but targeting an older demographic. But when one of the developers suggested adding some kind of virtual avatar to the game, little did they know what a huge rabbit hole they'd be going down.
Hell yeah.
Enter the Miis. Sakamoto's team based their avatars on a Japanese children's game called FuwaFuwaP, which is kind of like pin the tail on the donkey, except instead of a donkey and a tail, It's a face, along with the various facial features that belong there. In fact, Super Mario Odyssey features a set of mini-games based directly on FuwaFuwaP, so you've probably experienced for yourself how just repositioning a small collection of facial features can totally transform how the finished face looks. So, the team put together a simple prototype of resizing and rotating a small set of facial features, and they quickly realised that almost anyone's face could be represented with startling accuracy. Sakamoto showed the team's prototype to Satoru Iwata, who showed it to Shigeru Miyamoto, who decided to implement these avatars not just in a single
really crazy,
game,
though.
but throughout the Wii console. That is how the Miis were born, and while it was a great thing for Nintendo and players alike, it didn't spell good news for fortune-telling notebook for adult women, since all of that game's developers were now totally busy bringing Miis to life
What a
on
shame.
the Nintendo Wii.
What a shame.
But a year later, Sakamoto's developers were returned to him, and the team was once again ready to work on their fortune-telling notebook game. But
Thank God.
while the initial plan had been to target adult women, in the time the project was on hold, the DS had already become a great hit with this target audience.
Women
So
love the DS.
scope was widened to target all demographics. According to director Ryutaro Takahashi, the team would create the ultimate family software that just makes you want to get up and show it to people. And so, the team renamed their game from Fortune-Telling Notebook for Adult Women to Tomodachi Collection. The game
friend
would still
collection.
be a kind of notebook in a sense, where players could enter information about their family, co-workers, and friends. A virtual collection of all your friends. Or in
So
Japanese,
basically,
your
they just
Tomodachi,
made
hence
Sims but
Tomodachi
more fun.
collection. Now, rather than just cataloguing data, birthdays, heights, weights, and so on, the team wanted something more playful. Producer Yoshio Sakamoto had recently gone on a management course where the leader talked about categorizing all employees into 4 categories. But rather than use this information in his role as manager, the concept was used in Tomodachi Collection to input and categorize your friends' personalities. So that was the core of the game decided on, but how did it become so weird? Well, that's almost entirely thanks to one team member, programmer Masanori Nakagawa. During the day, Nakagawa programmed what was asked of him, but outside working hours, he'd add, well, whatever he wanted into the game. Like, Nakagawa decided one day to make the Miis sing, Vocaloid style.
And thank God for that, because it's the funniest shit.
Very impressive, but hard to know how to use within the game. And while director Ryutaro Takahashi tried to figure out the answer to where to put these singing Miis, programmer Nakagawa had already moved on to his next project. He had the idea of showing the Miis riding a roller coaster, so he programmed a system to display Mii heads on top of pre-made background images. And this one feature ended up being used throughout Tomodachi Collection. And to make the Miis scream while riding the roller coaster, Nakagawa fiddled with his singing code so that the Miis would also be able to talk.
I'm so glad.
That's right, the Miis were actually singing long before they were talking. So, a kind of weird partnership fell into place, where programmer Masanori Nakagawa would program weird little features that no one asked for, and director Ryutaro Takahashi would have to figure out where best to use these features in the finished game.
That's such a fitting way for Tomodachi Life to be made.
It was Masanori Nakagawa who we have to thank for Tomodachi Collection, and later Tomodachi Life's offbeat vibe. Take the music, for instance. By the time composer Daisuke Shiba started working on Tomodachi Collection's soundtrack, the Mii's were already speaking out loud in weird robotic voices. So Daisuke Shiba tried writing music that wouldn't draw too much focus away from the talking Mii's. But even so, producer Yoshio Sakamoto said, "It's too beautiful and you put in too much effort."
You did too good of a job, buddy. In shitting it now.
In the end, following Sakamoto's direction, Daisuke Shiba wrote a number of songs completely freely, and the final result was music which sounded cheap and throwaway, but intentionally so. Shiba ended up leaving the project halfway through, and his replacement, composer Asuka Ito, continued writing music which sounded, well, cheap. She said at the time, "I've been put in charge of making some truly out-there music." And so, on the 18th of June 2009, Tomodachi Collection was released in Japan. But what about localization? Well, Nintendo of America stated that there were some plans to bring the game over to the rest of the world, but the team couldn't get the voice synthesis to work for other languages. You see, in Japanese, each character is always pronounced the same way. Ka is always ka, ta is always ta, and so on. But in English, that's not the case. The letter A alone, for instance, can be pronounced a, even I. Because of this, making speech synthesis for English is a lot harder. However, back in Japan, the game was hugely successful, far more so than anyone at Nintendo had expected. In its first week, it sold over 100,000 copies, and by the end of the year,
English
it had
is
sold
shit.
over
True.
1 million. All in all, Tomodachi Collection reached sales of 3.76 million, hugely impressive for a Japan-only DS game. And that's the story of how the Tomodachi Life series got its start. But what about the games that followed? Well, after the release of Tomodachi Collection, the development team was disbanded to work on a variety of 3DS system software. But during that time, director Ryutaro Takahashi would often talk with producer Yoshio Sakamoto about ideas for a sequel. And a year or so later, that chance would come around when the core development team of Tomodachi Collection was done with their 3DS software. It was time for work to begin on the game that would become Tomodachi Collection New Life, or as it's known in English, simply Tomodachi Life. At its core, Tomodachi Life is a
There's a stand for the 3DS. Yeah, I believe so.
The island is expanded, but looks similar. The user interface, icons and so on are practically unchanged. In fact, when project manager Shinya Takahashi, who is now in charge of all Nintendo software development, saw the team's prototype, he said, "There's not enough of a next generation feeling here." But where the game excelled was in its volume of things, hats, t-shirts, items, lines of dialogue and so on. To keep track of all their ideas, director Ryutaro Takahashi found a big book where the team could put their ideas and told them to write any possible idea they came up with into it. Food, clothes, jokes and so on. Eventually, this idea book had 5,500 entries in it. They also added in the ability for Mii's to marry and have babies, aided by the invention of so-called adult spray, which would instantly age a Mii up from child to adulthood. And so, on the 13th of April 2013, Tomodachi Life was released in Japan. It was an instant hit, selling 400,000 copies within its first week of release.
I mean, that's not that surprising. This game's great.
But what about outside of Japan? Well, that's where things get interesting. The previous game, Tomodachi Collection, hadn't left Japan due to the technical challenges of adapting the computerized speaking voices into English. Longtime Nintendo of America localizer Bill Trinan explained, "They have these quirky voices and you can adjust the voice for any character you want. So the first step was actually getting that to work well in English. Japanese being a phonetic language, it works very easily. English, it took a lot of work." In fact, Trinan explained that it took several years of collaboration between Nintendo's American and Japanese teams to get the English voices up and running. But, surely enough, on the 6th of June 2014,
Finally.
Tomodachi Life was released in the US
The
and
real.
Europe. Eventually, the game ended up selling 6.72 million copies worldwide.
Not bad.
More than double that of the first game. There was only one blot on the game's release.
Oh my god.
The controversy around the game's lack of gay relationships. Tomodachi Life doesn't allow for any kind of same-sex
0 out of
romance
10, I guess.
options, despite the fact that same-sex marriage was legal in the UK and a number of US states at the time of the game's release. There was a major backlash to this omission when Tomodachi Life was released internationally.
See, time is a flat circle. Nothing ever changes. I saw some people, I don't know if this is right because I haven't played the demo, but I saw that there is an option to, when you get to pick your gender, to pick non-binary, but apparently it still locks you into like one of two like pronoun things. Like I think you can only have he, him, or she, her. I don't know if that's true. I've just like saw a thing about that. I mean, I don't give a fuck, right? It doesn't really apply to me, but like apparently that's still a thing. Then again, like honestly, I mean, just pick what you prefer, I guess.
To which Nintendo stated, "We never intended to make any form of
Yeah.
social commentary with the launch of Tomodachi Life. We hope that all of our fans will see that Tomodachi Life was intended to be a whimsical and quirky game, and that we were absolutely not trying to provide social commentary."
Imagine
Obviously
imagine getting mad. Imagine getting mad about the fact that the funny shitpost game doesn't let you be gay. Come on.
That's a terrible statement. Gay people aren't social commentary, they're just trying to exist.
What is
Staff
this?
from Nintendo of
What is
America
this
called
take?
for a meeting with Nintendo of Japan, and over the course of an entire night, they explained how tone-deaf and offensive the company's statement had been.
I see. I understand, I guess. I mean, isn't the point to say that because they were being accused of making social commentary against gays? My assumption is that what they meant was, guys, we're not saying gay people are stinky and bad. It's just a fun little shitpost game. I don't think they were calling gay people social. You know what? Time is a flat circle. Nothing ever changes. Everybody's always the biggest fucking dumbass at every time. Don't care. The game is funny. Remember when people were complaining that you could use dreads and afro in Animal Crossing New Horizons if your character wasn't black? Yes, I remember, and it's exactly the same shit.
The next morning, Nintendo released a second, revised statement reading, "We apologize for disappointing many people by failing to include same-sex relationships in Tomodachi Life. We pledge that if we create a next installment in the Tomodachi series, we will strive to design a gameplay experience from the ground up that is more inclusive."
I love that, like, because, let's be real here, right? This is just corporate bullshit. Nobody actually felt sorry in Nintendo. They didn't give a fuck. But I love that this is apparently just enough, right? Like, that's how quickly you change your mind about, oh, but they said they're sorry. I mean, a bunch of people bought the new game, so couldn't have been that big of a problem.
Now, in 2016, Nintendo released 2 new Tomodachi games, each of them spin-offs from the main series.
I mean, that's
the
not
first
really...
was Mi Tomo, the company's first ever mobile game. Mi Tomo was produced by Yoshio Sakamoto and directed by Ryutaro Takahashi.
I don't think
making
Miitopia
the game
is really...
a direct successor to Tomodachi Collection and Tomodachi Life. It was co-developed by established mobile developer DNA, but Nintendo's internal team were the ones who worked on the graphics, gameplay, music, and so on. The game was a success initially, with over 10 million downloads only a month after release. But Mi Tomo was less of a game and more a communication tool. You could message your friends and hear what they had to say back. But as the months went on, fewer and fewer of those 10 million users checked in regularly. And in 2018, Nintendo pulled the plug on Mi Tomo. The other Tomodachi adjacent game that launched in 2016 was Miitopia,
God, this one was so good.
offbeat Mii-based RPG. Of the 2 projects, Miitopia was the more successful, selling 1.2 million copies on 3DS and another 1.8 million when it was ported to the Nintendo Switch.
I mean, it wasn't just ported,
However,
it was like
Miitopia
remade.
is not truly a Tomodachi Life game. It was developed by an entirely separate team within Nintendo, so while it certainly bears many similarities with Tomodachi Collection and Tomodachi Life, it's not a direct successor.
Miitopia.
But what Miitopia does contain is gay relationships, sort of. So the game has a mechanic called friendship, which measures how close a pair of...
Why is that? Like, I'm sorry, why the fuck is that the most important part about these games? Oh, you can be gay in the game. I will now buy your game. What? Huh? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Miis have become. But while the mechanic is called friendship, it's represented by big red love hearts with names like Precious, Devoted, Joined at the Hip, Together Forever, and even Soulmates. So there's definitely a level of ambiguity here compared to Tomodachi Life, where Miis marry and have children.
Well, I mean, maybe that's because... And stick with me here. Maybe that's because Miitopia isn't a life simulator game. You ever think about that? This took a weird turn. I'm not gonna lie to you. This is like a...
But this romance/friendship mechanic applies to any pair of Miis, regardless of gender. So you can have 2 male or 2 female Miis described as soulmates. In other words, I think Nintendo followed up on their promise from 2014. And all of that brings us to 2025, with the announcement of Tomodachi Life Living the Dream. A brand new Tomodachi game for the Switch feels like a miracle, and there's a lot up in the air here. Who are the developers? Are Yoshio Sakamoto or Ryutaro Takahashi involved at all? Even numbering the game is difficult. For Western fans, this is Tomodachi Life 2, but really it's the 3rd game in the series, unless you count Mi Tomo or Miitopia or both. At any rate, Tomodachi Life Living the Dream has big shoes to fill, and I, for one, am excited to see how it does. Thanks very much for watching.
I'm happy for the recap on the series. Took kind of a weird turn, though, I gotta be real with you. Anyway, now let's see. We've got some more trailers. I think we're gonna watch the stuff that was released 2 days ago. And then maybe we'll move on to 3 days ago. Jesus, there's a lot again. here we start. Yeah, like I said, I'm excited. I am gonna be playing that for I think a good couple of episodes, a good couple of streams. We'll just see. We'll just see. I think it'll be fun. I think it'll be a nice little project. I'm surprised that we even got a Tomodachi Life game at all. I didn't think it was gonna happen, to be totally honest with you. But it's nice. Shonen mangaka and a good ending to their series. Like I said, I talked about it earlier. I think that for what the series is, I think Chainsaw Man's ending was fine. People were gonna be pissed anyway, no matter what they get, so I don't really care, to be honest with you. I mean, again, I don't really care about the series in general, so it's not like I really am losing anything here. Okay, I mean, I don't need to look at a Dispatch trailer just because it's coming to a different console. Sorry, are we getting a new Life is Strange game? Okay, we already saw that one. Alright, let's go. Let's look at some more trailer.
The first time I played Exoshock, I experienced one of the most visceral and intense VR first-person shooters I've ever
it's a
played.
VR
So I
game.
then decided to join the small but mighty two-man indie team over at Polarity One to help take Exoshock to the next level. And today they have asked me to share some epic news about Exoshock's future roadmap with all of you. I'm proud to announce the release of Exoshock Founders Edition. This is a limited edition one-time purchase that costs $12.99. And this gives you instant access to Exoshock's development build and every future update as the game continues to grow. This will include a new map, new weapons, new items, a new progression system, and extra mission-based objectives leading up to the official store's release, where you will receive a digital game key for either Steam or MetaQuest. Founders will also
I didn't
be
watch
the
the
first players
Pokédex
to
2 because I just
experience
wasn't really that
Exoshock's
interested, to be
full
honest with you.
multiplayer mode. And as a thank
Maybe
you
we're
for
watching some
supporting
other
the
stuff in the
development of
meantime.
Exoshock, you'll also receive an exclusive founder
Maybe next
Discord
time
role
around.
with private access to the developers, an exclusive founder suit skin and badge, plus your name immortalized in the Exoshock's game credits. Right now, Exoshock supports Steam VR and MetaQuest 3 and MetaQuest 3S, but soon Exoshock is also coming to Valve's Steam Frame and Sony's PlayStation VR 2. Plus, flat screen players will be able to join the squad with full cross-play between VR and non-VR on PC, PS5 and Steam Deck. Please use the QR code at the end of the video or the link in this video's description to become an Exoshock founder, allowing you to play right now, support the development, and own the game forever at the cheapest price it will ever be. Thanks for your time, and I look forward to seeing all of you in the game.
I mean, it
in the
looks
future
alright.
and in the
I don't know if I would play it.
Discord.
Also because I only have a Quest 2, I think.
Return to the dropship for extraction.
Or do I even have a Meta Quest 1? I don't even know. I don't know, like, in general, I think I would be interested in doing some VR stuff still, but I don't know. For the most part, there aren't really any, like, interesting games currently. Speaking of VR, I guess this also is that. Well, there you go. That's a game.
The universe is under attack, and this time, only a magical girl can save it.
What the fuck?
Become the magical girl who
Why is it all
saves the
VR
universe
games?
with grapes. Smack them down hard. Take that. Strike a pose. Unleash your magic. Make it fabulous. Learn by punching. Punch, pose, punch harder.
Yas, Queen.
Supercharge.
Did it just say Yas, Queen?
Crepe Master is your next short, sweet, and completely unhinged VR adventure. Play as a magical girl in a color-fueled mess of aliens and a crepe pan. Grab your pan and wishlist now on Meta Quest Store.
Right. Okay, there's a lot of VR stuff apparently. Bro, I mean, just break it. It's fine. Uh-oh. Careful, you're getting awfully close to a funny thing. Boyd. Ah, the cubuloid. More. Oh, this is because that's all the VR games showcase. Okay. I feel like most VR games really just boil down to the same thing, and I think the reason why that is because most of them don't really have like any kind of good movement system. And that's usually because like VR treadmills or whatever, like the issue with VR is still that it's like totally not accessible despite the fact that you have all these like headsets and whatever, because it's not immersive enough with just the headset. I've played a bunch of stuff. Sorry. I played a bunch of stuff in VR already. And it's always like super non-immersive because movement is either really stupid or whatever, or it just doesn't really, like, it never really feels like you're in there. And most of it is just like stupid gimmick play anyway, so, which, you know, can be fun, but I don't know, there's like not exactly a whole lot of like crazy stuff in there, other than like maybe like a Boneworks or Half-Life Alyx here and there. But even there, it's like a little stinky. Body free. Like, look at how slow this is. I don't know. And most of these games boil down to the same stuff. It's like swing sword, shoot gun, shoot magic. It's like, it's not really... It's not particularly, like, innovative. Like, it's fine if you've... It's fine if you've, like, done it a couple times, but for like a full game experience, not super interesting. But I'm sure it'll get better once we all get Neuralink implants. Spore Loco. Sabrina Carpenter does not know Kirby lore. That's fantastic. I don't care. Well, there you go. Oh my god, Jesus Christ.
Hi, Wesley from Triangle Factory here. We've been providing frequent updates to Forefront ever since our early access launch in
Is this
November last year.
gay Battlefield?
2 new maps, 3 new vehicles, 4 new gadgets, tons of new features, improvements, and much more. We're gearing up to the game's full launch. Forefront 1.0 launches April 23rd with a final price tag of $27.99.
No.
So get in for less while you still can. Forefront 1.0 will be paired with a brand new map, new content, and a PC VR update with real-time lighting and improved effects. But before that, we have one last big update we want to share with you. Is available later this week.
Amazing. Whatever the fuck that means. Mm-hmm. Okay. It's VR hide and seek.
The train will be accessible for only a few seconds as it exits the tunnel, before it reaches the factory and the bomb detonates.
Okay.
You'll have only 60 seconds. Make them count. Try that one again. Start recording. My turn. Good work, operator.
Okay. Weird.
Plans. They take all the fun out of missions.
Look at it this way, Tick. You get to leap aboard a speeding train and defuse a bomb with seconds to spare.
You're used to seeing into the future, operator. Why don't you choose which mission we take first?
This looks okay. Like I said, gimmick game.
All right, operator. The mission is yours.
The Light Keepers. Is it like tower defense? Something like that. It's hard to get excited for any of these because, I mean...
And it's Mark, game director of The Amusement.
Ah.
We want to give you all a glimpse behind the locomotion magic that we've integrated into our upcoming narrative adventure game.
Your father, noble as his efforts were, has failed.
You don't have to keep protecting her from the park.
I'm protecting her from you.
Okay.
In The Amusement, we use redirected walking that have the goal to enable real walking in confined play spaces.
In the maze demo, we wanted to ease the player into using all of their room-scale space with impossible spaces. Different parts of the environment are activated while others are disabled, so that we can overlap different parts of the environment while moving you closer and closer to the centerpiece of the maze, the mighty giant Rubitsar.
Rotation gains are another way how we can expand play spaces. Head rotations of the player are amplified so that a virtual turn is slightly larger than a real turn. We use it in this interactive carnival puzzle game, for example. Essentially, we are resetting your play space as you step forward into more of the environment.
We overlap these redirection techniques more and more in upcoming levels, combining them with a bunch of movement mechanics. Climbing, carts, elevators, and pulley platforms, to name a few. Try it for yourself in our Steam demo, and get your steps in when The Amusement launches on April 16th on MetaQuest and Steam VR.
Congratulations, human from Earth. You've been recruited by Glorpo Incorporated.
Oh no, not Glorpo.
Every day, you and your crew will be assigned a different job. On your first day, you will be abducting more recruits. Bring in anyone with debt and make sure they're up to Glorpo standards.
Why see? Oh my god, he's naked.
Give them their probes, wash their brains, and make sure they are compliant. Got it? Next assignment, take care of our station's youngest inhabitants. Feed them, wash them, keep them entertained. And your final assignment, cooking at the Glorpo Vision Music Clash. No matter how strange, give our performers anything they need. And remember, don't mess this up, human. Make sure nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing, goes wrong.
Looks amazing. Right.
Now get to work.
Oh, thank God. We're finally out of VR help. Cookie Run? What the fuck? This looks goated. Oh no, not more MILF cookies.
Hello, cookies of Platter City. The Grand Oven Crown Cup has begun. And bringing it to you live is your one and only DJ Mia. Fight with everything you've got and make your wish come true. Let's smash it up.
Is it a cookie run fighting game? Or is it a racing game? Because that would be fucking goated. I guess would they really need to race? They're all like very fast on their own, aren't they? It does kind of look like a fighting game, I guess. Fruit Punch, get it? Because he's a funny. I love Cookie Run. They're so funny. Oh wow, okay, more MILF Cookie. Oh hey, it's the guys.
Come on, what are you waiting for?
I would have loved to see some actual gameplay, but fair. Child story. But I'm not a child. Now I gotta check what Cookie Run Oven Smash really is. Okay, it is a mobile game. Oh, it's just like a top-down shooter thing. Okay. I thought it was something cooler. Okay, this is some weird RPG again. Feels one-shot-ish. One-shot Undertale type beats. Did you just eat the moon? That's fucked up. Grid beat. Oh, these guys. They make games. So just a rhythm game. I never really got behind these like weird like these rhythm games that like, oh, you move along the level in the rhythm. I don't know. I've tried a couple of these and I never really got into it, I gotta be real. Also, I think we'll finish watching this array of trailers and then I'll go to sleep. Player unknown, like PUBG guys? Sorry, what is this game? Prologue, go way back. Oh, it's more VR? No. some survival type beat, or... Okay, I've never heard of this. Screamer. Oh, like cars? Because the motor screams and all. Okay. It's Japanese racing game, guys. This has never happened before.
One more race.
This looks like it's... well, whatever. Oh wow, Virtua Fighter. On Nintendo Switch 2. That's so good. I mean, hey, we're getting games, I guess. If you care about Virtua Fighter, this is really cool for you. Nobody cares about Virtua Fighter. Be for real. Nice rollback netcode. Why is this guy dressed as Majima? Why is that lady not dressed at all? Dante. Virtua Fighter 5. Traffic stop anomaly. But what if I just don't stop? Okay, well, what if you just don't get out, buddy? Oh, I'm the anomaly police. Okay. Sure is a game. Doesn't something like this already exist? 35th anniversary. Oh shit, Mega Man. Mega Man is here.
Show me your manufacturing secrets. Cool, got something new.
I still don't know how to feel about this game, to be honest with you. Still really unsure about how to feel about this game. I wonder how many people are still playing this. I mean, there must be a player base if they're still, like, updating it and stuff and adding new stuff. All right, what is this?
High Above is a relaxing sandbox game about building peaceful rooftop spaces. If you ever dreamed of escaping to a quiet place above the noise, this game is for you. Create your ideal rooftop retreat from scratch. Place buildings, shape the environment, add windows, decorations, carefully arrange furniture, and make every detail just the way you like. At launch, explore 4 distinct themes: Mediterranean, Japanese, modern, and cyberpunk, each filled with unique props and details to bring your vision to life. Looking for a little challenge? Try Mission Mode, where visitors give you design challenges to complete. This is High Above, your peaceful place above the noise.
I mean, I guess if this is your,
2026.
if this is your kind of style, then cool. Oh shitting, Mikal. Are they doing another like fake Dead by Daylight?
Multiplayer in Halloween is a 1v4 asymmetrical horror experience that pits the residents of Haddonfield against the shape of pure evil, Michael Myers. In this quintessential slasher simulator, our playable cast of civilian characters desperately attempt to save their neighbors and themselves from the omnipresent boogeyman.
Do they have to put a fat ass on the player, like of the lady character?
Halloween provides familiar elements fans of the genre know
Like she got a
and love, but
dumpy.
we're incredibly excited to pull back the curtain and unveil more details that demonstrate our commitment to delivering our most robust, dynamic, and terrifying multiplayer offering yet.
Yeah, they're just copying Dead by Daylight again.
Michael Myers is a creeping, methodical killer, and on Halloween night, Haddonfield becomes his hunting ground. The boogeyman's primary desire is to eliminate every living resident in this quiet town. But he also begins each match with a list of special targets that supply greater rewards if killed before time expires. These unfortunate residents are positioned across various sites in the map, and Michael players are empowered to use their nightmare suite of abilities to locate, terrorize, and ultimately execute their victims and anyone bold enough to interfere with their bloodthirsty ambitions. Killer Sense allows players to step behind the mask and stalk the residents of Haddonfield. When using this skill and entering the first-person perspective, Michael becomes aggressively aware of his surroundings and the proximity of potential prey. By focusing on targets with murderous intent, Michael builds varying levels of stalk, which aid him in identifying and tracking targets and open increasingly satisfying options for executions.
He just stabbed that bitch.
An effective killer always keeps their victims unaware of their presence until those final fatal moments.
Hello there.
While historically Michael Myers isn't known for his speed, fundamental abilities like shape jump amplify the shape's mobility with hauntingly unpredictable results. In shape jump, Michael slips into the shadows to move around environments unseen. Not only does this increase Michael's base movement speed, but it also provides access to other powerful traversal options, including Shape Dash, which sends Michael lunging forward with violent momentum. Shape Jump is confidently one of the most powerful tools at Michael's disposal, and supplies unlimited possibilities for iconic jump scare moments.
Yeah, that seems unfair, though.
However, that potency comes with a few major caveats. Our masked antagonist can only enter and exit Shape Jump while in the cover of darkness or outside a resident's line of sight. The light may provide temporary reprieve for the residents of Haddonfield, but Michael can work to remove sources of illumination by shutting off lights, cutting power, and even catalyzing temporary blackouts. Despite the
Wasn't Michael Myers just a dude?
His horrifying homecoming
He doesn't have all these like weird powers, does he?
Without resistance. As the body count climbs and evidence of the boogeyman's presence becomes undeniable, local authorities, residents, and distinct playable civilians may decide to gather weapons and face off against evil itself. Thankfully, Michael knows his way around sharp objects and will have multiple options for melee combat encounters. And if especially persistent Haddonfieldites do manage to get the upper hand in an exchange, don't worry. We've said it once, and we'll say it again. You can't kill the boogeyman. While Michael swiftly endeavors to turn Haddonfield
I don't know how well
our heroic group of civilian characters desperately attempts to save their neighbors and
the Friday the 13th game did.
As a civilian, it's up to you to find fellow Haddonfield residents,
but I feel like
them of his malicious intent and guide them safely to one of several possible.
I don't know if it's still around.
Located around the map before they meet an untimely end.
But I don't think it'll like. I don't think this will reach at.
Each comes equipped with unique stats, special traits, and signature personalities.
Dead by Daylight.
To ensure
I think people like that game too much, or don't hate it enough. Either which one.
In Haddonfield, offering civilians a multitude of diverse gameplay systems to aid them in achieving their objectives and surviving the night. As civilians navigate these environments, they'll uncover points of interest, revealing resident NPCs, lootable containers, hiding places, telephones, possible escape routes, and more. Thoroughly and cautiously exploring your surroundings could very well mean the difference between life and death. And when death comes to your little town, it's probably not a bad idea to head to your neighbors and contact the local authorities. Civilians are tasked with tracking down surviving residents and warning them of the looming threat. Successful conversations with residents can permit civilians to request additional calls to police, commands to find secure hiding places, or companionship as they navigate the formerly peaceful streets of Haddonfield.
Should we stick together? Maybe we're better as a team.
Whether it's a local family friend or the authorities, there's safety in numbers. Once the innocent residents of Haddonfield have been located and persuaded, it's time for the civilians to plan their harrowing escape. Lootable containers scattered throughout the map contain weapons, distractions, and key items that can be used to unlock and access a variety of possible escape routes. The location of these items and escapes changes from match to match, so civilians greatly benefit from adjusting their strategies based on the objects uncovered. It's also worth noting that initiating these escape sequences generates a tremendous amount of noise, which will alert Michael to your exact location. So
just run him over.
In the likely event that a civilian becomes another display of Michael's wretched, inhumane nature, well, their Haddonfield story isn't over just yet. Even in death, they can support their friends and even return as a sheriff's deputy or the unrelenting Dr. Loomis. Once they've re-emerged upon the streets of Haddonfield, they can cooperate with the remaining civilians and responding officers to try and put a stop to Michael's murderous rampage.
Freeze where you are, Michael. You're coming with me.
While he can't be killed,
wasn't that a thing in the Friday the 13th game too?
And sheer manpower, he can be detained and shipped back to Smith's Grove Sanitarium. Halloween is a legendary film with a genre-defining legacy.
A legendary film, wasn't there multiple?
Bring the film's unsettling sense of dread to our asymmetrical horror sandbox.
And then they like announced a remake or something of it.
We're building a multiplayer experience designed with replayability.
Where like the lighting was so shit that nothing was actually dark.
Customization, proximity chat, and more thrilling gameplay features in the coming months. But we can't wait for all of you to join us when Halloween launches on September 8th, 2026.
September 8th. That's crazy. But fair, I guess. Oh yeah, right, we're getting a new Ace Combat. Sorry, are we getting like remakes or no, a collection of the other Ace Combat games? Because that would be fucking crazy. This is the one I'm playing right now, Ace Combat 7. I fucking love Ace Combat so much, it's so fucking fun. Cool. Yeah, I did know that we were gonna get another one. I think it was like on some, I don't know what. Oh no, not farting simulator. Sorry, did I actually add 73 videos to this? How's that possible? I mean, whatever, we can keep looking at a couple before I end the stream. It's cool, I guess, Farming Simulator. It's cool that this still exists for some reason. Oh, it's all in German too. Oy, oy, oy. Mobile and Nintendo Switch. So
Rated
glad.
M for mature.
Ah, The Division. But anime.
Maverick inventor, daring futurist. Arthur King was a darling of both Wall Street and Silicon Valley.
I love how everything has the invincible art style now. Well, not everything, but you know what I mean.
King was convinced the government was to blame for the disease.
I'll take her. Start contacting the others.
Like the fake anime, like weird anime cartoon mix.
Just like this. That it was all part of the ongoing effort to take away their freedoms. But then, King's own wife took ill.
Let us through! It's on you if she dies!
King's son shared the same delusions. He tried to do his father's bidding. And died for it. King's distrust turned into bitter hatred. We believe this is when he snapped.
He became Omni-Man.
Skulking in the shadows long enough. That ends now.
King holds us all responsible. In his deranged worldview, we are the bad guys. And together with his so-called freemen,
Gordon?
He has begun taking his revenge.
We survived because we rejected their lies. Yet they won't leave us alone. Today, they will pay. What are we?
What the hell is this? This is like a game still, right?
Their attacks are intensifying all over the city. But the division stands firm. This new enemy will be defeated.
Sure. Oh, okay. Yeah, that looks exactly like the fucking art style from before. Oh, is this a phone game? What the hell? rise from the ashes. No, thanks. Okay. Weird. I didn't really get what that was about, but alright.
After losing my mother, I moved to a new town with my beloved partner. Grief-stricken, I sought solace in a new place, only to be torn apart once more. I was part of the chosen ones. They cast us into their world without any explanation.
I see. I understand everything.
I'm scared and lost in this place.
Anime.
But I force myself to keep moving forward.
Hopeless, truly.
Find some
Duh.
help.
I didn't like how it just fucking, like, whispered in my ear.
Brought us here. It must have a way to send us back.
What the fuck? I see. Oh, nice. More when winds meet. Where winds meet, I mean. Oh, Lord. Okay.
Sir, where are you going?
Once you get through this gate, you'll reach Liangzhou. Beyond that, you can make it to Chang'an too.
I see.
They wanted to lock me up, but I turned into a great bird and flew out.
Good job. You did well.
I flew until I found my Guan Yin.
Maybe home isn't behind me. Maybe it's ahead.
The Emperor's word is law, and I speak for him.
Annihilate the Kuei army, and we live!
You won't defy us!
I am innocent. And an innocent man. Does not submit!
Where are we going? Let's go to Chang'an.
Oh, yay. Where winds meet. Sorry, Battlefield? Battlefield motorcycles? Huh? What? Battlefield motorcycles. Oh look, Dying Light. Oh look, Kiwi. Damn. This looks sick. I just don't really care about Dying Light. Oh, hey, we're back here. Ew. Dying Light the Beast. I don't think I've ever heard of that. Oh, Silent Hill. Oh no, never mind. Oh, it's this game. I think I've seen this. Yeah, this game looks fun as hell. But also, like, difficult as hell. But I don't know, I kind of fuck with this. It's now available on all these consoles. Factory default. Industry changed the world. Now you gotta change it back. Oh, now I control it. Well, that's different. Oh, alright. This is a video game, I guess. It's for those people that love seeing a number go up automatically. That's me, but I don't pay for these games. Just play them on my phone for free. With like a fuckload of ads. Alright, that's enough. I'm done. This has been interesting, but it's enough. I can't live like this anymore. Nah, but it was fine. There's some wacky new games that are coming out. Most of which didn't really interest me all that much, but hey, that's what it is. That's what it is. But yeah, that was pretty fun. That was pretty fun. I hope you guys enjoyed. I hope you had fun. We had a lot today, I feel like. We had a lot. I like watching trailers sometimes. I like watching, like, you know, more interesting stuff sometimes. It was decent. It was nice. We had some horror stuff. I really like the Angel Engine stuff. I thought that was like a genuinely really sick series, and I feel like if we get more, then that would be extremely based. But either way, you know, that's gonna have to be it from me for tonight. I hope you guys had fun. I hope you enjoyed. If you haven't yet, then please go follow the Bottom Boys. All of their links are in the description. And we're gonna be next week is gonna be pretty interesting. Not because specifically the next week, but from the 7th to the 10th, I have some time off. The entire week, basically. I might throw in some extra streams for stuff if I feel like it. We'll see. We'll see. But other than that, we're probably returning. I don't know with what yet next week. I could go on with both Metroid and Fire Emblem, but in reality, we still have plenty of footage for both, so I don't know. We'll see. But until then, guys, please have a good night or a good day or whatever it is. And also, please stay safe and goodbye. And don't release your stinky ass game if it looks like shit, please. Also, don't like cage an angel or anything like that. That's usually a bad thing. Doesn't really work out very well.